True Hyuja is a legendary special agent at the strongest special forces unit in South Korea. Everyone in the unit feared his unstoppable, frenzied power, which led to his superiors discharging him from the military. Since leaving the military, Hyuja had to work as an office worker to earn a living. He thought life would be peaceful. But every day at work, his superiors looked down on him and cursed him terribly. Hyuja had to endure it to keep his job. Suddenly one day, the glasses provided by the company brought Hyuja bizarre missions. If he failed, the money in his account would vanish. But if he succeeded, the money would multiply. Gradually, he learned a shocking secret. This was a trap set by a mysterious person. They used money to control people, making them harm each other. How will Hyuja overcome the missions these strange glasses bring? Can he escape the control of these anonymous people and uncover the truth? Let's follow the story. The story begins with the image of South Korea's strongest secret special forces unit. Special Task Force 709. There, a special promotion ritual takes place. Everyone must fight each other to the death until only one person remains. A battle for survival. However, that tradition was abolished because of one person, a former teammate, a tall, muscular guy with a confident smile. Challenging. Come on, he single-handedly defeated the entire enemy team in an instant, leaving them unable to return to the battlefield. The total injuries sustained by the team would take about 448 weeks to fully recover. With overwhelming and frenzied power, he asked sarcastically, "Is there no one left to play with? Me?" Due to the appearance of that man, the special agents in the unit were mentally terrorized. And their superiors could only sigh helplessly, "That man." Their only hope was to be transferred to another unit. This was the reason why the man was forcibly discharged. They rejected True Hyusi, a renowned legend with the reason not suitable for the unit, but the legend of the secret task force now has been released into society. 3 years later, at a well-known company in the city, Hyusi was working when the hateful manager, Ji Chayu, threw paper directly in his face. Then he reminded him, "Do you think this company is a hotel? Wake up, can office workers sleep during working hours?" Seeing him silent, Ji Chayu continued to throw paper onto his desk, not wanting to be bothered anymore. He had to admit his fault. "I'm sorry." Inwardly, he wondered, "But why keep throwing things at me?" Hyusi looked at the wet piece of paper on the table with a bewildered expression. "This paper." Ji Chayu calmly blew his nose and said, "What? Oh, that? It's tissue paper because I don't have a trash can here. Can you keep it for me, Hyusi?" He finished speaking and threw another piece of tissue onto Hyusi's desk. Although extremely angry, Hyusi could only curse inwardly. This hateful guy. He quickly picked up his phone. "You've crossed the line. I'll expose you. What you did to me in the anonymous online community for office workers." His fingers flew across the keyboard, writing a post to expose the unpleasant manager, the person I call boss. He dismisses all my hard work. Not only does he not help, but he also throws used tissues at me. I think this company needs to restructure its operations, eliminate or reform all the useless puppet employees like tumors in a collective. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He probably thinks he's a superior in the military. Give me a break. What a jerk. Let that guy come to the military base. I used to be stationed at hell. Learn what's up. If I could go back there, I'd definitely teach that bastard some manners and kick him out. You should know how to behave properly. After posting, he slammed his phone on the table in frustration. Hyusi leaned back in his chair and took a deep breath to calm down. "Anyway, I have to endure it." But he picked up his pen and glanced at the arrogant Gayu. "Can I just send him to meet his maker? The opponent is a civilian." Civilian. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his phone. "There's a comment on your post. Would I endure it at the company?" A day earlier, a new comment had also been posted. "Does anyone know how to teach that boss a lesson?" After reading the comments, he felt curious. "I will give you a chance, slave of capitalism." Puppet project. What does this mean? Project? Suddenly, a red dot lit up on the frame of his glasses. The red dot seemed to activate. Hyusi felt as if an electric current was running through his body, constantly jolting him. After a few seconds, the sensation disappeared. Hyusi wondered, what was that just now? He opened his eyes and looked into the lenses. Surprisingly, one lens was blurry. Looking closely, the lens resembled a miniature screen displaying a system notification: registration complete. Tester P099. Connection complete. Hayusi continued to stare in bewilderment. What? What is this? Suddenly, a voice echoed. Starting test phase 1 for P099. Terrified, he quickly took off his glasses. That voice, is it coming from inside my head? What the hell is going on? A thin string suddenly shot out from the frame of Hayusi's glasses. A string as thin as thread managed to injure his face. The system immediately issued an urgent warning. If glasses are not worn again within 60 seconds, a shockwave will be applied. Hayusi suspected, wait, this can't be. I can't take them off? He slowly put his glasses back on. These glasses are the ones the company provided a few days ago. What's going on? Suddenly, someone called his name, True Hayusi, startling him. A beautiful girl smiled brightly and asked, "Are you alright? You look pale." He was extremely surprised to see Sudan's appearance. Hayusi was about to explain, it's just these glasses. Before he could finish, the system popped up another warning. Disclosing information about the glasses will also result in electric shock. He immediately became flustered. That I am fine. Sudan replied, "That's good then, could you wait for me a bit after work today?" As they were talking happily, the annoying manager Gayu interrupted, making both of them freeze. What are you two doing? What's with this atmosphere? A private date? Or should I take his place? I know a bar with a great atmosphere. True Hayusi here will probably have to work overtime until late tonight, so why don't you go with me instead? Not a bad idea, huh? Sudan pursed her lips, trying to suppress her anger at his shameless words. Gayu kept rambling. Why would you care about someone who has to work overtime because of his incompetence? Hayusi trembled with anger at the insults. He doesn't even have self-respect. So what's the point? Sudan looked at Hayusi with sympathy. Then she turned and left angrily. In going back to my seat, Hayusi's resentment reached its peak. He cursed inwardly. Because I don't have self-respect, I have to sit here and be harassed by you. What kind of social life is this? Damn rotten society. The manager continued to criticize him mercilessly. A good for nothing like you. What good are you? I can't understand their thinking. He told himself, this is not something I need to worry about right now. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the glasses. P099, name True Hayusi, age 28, occupation office worker. Mission algorithm application complete. He widened his eyes, still not understanding what was happening. Mission? Gaius' image was captured by the system. Analyzing surrounding targets in an instant, Gaius' basic information was compiled. Seeing Hayusi sitting still as a statue, he asked, say something? Are you ignoring me? He stared at Gaius with a shocked expression. What the hell? The angry manager asked. What's with that expression? The system informed Hayusi, this is your first mission. Seeing him frozen, the annoyed manager Gaius continued, do you think him a joke? The system updated. He has been selected as the mission target by the system. First mission, tell the target to stop cursing. Penalty will be applied if the player fails to complete the mission within the given time. Hayusi was stunned by this difficult mission. Gaius came up with another idea. He asked Hayusi, follow me to the rooftop. Hayusi was only concerned with the mission the glasses presented. He sat silently asking himself, mission and penalty too? What the hell has been going on? The system announced. Starting 10-second countdown. Hayusi sat in confusion, ignoring the passing time. Isn't it very similar to the advanced AR device the company is developing? Could they be testing the product on their own employees? This wasn't in the employment contract. His hands began to tremble. Or is there a hidden camera? If not, could I be delusional? The 10-second countdown ended, and Hayusi still hadn't completed the assigned mission. So the system initiated the penalty. True Hayusi's account, loss rate -50. He couldn't believe his eyes. My account, what does a 50 loss mean? Hayusi quickly opened his phone to check. He tapped the banking app, muttering, this joke isn't funny at all. The current balance in Hayusi's account was only 14,400,000. Hayusi was shocked to see his money vanish. His vision filled with static, then gradually faded. Unwilling to accept his unjust loss, Hayusi jumped up, slamming his hand on the table and shouting, Damn it. Everyone in the office turned their attention to his outburst. What's going on? Why the sudden yelling? After regaining his composure, he realized his ridiculous behavior. Ji Chaya's face darkened. When he heard the curses from Hayusi, he turned around and asked, "Is that what you wanted to say to me?" Finally, both of them were on the rooftop. Ji Chayu pointed at him and yelled, "Hey, are you crazy?" Despite being insulted, Hayusi could only. "I'm sorry." His tolerance only emboldened the manager. "What am I supposed to do with you? Do you know why I hate you so much? Because you're always acting weak and fake. It's also partly because of your unpleasant attitude. Those times you avoided me, it wasn't because you were afraid, right? You avoided me because you just didn't want to get dirty. Well, say something. I want to hear the answer from your own mouth. Am I that disgusting?" Hayusi kept his head down, enduring it. "For my life, for money, I have to endure." No matter how Ji Chayu cursed, he only said one thing. "I'm sorry." A man who once instilled fear in everyone now cowered before an ordinary manager. "I must endure." Sudan suddenly approached him and asked, "Why do you bow down and endure like this? Are you stupid, true Hayusi?" He was very surprised to see her there. Sudan? She began to enlighten him. "I was born in a time when it's hard to buy a house, even with money. Not only that, I have to work so hard every day, and now I have to witness this. Why are you showing that hateful, submissive attitude in front of me? You should be thinking about how to fight back against this world." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned on a recording of the conversation between Hayusi and Ji Chayu. "There's nothing about you that satisfies me. Do you know why I hate you so much?" After playing a part of the recording for them, Sudan turned to encourage Hayusi. "That's why I said, true Hayusi, you have nothing to be afraid of." She smiled triumphantly. "The one who needs to apologize isn't you, am I right, assistant manager Ji Chayu?" He was furious to be tricked. "What the hell are you doing? Delete it right now." He lunged at her without hesitation. Sudan became frightened as he frantically jumped at her just as he was about to grab the recorder. Hayusi immediately grabbed his wrist to stop him. Seeing Hayusi daring to get in his way, the manager turned and asked in bewilderment, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I see you two were in cahoots, weren't you?" His anger surged. "Let go of me." The radar on the glasses began to register the target. Detected target exhibiting aggressive language and behavior. Hayusi gently warned him, his true self still dormant. "It's going to be dangerous. Baring your fangs like that isn't good." The system announced a new mission: insult, curse, and attack the target's weak points. Reward upon completion, 200 interest. Hayusi tightened his grip on Ji Chayu's wrist and poured out his pent-up frustration. "You've been patient. You've tried to endure everything, so you should know better. Is it only me who deserves to be treated like this?" He yanked his hand back in fury. Are you crazy? You dare talk back to me today? You're so confident. Can you handle the consequences?" He raised his fist, about to punch Hayusi in the face, but Hayusi quickly dodged Ji Chayu's attack. "Confident? If you want to know so much, then try hitting me." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly struck Ji Chayu's throat, causing him to cry out in pain. Finally, he boldly stood up for himself. "All of this is because of your mouth, so please shut up." He gave Ji Chayu another kick, sending him sprawling to the floor. After dealing with the unreasonable manager, Hayusi asked Sudan, "Can you do me a favor?" She hesitated and replied yes. He then instructed her, "From now on, please pretend you didn't see anything." Sudan. The system updated. Mission complete. Reward for this mission has been paid. Account balance increased by 200 in an instant. The 14 million increased to 28,806,300. His eyes lit up at the sight of the money. "If it's like this, then..." Ji Chayu still hadn't learned his lesson. He struggled to sit up and glared at Hayusi. "Are you crazy? You dare lay a hand on your superior?" The system announced, target still exhibiting unchanged language and behavior. Proceeding to mission phase 2. Render the target unconscious. Reward upon completion, plus 500. The two stood facing each other. But what Hayusi was concerned about wasn't the mission from the glasses, but who was behind this, and what their purpose was. "Now I only know one thing. After all this time working at this company," he said with a bright smile, "this is the first time I felt this happy because I'm doing something incredibly interesting." Seeing his cheerful expression, Ji Chayu became enraged again. "You really want to play, don't you?" He lunged at Hayusi with all his might, while Hayusi stood there, lost and thought the reason I endured all this time was just to make money to get by in this life. Just as Ji Chiu reached him, Hayusi used his hand to block him, but if hitting people can earn me a huge amount like this, then who wouldn't do it? He reached out and grabbed Ji Chiu's shirt. Then, with his muscular arms, he tightly wrapped them around Ji Chiu's neck. Hayusi whispered into the manager's ear, "Still pretty good. Let's end this quickly, shall we?" The manager, now beaten and battered, tears and snot streaming down his face, had no strength left to fight back. Hayusi slammed his head against the floor. The system updated, mission successful with just a few simple moves. He was able to silence him. Hayusi grinned as he looked at his phone, seeing the 500 increase in earnings. He looked up at the sky in joy. Current balance is a multiple of the previous balance. 170 million. Hayusi recalled the time he had just left the military. He had to go everywhere to apply for jobs. The recruiter asked him, "What do you hope to achieve by working at our company?" He confidently replied, "My strength is my ability to complete assigned tasks exceptionally well. I'm talented at perfectly executing any task I'm given. I've tried to fit in, live a normal life like everyone else until this happened." Hayusi received a huge amount of money just by completing incredibly simple missions. Mission progress 2 out of 10. Since that day, absurd missions began to appear. Snatching manager Din Sang's wig, plus 35. I've completed all the missions to earn money. Pouring soda into manager Ganda's orchid pot. Eating sushi alone during lunch break, plus 25. Sleeping in the director's office, plus 40. Exposing deputy manager Gap SUS affair, plus 100. The money in Hayusi's account increased rapidly. In just 3 days, completing all those missions, my account has reached unbelievably. From a few tens of millions, it has now increased to 580 million. The money kept multiplying. In his eyes, there was only money and money. Rich Hayusi stood in the middle of the yard, laughing heartily. As he was laughing, he noticed something, but as he looked up, he saw a drone hovering in the air. It dropped a mysterious black box. He caught the box with both hands. Stunned, the system announced, P099 has passed the test. Hayusi still didn't understand what was happening. Past the test? He opened the box and saw a shiny gold-plated ticket inside. He stared at the ticket. This ticket, the system explained, those who pass the test will proceed to the main mission. Earn 1 billion won in 7 days. Hayusi was taken aback by this new mission. What? The dummy figure on the drone updated him on the penalty. Players who fail to earn 1 billion won within the given time limit will not be able to participate in the next round. All earned profits will be returned. Hayusi sat alone in his office, dejected. He kept thinking about what the system had said. Earn 1 billion won in 7 days? What is this now? In total, I'm still about 420 million short. But what is this ticket for? He flipped it over and saw a line of text. You can borrow 100 million won using this ticket. Hayusi's eyes widened in surprise upon learning the purpose of the gold ticket. Borrow? He carefully considered everything. The information I have now is too limited to guess the intent of this mission. What I need to do now is find out where these glasses were made. Is this company really the first to create them? There's no one I can ask. Coincidentally, at that moment, manager Ji Chiu tiptoed past. Upon seeing him, Hayusi was overjoyed, as if he had found his savior. There he is, he quickly called out, "Manager." Just hearing his voice made Ji Chiu tremble. He panicked and quickly walked away. Hayusi stood up and asked, "Hello? Did you just ignore me? Hey, before I come over there myself, why don't you come here voluntarily?" Ji Chiu's mind was in turmoil. What now? It's probably too late to pretend I didn't hear him. I've been trying to avoid him as much as possible lately. Please God. Seeing him frozen, Hayusi took the initiative to approach him. "Manager, can I ask you something?" Just as Ji Chiu was about to yell, Hayusi covered his mouth. Hayusi looked at the manager and instructed, "Just listen quietly and answer by nodding or shaking your head. Understand? These glasses are a product made by the company, you know that, right?" Ji Chiu shook his head vigorously. He asked again, "You don't know? Never heard of it?" Since Ji Chiu wasn't very trustworthy, he resorted to using a trick lie detector on. But no matter what he did, Ji Chiu only had one answer. "Really, it's true, I really don't know." Hayusi thought, judging by his reaction, he doesn't seem to be lying. He asked another question. So you've never seen glasses like these at the company? Ji Chayu timidly replied. Right? I haven't seen them. From these answers, Hayusi became even more puzzled. If that's true, then why say the company provided them to me? There's still too much missing information. Suddenly, the system popped up to announce something. But he asked with a grin, should I leave work early today? A new mission was assigned. The game begins in 30 minutes at a nearby location. Reward for winning, 300 million. With the meal served right in front of him, he had to eat it. Hayusi hurriedly grabbed his jacket and ran out of the office. He didn't have to be cautious of anyone anymore. Passing by the assistant manager, he just needed a few words to leave. I have an emergency, so I'll be leaving early. Please handle the rest of my work, manager. Ji Chayu stammered. That, wait a minute, I have an appointment today too. Hayusi only needed one sentence to make Ji Chayu obediently comply. If you don't want your throat to suffer again, then work overtime nicely. Ji Chayu could only cry in frustration. Damn him. After leaving, he went alone to a construction site. He stood there, staring at everything in front of him. Is it here? The address displayed on the glasses was indeed this place. The familiar voice spoke again. The money-grabbing game between participants begins. Hayusi wondered, participants? So there are others besides me? The system explained the rules. Money snatch. The person who can hold the briefcase of money until the end wins. Suddenly, the pre-placed lights turned on, all shining on Hayusi. He stood alone, facing the suitcase of money on the table. A money-grabbing game. Huh? He stepped closer to examine it. It was talking about this, right? Is this real? How could something like this happen? The suitcase was filled with stacks of cash. Even Hayusi had to exclaim, is there really money in here? The rules of the game, participants must hold on to the suitcase. If someone steals it, they lose an amount equivalent to the value inside. Time remaining, 10 minutes. Hayusi grinned brightly and said, if I can keep it for 10 minutes, then this 300 million. The timer started counting down. He clutched the suitcase tightly and walked away. I have to protect this with my life. He had barely taken a few steps when a group of people armed with weapons appeared, blocking his path. Old man, if you don't put that suitcase down, you're gonna have a bad time, they sneered at him. This old guy looks kinda dumb. Easy to tell he's a newbie at this game. Hopefully tomorrow, this old man will learn a valuable lesson. Honestly, we don't want to get charged with murder, so just leave the suitcase and go. Hayusi showed no fear. So, the participants are just brats? He even dared them. But what can I do? I'm thinking the opposite. Do you kids want to try and steal it? They laughed in his face mockingly. What the hell is this old man saying? Try and steal it? What nonsense. So, you guys don't understand the situation, huh? He calmly asked back. Do you understand? It's just about charging forward. Can't you do that? Seeing him speak so arrogantly, the kids became even more amused. Then don't blame us, blame yourself, old man. You probably don't know what happened to the guys we've beaten up before. Huh? Not wanting to waste words on these ignorant fools, he took the initiative. Come on then, I also want to see what you guys can do. One of them flew into a rage at the old man's confidence. He charged at Hayusi with a baseball bat. Too cocky, old man. Then go meet your maker. Just as the guy was about to hit him, Hayusi quickly used the suitcase to block the blow. Max level taunting. The attacker was stunned by this. Hayusi hid behind the suitcase and smirked. 0 IQ. Now it was Hayusi's turn to attack. He used a thunder slap to deal with the kid. He didn't hold back, slapping him directly across the cheek, dislocating his jaw. The blow electrocuted the kid, charring him black, and sent him flying backward. The other two were amazed by this terrifying power. After dealing with one, Hayusi pushed up his glasses with a dangerous look. If all the participants are like you guys, this is a piece of cake for me. The remaining two were not giving up. They nodded to each other, then split up to flank Hayusi. Surrounded on both sides, he smirked with amusement. Strong teamwork. Huh? But each one is fighting on their own, even splitting into front and back attacks. Both of them yelled in unison, what the hell are you talking about? Take this. As soon as they finished speaking, they both rushed towards Hayusi. He kicked up the stones at his feet, creating a cloud of dust. The dust obstructed one of the attacker's vision. The other one boasted, standing before me, "Let's see what you can do, let's see if heaven will save you." With that, he pointed his knife at Hayusi. "Go meet your maker." With those words, he lunged forward with the knife. Wherever he swung, Hayusi effortlessly dodged. He even kindly offered advice, hey, that's not how you use a knife." The kid's bloodlust surged. "Log out of here," he stabbed at Hayusi, then grinned and said, "If you had just obediently left the bag and gone." He thought he had taken down the old man, but he had actually stabbed the suitcase. Hayusi remained unharmed. He looked directly at him and said, "Your knife skills, hopeless." As he spoke, he yanked the suitcase to the side, snapping the knife in two, leaving the kid dumbfounded. "What the hell are you?" Hayusi slammed the suitcase into the kid's head, knocking him unconscious. He stood triumphantly and asked, "What am I?" He dusted off his clothes, then proudly introduced himself. "I'm just from the Special Forces, Secret Special Forces Unit 709. Suddenly, he remembered there was another one. He turned and asked, "I have a question for you, kid. If you're not going to attack, let me ask you something." The kid rubbed his eyes and replied irritably, "What?" He stepped closer and asked, "Do you know who's behind this game?" The kid was taken aback by the question. "What? How would I know? I just saw this watch and suddenly became a participant." Hayusi fell into deep thought. Not glasses, but a digital watch? What's the difference? The purpose is probably the same, right? Why am I the only one? The kid watched his every move. "This stupid idiot isn't paying attention to me. This is my chance." Before he could act on his thought, Hayusi was standing in front of him. "Are you planning to stab me in the back?" He quickly changed his tune. No, that's not it," Hayusi replied amiably. "Okay, no stabbing, then let me hit you." He slammed the suitcase into his face, knocking him back. He could take down these small fries with minimal effort. He scoffed. Too weak. Suddenly, a panic scream came from behind. No, damn it. Don't say it anymore," their watches kept announcing. 300 million deducted according to the rules. P016 bankrupt, he argued frantically with the watch like a madman. "What kind of damn rule is this? I just barely touched the bag, I didn't even grab it." The system continued its announcement regardless. "As of this moment, your debt has reached the maximum limit of 1 billion kwan. Commencing retrieval." The watch activated, retrieving P106. The guy could only scream in despair. "Wait." Hayusi watched curiously. "What's wrong with him?" The guy began to stagger like a drunkard within seconds. Purple veins became visible all over his body. He used his remaining strength to say to Hayusi, "Help." As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed unconscious. Hayusi deduced a drug reaction. Is there something embedded in the device? Could the glasses I'm wearing also? He couldn't believe such a thing existed. He quickly took off his glasses. A stranger appeared and said, "We've got a bite. Humans are always manipulated by money. You guys are no different now, you can't escape." They wore masks and disguises, making them unrecognizable. Participants will either become incredibly rich or lose everything. Only one side gets it all. Only now did Hayusi understand the whole truth. That's when I realized this game is a gamble. One where you bet your own life. They started putting the defeated players into bags. All the participants in this game. They're only in it for the money, only for money. He realized the cruel philosophy of this turbulent life. They've lost their humanity and become true puppets of money. Now all of Hayusi's actions were being monitored by these anonymous figures. The system announcements echoed throughout the city, retrieving P106, retrieving P107 bankrupt. Hayusi walked asking himself, what should I do? Easy missions like this won't exist anymore. The initial mission was just bait to test my abilities. The game is really starting now. A horde of people surrounded Hayusi like hunters closing in on their prey. The number of participants vying for the suitcase had reached 48. He looked at them and smirked. Isn't this a bit too much? Everyone started moving towards Hayusi. Time remaining to complete the mission. 6 minutes 49 seconds, a snow-covered mountain. Footprints of a beast on the ground. A tiger majestically walking through the snow. The apex predator of the wilderness. The Siberian tiger, even if it faced tens of thousands of wolves. Even it would have to be cautious in every move. But for this man, Hayusi said, if things have turned out like this, come at me, All of you, it doesn't matter, it's been a while since I've had a chance to warm up like this. The crowd, armed with various weapons, prepared to attack. If we defeat him, we can get 300 million kwan. Get that bastard, Hayusi smirked. You want to catch me? He picked up the suitcase by the handle. Then he swung it at their faces, one after another. The first guy minus 300 million. The second guy suffered the same fate. They cried out in anguish. Damn it, my money, 300 million kwan, gone. Is 300 million kwan vanished into thin air? What if we get hit by that suitcase even once? Hayusi taunted. Why aren't you rushing in? Huh? They hesitated and whispered to each other. Damn it, wait a minute, the risk is too high. He grinned. Then it's my turn, right? Seeing him approaching, one of them quickly raised his bat. Don't come near me, you bastard. Throw something at him and stop him. They shouted and acted in unison. Everyone, throw something at him. That's right, we can attack from a distance. He laughed maniacally, deflecting the projectiles with ease using the suitcase. One man stared in disbelief. That didn't work? Suddenly, his eyes widened. Hayusi was charging towards him with the suitcase. It wasn't long before he was hit in the head and lost 300 million. He landed face down on the ground. P036 bankrupt. The remaining people trembled in fear. This is insane. He turned his head and smirked. Continue. Who wants to lose 300 million? Silence. Of course, the crowd was terrified. One said, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm out of here. Another warned, if you quit, you'll lose 100 million. He replied, it's better than losing 300 million and going bankrupt. Then they started running away. I don't want to die bankrupt. Hayusi looked at those who remained and said, so, for those still here, are you planning to play until the end? One guy with a bat spoke up. Damn it, we have nowhere to go. I'm already 900 million in debt. He cursed. Shut the hell up and come at me, you bastards. Another chaotic brawl ensued. He watched them charge in and said, good. You should have done this from the beginning. The sounds of impacts rang out. Just watching from the side was enough to make one flinch. Moments later, pools of blood stained the ground, their faces bruised and battered. Hayusi grabbed one by the head and said, now my clothes are all dirty. The remaining time hit midnight. Mission complete, received 300 million. He laughed joyfully. Well, I can buy new ones anyway. The announcement appeared again. The suitcase holder has been decided. Other participants, please return. He immediately slung the suitcase over his shoulder and left. He even waved to the bodies scattered on the ground. That was pretty fun. In a hidden corner, a girl said, that won't last long, do you think? Another figure replied, yeah, although he's a bit special. He attracts too much attention. He doesn't understand how dangerous that is. Every day was the same, a life of working without knowing what to live for when you're about to collapse from exhaustion. However, today was different. At the Zyro restaurant, it's 20 million kwan for one night in the business classroom. The table was laden with delectable and visually appealing European dishes, a suitcase full of money. How use, he thought to himself, the amount of money that would normally take me decades to earn. I earned in just 4 days. How interesting. He smiled foolishly as 580 million in the account, plus 300 million in cash. This is the life. He clenched his fists in happiness. Footsteps approached. Erase the room service you ordered, sir, she said, placing a dish on the table. Special, a Korean steak, prepared by a 3-Michelin star chef. He forked a piece of the tender, delicious meat, then put it in his mouth, the flavor exploding in his mouth. His eyes widened. It was incredibly delicious. The waitress smiled. How is it, sir? Does it suit your taste? Hayusi was still speechless after the first bite. Finally, he mumbled, it's really delicious. Suddenly, the waitress silently reached behind her ear and abruptly removed her mask. You're really careless. Aren't you worried at all? She said. He just glanced at her and calmly said hello. The girl was surprised. What the? He's not surprised at all. Then she asked, are you really a player? How can you be so careless? He replied calmly, because I knew from the beginning. She widened her eyes. What? He explained, you've been tailing me since I was at the construction site, right? And you too. He looked at the figure on the other side. The man spoke up. I see, so you let us follow you? He smirked. Even though you knew everything? Interesting. Hayusi said, I don't know why you two followed me, but you don't seem dangerous. He took another bite of steak. and I need someone to ask about these missions. I have a lot of questions, the man chuckled. Are you trying to extract information from us? He replied, well, something like that. The man became even more amused. Perfect timing. I have a few questions for you as well. The clock showed 10:26 p.m. The three of them sat down at the table. The man asked, so how did you get involved in this mission? How you see didn't hide anything. Just like you guys, I joined after receiving a device. I also did a test mission. He asked further. Then why isn't there a device on your wrist? He smiled. Is there a rule that says the device has to be on the wrist? He thought, no need to tell them about the glasses yet. The girl exclaimed in surprise, so it's on your ankle? Or are you more accustomed to electronic devices on your ankle? He didn't answer her but asked instead. Now it's my turn to ask, do you know how to remove the device? The man was silent for a moment, then asked strangely, if you could put a price on freedom, how much would you pay? How you see asked, confused, what the hell are you talking about? Then the man answered himself, 2 billion. That's the price they set for freedom. Until you pay those people 2 billion, that device will never be removed. He frowned. Those people? Are you referring to the ones behind this? The man said, yes, the bastards who created this living hell. They are the true rulers of Dark Deep. Rumor has it they possess tens of billions of dollars in illegal funds. In this hell they created, the participants struggle with missions and games, fall into debt with debt tickets, go bankrupt, and ultimately get dragged off somewhere. And so far, no one has ever returned. How you see looked at the man suspiciously. Why are you telling me this? The man replied, because I need to understand what kind of person you are. Is freedom important to you? Or are you only interested in money? He sighed after hearing that. What an obvious question. I can buy my own freedom after earning 10 billion. The man was silent for a moment. Sounds like money is more important to you. Are you confident you can win any mission? In that case, why don't we play a simple game? He said, pointing to the device on his wrist. A notification popped up. P002 is inviting you to a random private game. Do you accept? He smiled. Is this some kind of test? Because I'm not the type to avoid a meal, he chose to accept. The system requested, please confirm your opponent's information. He was surprised. Is that one of the functions of these glasses? Wait, what the hell is this? He widened his eyes. He smirked. What? Is there something wrong? The system says this person belongs to the top 3 gun ammo. Personal information. 14 wins, 1 loss. Assets owned. 48 billion, 36 million. Wait, the match is starting. You can't quit halfway. Hayusi calmly said. Nothing. He thought again. Who the hell is this guy? Ganamo said, I don't know what the next game will be, but I'm looking forward to it. Hayusi hurriedly stopped him. Wait a minute. Ganamo laughed. Too late. The game has already begun. The device on his wrist lit up. Random unknown match. Rock, paper, scissors. Double dice roll. Rock, paper, scissors. Rule, the player with the highest dice roll score wins. The image shows how to calculate the score. Choose the higher score. If the 2 dice rolls don't match, the higher score is counted. Matching numbers. If 2 identical numbers are rolled, the player's result is multiplied. However, if the player rolls a 1 and a 6, they automatically win. The suitcase contains the items for the game. The girl said, each chip is worth 10 million kwon based on the player's current assets. Both sides will start with 88 chips. Ganamo exclaimed, great, this game is so simple. The white die is rolled continuously and the result is revealed immediately. The black die's result is only revealed when the cup is lifted after. Betting. Hayusi asked, isn't this a game of chance? He replied, exactly. But let's see if you're calm enough. Are you confident in your luck? He sighed, screaming internally, how can I be confident? But he pretended to be calm. Just wait and see, he thought to himself. My life is as unlucky as a dog. Eve never circled the right answer on a test by guessing. I've never guessed a number that matched the lottery. I've never been lucky in my life, but somehow, my fate relies on luck. Wait a minute. He regained his confidence. I've earned 880 million in 3 days. If that's my current luck, then Ganamo smirked. Are you ready? He thought to himself, I can turn this crazy game into an opportunity. He slammed the table with determination. Let's go. Then he immediately threw the dice. The die showed a 1. All his gathered confidence vanished. What about his score? He worried. He looked at his own die showing a 2 and complained, "My number is too low." Hayusi looked at his dice. Suddenly, he had more confidence. "2, I haven't lost yet. It depends on the remaining die in the cup." Suddenly he said, "I'd bet 100 million. He worried. He's willing to risk 100 million. Isn't that too much for the first round? The system reminded, "If you give up, you will lose all your assets. There's no escape now." Sweating profusely, he said, 100 million im in. The girl was about to open the 2 cups. "Then I will reveal the result of the second die. The second die roll for player 1 is..." Both of them stared intently at it. 3 points, the high score. Since the 2 rolls don't match, his first round score is 3 points. Hayusi rejoiced silently. "Lower than I thought. If I roll a 4, 5 or 6 I win." The girl continued, "The second die roll for player 2 is..." The die was revealed, still a 1. Player 2 loses. Hayusi was utterly horrified. "Minus 100 million Gunamo exclaimed. "Amazing. You rolled a double in the first round. Wouldn't you be lucky if this were a normal dice game?" He felt lifeless but pretended, "Because Eve used up all my bad luck in the first round. Things will be different in round 2. However, he experienced a continuous losing streak. 9-3, 5-4, 16-6. Every time he rolled the smaller number, his hands trembled after the series of tragedies. 500 million evaporated. He silently screamed. The girl looked at his strange expression, speechless but still announced, "We will begin the final round. Please roll the first die." He rolled a 5. A moment later she said, "Player 1, roll the 1. I will reveal the result of the second die." Hayusi rejoiced silently. "Finally, it's my turn to win. Is 300 million all in?" Gunamo suddenly said, "I'll give you a chance. If you win, you can take all of this," he said while hugging the pile of chips. "What?" He couldn't believe his ears. Is this guy crazy? Or is he confident? Hell, roll a 6. Eve checked. Both the cup and the die are fine. Manipulating the result is impossible. However, he still said, "I'm in." The girl held the 2 cups. "I will reveal the result of the second die," he thought to himself. "If I knew what kind of person he was, I would never have participated in this gamble. He's like a white snake swallowing all the luck. A legendary gambler. While I'm just his prey." Continuing, player 1's second die is a 61 plus 6. The player automatically wins. All the money disappeared. Hayusi cried. Mr. Gunmo smiled. "It was fun playing with you. See you next time. If you find something more valuable than money, come find me," he said, and threw a card on the table. It had his last name on it. The next day at dinner at the banquet, a leader stood up and said, "All right, it's been a while since we've gathered, so don't be shy. Work for passion. Thank you for your hard work." Ji Chayu looked at the person with judging eyes. Hayusi drank with an extremely unpleasant expression. Ji Chayu thought to himself, "What the hell? He's been frowning since he went to work this morning. But he's still acting like this at the company dinner? I don't know what happened, but he'll get beaten if I mess with him." Suddenly, someone approached and asked, "What's your name?" The man looked at Hayusi and said, "You don't look very happy at the company dinner. Was there a problem at work?" Chairman Docman smiled. He remained silent for a moment without speaking. After a while, he frowned and drank again. Ji Chayu cursed silently. "This bastard is crazy. He's the chairman. Now he'll never be seen again." Then he stood up and hesitantly spoke up for him. "Mr. Chairman, don't misunderstand. This friend actually," he waved his hand with a smile. "It's okay. I'm sure he's embarrassed to say it here. Why don't we go outside for a bit?" He walked over and patted Hayusi's shoulder. The female colleagues looked at him and said, "Hayusi looks strange, doesn't he? Because the chairman is drunk, it seems we have to go home early today." One colleague chuckled. "I heard that Hayusi's investment had some problems." Looking at his expression today, only Sudan was worried. She asked, "Everything will be all right, won't it? The chairman isn't drunk yet, so maybe." Someone else said, "He's actually kind when he's sober. Because he always smiles. He even has the nickname Smiling Buddha." As soon as they finished speaking, the legendary Smiling Buddha, his face red, called out, "Hey, you crazy dog." He walked over and grabbed Hayusi's tie. As a lowly employee, "Don't you know your place? Don't ruin the dinner party. Get out and play, all right? I don't understand what's wrong with your generation. Why don't you have any ambition or sharpness? The reason you're just a lowly, poor wretch is because you only earn 30 million kwan a year, and you're still asking for work-life balance, you bastard. A bastard like you can be replaced at any time. Hayusi was still obsessed with a number in his head, 880 million kwan. It's hard to earn even after a decade of work. Why should I spend my whole life under these bastards? Like a slave just to earn back that money? Suddenly, he slapped him in the face. Didn't you hear me? They'll give you 100,000 kwan for every slap, so be grateful for this mental training lesson. Understand? Hayusi thought darkly. I was about to break this guy's arm if he dared to slap me again. But a new mission appeared on his glasses. I've changed my mind. He thought Mr. Darkman slapped him again. He actually said, "Thank you, sir. Thanks to you, Eve's seen the light. This is what people call a real-life lesson." His sudden change in attitude made him question. He continued, "Even if it's just for a day, please let this small body serve you and receive more of your teachings." "Mr. Chairman," he said, and sincerely held his hands. He immediately smiled. "Oh, look at this adorable bastard. This is the spirit." Then the two walked out arm in arm. He said, "Now go back to your seat and pour me a drink in return. Well, forget everything that happened today. Okay?" "Yes, of course," Hayusi thought to himself. He received the kidnapping mission start 500. "He'll go with you to the death kidnapping mission start." He carried him, tears of joy welling up. Darkman slowly woke up, bewildered and confused. He was tied to a chair, looking up at Hayusi. "Damn it, what are you doing?" he said. "Doing what?" He held the rope with a sinister smile. "Kidnapping you. What else?" "Mission after kidnapping. Confine the target in the area for 24 hours remaining time." 16 hours, 1 minute, 55 seconds, he asked in a daze. "What are you doing to me? If this is a joke, isn't it a bit too much?" He replied, "Don't you remember anything? You said you didn't want to go home today and wanted to stay with me. I partied with you until 4 in the morning. I had to do everything you wanted, so what now?" Darkman ordered, "Untie me and give me my phone." Hayusi held out his phone. "This? But what can I do? I think I saw something while the director was drunk and passed out," he said while looking at the phone. He angrily cursed, "You bastard. Are you going to release me or not?" He roared, "You trash. You dare kidnap me? Is this how kidnappers usually do it these days? If someone finds out I'm missing, do you think you'll get away with it? They'll make you rot in jail, you dog." He searched something on the phone. "It seems you haven't fully grasped the current situation. The trash here is you," he said, and showed the phone screen full of obscene content. "Perverted old man." He broke out in a cold sweat. He asked, "It's a camera placed in the restroom, right?" He said in shock, "How did you unlock it?" He calmly replied, "Who knows? Anything can happen in this world. Actually, it's a reward for the kidnapping mission hacking ability. Unlock." He used it to unlock his phone. He asked, "Do you understand the situation now? It would be fun if I gave this to the police, wouldn't it?" Hayusi waved it back and forth in front of him. He added, "Now I have a reason to kidnap you." A folder appeared on the screen. "What is this? Customer rejection list? Female employees?" Hearing this, his face turned pale. Hayusi stared at the screen for a long time. Then he looked at him. So it wasn't just the secret filming? At this point, he was completely furious. "Do you think employees are playthings?" Darkman said shamelessly, "Your job is to obey your master. So why build self-respect? You guys will forever be frogs in a well. You should be grateful that I gave you jobs." Hayusi gripped the phone tightly. "No one in this world lives without flaws or mistakes. But you've gone way too far beyond what a human can do, you dog," he scoffed. "So what you're doing to me now isn't illegal, is it? If you're thinking of something like blackmail." He was stopped by his hand. "From now on, they'll pay you 100,000 kwan per cheek. Your job is to say thank you, and I understand. I think it's time you learn how to behave properly," he yelled. "Try touching a hair on my body." As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped. He in the chair fell to the ground with a thud. His cheeks swelled up. Hayusi sat down and asked, "Do you think money is power? Right or wrong?" He stubbornly replied, "What did I do wrong?" He pulled him up and prepared to strike. Seeing this, he hurriedly said, "Wait, what are you going to do to me?" He then said, "I guess you don't know, just surviving in this life is hard enough, let alone living a simple life. Working to earn money, managing life, and being happy too with just that. Life already gives people like us a headache. But bastards like you keep putting pressure on us. Why do you do that?" He angrily slapped him hard. Does it feel good to trample on the self-respect of ordinary people like us? It must be fun looking down from above, right? His face was distorted, and he said with difficulty, "What do you want?" He replied, "What I want is for you to taste the injustice Eve suffered, just once." Docman was now trembling. His face paled and he said, "I was wrong. Just then, someone came from behind found you. Another guy followed him, they discussed, we just need to save that old man, right? What happened to him? He clung to them like a lifeline, please help me. This bastard kidnapped me," he replied. "That's why we're here. Just calm down, old man, and wait. Our mission is to rescue the kidnapped hostage at these coordinates. The reward is 200 million. Then he said to Hayusi, "Hey kidnapper, we came here on a mission, absolutely not for personal reasons. You understand, right?" He smiled. "I don't care, so feel free," they said angrily. What's with that relaxed attitude? Shouldn't he be surprised? But how can he? While he was talking, his legs shot out with a bang. He kicked him away. The other guy looked over, sweating. Hayusi appeared from the dust cloud. He effortlessly moved his hands and feet a few times. In just 2 seconds, he took down 2 opponents. No matter how many more came after that, all the director saw was Hayusi's overwhelming fighting skills. Watching him fight, Docman thought to himself, "I have to run now, this rope is too tight." Suddenly, someone cut the ropes from behind with a knife. He seemed to sense something ominous. Turned out to be Hayusi, smiling sinisterly. He fearfully crawled back on the ground. He said, "It's boring just watching." He used him as a weapon to knock out the remaining guys. Docman finally became afraid and pleaded desperately. A few guys were hiding outside, but after a long time with no one coming out, they got scared and decided to retreat. Hayusi inside continued to threaten the chairman. Hayusi laughed. "So, should we talk about salary? I propose a salary 5 times my current salary, plus a promotion. To put it bluntly, I want the kind of situation where I don't work but still get paid, and the most important thing is, from now on, you'll be my dog. Docman, from now on, you'll be my dog until you become a better person than you are now." At a certain prison, in a dark room, prisoner number 3270. The police officer said, "Just hold on for one more day. Then you can run around freely." He touched the device on his wrist. Release level 1 criminals within 24 hours. Mission reward 500 million Kwan. A tall, muscular man stood there. His head was covered in blood from hitting the wall. Upon success in this round, the punishment game will begin the next morning at the company. Ji Chayu had just entered when he saw employees gathered in groups, chattering excitedly. What are they doing there? Unable to contain his curiosity, Ji Chayu approached and asked, "Hey, what's going on?" An employee replied, "Assistant Choi, take a look over there." He mumbled, What? As soon as he turned, Ji Chayu's face turned pale. What the? True Hayusi's office was now decorated splendidly like a palace. Suddenly, Hayusi chuckled like a true villain. "Good morning. Everyone have a nice day. It's a bit surprising, but from now on, my position will change a little according to the director's instructions." Ji Chayu stood there, his head spinning. Why, that bastard, what did he do to butter up the director? To get that position? Hayusi rejoiced and continued to chatter. "Everyone, let's help each other from now on, that's right. These glasses have completely changed my view on making money. They let me earn a lot of money at once and then clean me out in a heartbeat. My entire fortune vanished. After that, it asked me, do you want to use a loan ticket? And I had to use that ticket as a springboard to earn back the money I had lost. Although I can earn 500 million in a single day, the reason I can't be happy is because there's no time left. The task is to earn 1 billion in 7 days, and the remaining time is only about 1 day and 4 hours. If you don't earn enough 1 billion, all the interest you have received will be returned, so I absolutely cannot let that happen. I've already used that ticket, so tasks, challenges, whatever come at me, I'll take them all." Meanwhile, at the prison, a police officer announced over the radio, "This is Central Control Prisoner Transport Vehicle. Please report your current situation." From the other end of the line, another police officer's voice rang out, "This is the prisoner transport vehicle. We are transporting 10 prisoners and have not encountered any other military issues. Over the current situation is not serious. Acknowledged. If any problems arise, Please report back to us, understood, but unfortunately, a mysterious figure had infiltrated and killed all the police officers on that vehicle. He searched for the keys and then gave a sinister smile. Now then he stood there fumbling, trying each key. As soon as the door opened, the prisoners inside panicked. The figure didn't say a word but threw the whole bunch of keys inside. Before speaking, you know what you need to do, right? I guarantee that no matter how far you run, you won't be able to escape, but there's one thing you can rest assured about: when the game starts, hackers will infiltrate and take control of all the CCTV and police radios. In the meantime, try to run as far as you can. The prisoners, stunned, began to discuss among themselves the game. What the hell is that brat talking about? Does he mean he's going to let us go? He also warned, but let me tell you one more thing. No matter how far you run, you'll never escape. This is the punishment game: hunting escaped criminals. You will receive a reward for hunting those who crave freedom, like Changsit, with multiple convictions including first-degree murder and robbery, prisoner number 2066, bounty 100 million. Hanggu, cop killer, car thief, and countless other crimes, prisoner number 2078, bounty 100 million, and other money-hungry individuals who will be more dangerous. At this moment, the prisoners' handcuffs were unlocked. They rejoiced at the prospect of being free. However, among those criminals, there was a very special character, prisoner number 3270. Bounty 500 million. Boss, what should we do next? Without hesitation, he called out, Man Sit, you listening? You said you buried the money you stole deep underground, right? First, let's go there. I know a human trafficker. As long as we have money, he will help us leave Korea. At this time, the bus continued to roll. But no one knew that a remote-controlled drone was following their every move. The one who had freed them couldn't help but wonder. Those bastards, where are they going? His subordinate glanced around and said, It's good. The less attention there is, the easier it will be for us to act. Meanwhile, in another corner, a stranger was quietly preparing weapons. He growled, We should get there before the other participants arrive. If we're late, there won't be much prey left to hunt. The punishment game had been going on for 4 hours. Suddenly, there were some screams. Stop! The man in yellow immediately raised his crossbow and fired an arrow. It hit a prisoner right in the leg, causing him to scream in pain. Criminal scum, still playing deaf with me? Huh? Then he burst out laughing. If you knew this day would come, you should have lived a better life. Am I right? They'll keep watch and jump out and grab each of you one by one. How could you possibly be on guard? Suddenly, another prisoner appeared behind him. He replied, Our thinking is really similar. I was planning to catch each of you one by one as well. I've caught quite a few loudmouths like you already. What is this watch that I see everyone wearing? It's as if you guys are the criminals. This one had prisoner number 2804, bounty 300 million. Hearing that, the man in yellow turned pale. 2804 stepped forward, threatening, What should I do with you? Wait a minute, but the prisoner sneered contemptuously. I don't like waiting. Then he pulled out a sharp sickle and quickly severed the man's hand. Screams of pain echoed everywhere. Blood splattered everywhere. The man's hand was separated from his body. He quickly turned back to report, Boss, I've taken care of those around here. Kichum was injured because he wasn't on guard. Then, number 3270 growled and asked the tied-up man, How many are involved in this? He stammered, We don't know for sure. The prisoner, hearing this, grabbed his head angrily. How many have you caught? Facing death, the last thought flashed through his mind. The ones being hunted now are not us, but the players. Then the prisoner brutally snapped his neck. Blood from the unfortunate man splattered all over the killer. He chuckled. Annoying. Really? I didn't want to do this. This man had killed all the participants. He also said, But it's quite fun, I admit. As for the rest of you, hurry up and dig up that money for me. He threatened the remaining prisoners. If you don't find it, I'll kill you all. Kitchen, standing nearby, spoke up, Boss, those guys aren't part of the same organized group. I've gleaned a bit of information about why they're chasing us. It's the watches they're wearing. They display information about us, and each of our heads has a bounty on it. Number 3270 shouted joyfully, A bounty? Then tell me quickly, how much is this handsome head of mine worth? The other replied, 500 million, sir. Hearing this, he jumped up and down. Bounty hunting is something I've always dreamed of doing, and now it's actually become a reality. Kitchen excitedly echoed, Congratulations, boss. Contrary to his inner thoughts, he thought to himself, Does he have no brain? Even if he killed 5 people, so what? Is this the end of it? Suddenly, Kitchen called out, "Man sit, how long are you going to keep digging?" "Yes, we've found 3 bags of 500 million, he replied. Kitchen asked, "How much more is enough?" "3 more small bags should be enough, sir," he replied. "You? Not bad, you've made a big score, haven't you?" Kitchen began to calculate. That could be more than 3 billion. That monster is so stupid, so if I flatter him, I can get my share. With that money, I can live a new life. Then he chuckled to himself with glee. At the same time, a group of people were watching them through binoculars. What are those 2 doing? They look like they're dancing. Are they digging for money? It would be a bit dangerous to confront them directly. Another participant asked, "So, are you going to continue with this mission?" "Of course we have to, but let's wait for the right opportunity." Just thinking about the money they buried under that pile of dirt. "I can't give up, that's right, this is a huge payday." The man sitting in the chair pondered for a moment, and then spoke up, "Is what we're doing right? Even if they are criminals, they're still human beings. How can we treat them like prey?" The man in blue immediately got angry, grabbed his collar and shouted, "Human beings? Haven't you seen their criminal records? They're not human. 300 million, 500 million. There's no reason to see them as human. They're just items worth 100 million, nothing more, nothing less. Get a grip, we're gonna start planning because our lives depend on it." The other man didn't care about his plans. Picking them off one by one from a distance is the safest and most effective way right now in case they run away. If we maintain a safe distance, we can easily catch them. Just then, another player appeared, yelling savagely, "Don't let them escape," startling the man. "Oh my god, what the... Oh man, you don't have to be so wary. I'm just a regular office worker." It turned out that the newcomer was Hayusi. The group was stunned, staring at him blankly. "A regular office worker? Where did this guy come from?" Hayusi suddenly joked, "Are you guys players too? I have a great plan. Want to cooperate?" His invitation stunned the group. One of them asked suspiciously, "What? We don't know where you came from, but your plan is to have us act as bait, right? Do we look like idiots you can trick? Stop messing around and get out of here. I'll count to 3. If you don't leave, I'll shoot 1, 2. Before that, Hayusi, incredibly calm and without a trace of fear, negotiated with them. "My plan is guaranteed to work." And then 3, the man with the crossbow yelled, "Die." An arrow shot out, aimed straight at Hayusi. At this moment, he was quite surprised. But with lightning-fast reflexes, Hayusi drew his knife and slashed the arrow in midair. They witnessed this and were terrified. The crossbowman was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. At that moment, Hayusi chuckled and said, "If you want to shoot, don't let your opponent know when you're going to shoot. That's why I said, you're all just amateurs, so just listen to me." And no complaining whatsoever. Got it? "Yes, sir," the whole group responded in unison, trembling. Hayusi laughed contentedly and said, "Good, then let's begin the operation." Meanwhile, up on the mountain, the prisoners were still digging diligently, searching for the money. Man sit, after digging until he was exhausted, cursed in frustration, "I forgot where I buried the money." He was about to continue digging when he was surprised to see some strangers approaching. They called out, "Hey, you guys." The nearby prisoners wondered, "More of those watch-wearing brats? These guys, you dare to come here empty-handed like that? Pretty brave. Huh? Are you ready to eat dirt here?" One player spoke up, "Get ready." Then yelled, "Run, guys." Kichun didn't hesitate and ordered, "Catch them." The prisoners immediately rushed after them. The 3 panicked and ran for their lives, crying for help. This was Hayusi's plan. "You just need to lure them to my place." There was an abandoned house there. One player reached the place, panting, "Over there, just get to that spot and we'll be safe." But when he stepped inside, he didn't see anyone and was confused. That guy from earlier, where did he go? God, what the hell? There's no one here. We've been tricked. Just then, the prisoners caught up. "You guys are quite troublesome. Do you want us to bury you here? Digging a new hole is quite a hassle, you know? However, we can kill and burn them." As soon as he finished speaking, Mansit charged forward with a shovel. However, something flew towards him, knocking the shovel out of his hand. It turned out to be an axe. He yelled angrily, "Who dares throw at me?" Hayusi stepped out, smirking sinisterly. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't know who I am. What you need to know now is..." Suddenly, flames erupted fiercely. Spreading throughout the abandoned house, Hayusi continued, "Since you've come here, none of you will escape, so you better behave yourselves and cough up the money." The players trembled, were part of this plan too. But Hayusi didn't care. He suddenly jumped up, causing the prisoners to panic. "Our escape route is blocked," another one reassured them. "Don't panic, it's just one guy." Hayusi quickly landed, delivering a powerful kick. The prisoner was sent flying. He foamed at the mouth and fainted on the spot. Hayusi taunted playfully, "So, now you can panic." The prisoners, hearing this, turned around and cursed. Then they charged with their weapons. Hayusi dodged their attacks repeatedly until he was surrounded. Hayusi seemed to be thinking something, and suddenly, he lunged forward, retaliating against them with a single punch but hitting two birds with one stone. Next, Hayusi took out a dagger and slashed repeatedly. Their faces all turned pale. Blood splattered everywhere. Then they collapsed, causing the one behind them to tremble in fear. Without hesitation, Hayusi rushed forward and continued his attack. He threw his knife, disarming the man. Then he quickly grabbed his head and slammed him to the ground brutally. In just a moment, Hayusi had wiped out the ferocious group of prisoners. The remaining players were both impressed and terrified. In this game, if you had to weigh money and life on the scales, that man was the one hunting the prey. Just then, Kitchen walked in. "Who set this place on fire?" he asked, holding a knife. "Was it you? Did you do this to these guys?" Hayusi replied, "So what? Are you going to take revenge?" "No, I just want to say that if you've started something, you should finish it. Are you an amateur? You should send them off comfortably." His words surprised Hayusi. Kitchen then said, "Now it's your turn. Are you ready to be skewered?" Hayusi replied, "I'm always ready. I've been skewered a few times before." He sneered, "This guy, you're really funny. Well then, try one of my skewers." Kitchen attacked a vital spot. Fortunately, Hayusi managed to dodge in time. "I have to block it." It seemed like that was just a feint. Suddenly, he attacked from the opposite direction. Hayusi was surprised. Still has his left hand. This guy is ambidextrous. Seeing his confusion, Kitchen burst out laughing. "Why are you reacting so strangely?" At this moment, Hayusi thought to himself, if that's the case, then, and said to him, "Wait a minute, what? Are you scared shitless? Then you should also grab a knife. Don't worry, because I have my weapon too. This should be fine." The players were scared but also curious about this fascinating battle. Suddenly, Hayusi said, "It's been a while since I used this thing." He asked again, "Are you serious? What? Is there a problem?" It turned out that Hayusi's chosen weapon was a double-head pickaxe and a mantis. He laughed, provoking him. "Scared now, aren't you? Those who act cocky in front of me when I draw my knife, their attitudes all change. Even those straw heroes who intend to stab me are the same. Just give them a few slashes, and they'll still kneel down and beg me to spare their lives. That's why I find it interesting to face him. However, the fact that I chose this weapon." Hayusi immediately declared war on him. "I challenge you with these pickaxes." Kitchen was furious. This guy, what the hell is he? Hayusi unexpectedly rushed forward, unleashing a series of attacks that he couldn't defend against. Kitchen enraged, cursed, "What kind of attack is this? Am I being pushed back? This bastard. Taste my dual blades." Kitchen began his attack. Hayusi suddenly burst out laughing, taunting him. "Missed what's so funny about this situation? Just let me hit you once, you'll definitely die." Just then, Kitchen suddenly realized something. "I understand now. He's making me feel uneasy. That bastard is playing with me like an insect." Kitchen gritted his teeth and yelled, "How dare you look down on me?" and quickly rushed to attack Hayusi. He even mocked him, "More than just looking down on you." After that, Hayusi stepped forward and unleashed a powerful move. Kitchen was hit and fell to the ground. "A clueless brat like you isn't skilled enough to play with me. Now there's only one left." Huh? Afterwards, Hayusi and the remaining 3 players set off to find the prisoner. He walked while singing cheerfully, "Going up the mountain to get 500 million. He hummed the song happily. One of the 3 players suddenly spoke. "Over there. Can we go now?" "Why? There's still one left." "Oh, about that. It's that boss guy. He's really terrifying. He's famous in prison. He can kill 13 gangsters with his bare hands." Most of the participants this time died at the hands of that one guy from the beginning. We didn't intend to catch him even with weapons. Now that we don't have any weapons, suddenly a dark figure appeared from behind, making them gasp in astonishment. It turned out to be the 500,000,001 prisoner standing right in front of them, talking about me. Huh? Hayusi also turned to look at him. Then I guess I don't need to introduce myself after saying that. The prisoner immediately rushed forward, but to his surprise, he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he landed a knockout blow on him. He chuckled with amusement. Blocked it. Huh? Hayusi asked back, can you handle? Both the prisoner and Hayusi said in unison, interesting. Then the two of them faced each other. Hayusi attacked, delivering a powerful blow to his face. Then he spun around, delivering a kick straight to the prisoner's chin, bruising his body. Hayusi smirked. Done unexpectedly, he recovered and retaliated. Hayusi was quite surprised. No effect at all. He's even stronger than before. If he catches me, it's over. Therefore, Hayusi nimbly dodged his attack. Suddenly, the prisoner stopped. What? Why did you stop before catching me? At this point, Hayusi was quite panicked. He looked over and saw him scratching something on the ground, and his strength suddenly increased 1,000-fold. The prisoner rushed forward and grabbed Hayusi tightly, making him cough up blood. He lifted him up like a toy and laughed mockingly. Caught you. You know the weight difference between me and you, right? You're finished. Hayusi tried to reach for his face. The prisoner said, struggling. Huh? That's common knowledge. People who transcend that rigid knowledge still exist. Hysterical strength is the superhuman strength that a person will exhibit when they are in extreme circumstances. Endorphins are substances that have a pain-reducing effect produced by childbearing animals, including humans, and adrenaline is a hormone released from the adrenal glands and released directly into the blood. Focus. Thanks to that knowledge, the situation is now extremely advantageous for Hayusi. Sorry, I'm a bit special in situations like this. I can usually regulate my own strength. You're very strong, but you're going to die. Hayusi put all his strength into his hands, pressing the prisoner's head to the ground. At this time, an announcement rang out. Prisoner number 3270 has received the 500,000,001 reward. All criminals have been hunted complete. Hayusi suddenly became annoyed and sighed. My muscle pain is acting up again. So nostalgic. The other players who witnessed this were shocked. Really? He caught that big guy alone? He took down that incredibly heavy guy so easily? Then he leaned in and whispered, do you remember the money those bastards buried in the ground? Well, sneakily dig it up, right? I almost forgot about that money afterwards. The three of them pretended to retreat. You've worked hard. Well, take care of the rest. You go ahead. Hayusi became suspicious. The rest? This startled them. Anyway, before they could finish, a tranquilizer dart struck Hayusi's neck. One by one, the remaining players were also hit by darts. They collapsed to the ground. Hayusi panicked and called out, scanner. Footsteps approached. A stranger spoke. Still not down yet? The scanner announced, target cannot be scanned. So Hayusi had to speak. Who are you? The stranger held a chain in his hand. I'm sure you're very curious. He wrapped the chain around his wrist as he spoke. You'll find out sooner or later. Behind the stranger were 4 subordinates. Hayusi tried to respond anyway, in short, but the tranquilizer was starting to spread to his body. He collapsed. The stranger stepped forward and whispered, enjoy this joy a little longer. I'm looking forward to it. Message notification. True. Hayusi, current assets. 17 billion registered for ranking. Scene change. From a fire in the prison, someone's silhouette appeared. She walked like a soulless zombie. A voice called out, hey, why? Run away alone like that? She turned around and screamed in panic. No. At the same time, Hayusi woke up with a start. His limbs flailing wildly. He was confused. Home? How did I get back here? I don't remember what happened after that. After I dealt with that guy, I was hit by a tranquilizer dart and met a stranger. The memories faded. Hayusi suddenly had a headache. He tried to remember. That strange masked man is definitely related to the organizers. Suddenly the screen lit up. Hayusi was surprised. News on TV. A fire broke out on a bus carrying death row inmates. All inmates are presumed dead in the fire. He thought to himself, he turned it on for me to see and then left. Does he want to tell me that taking care of the rest is no longer an issue? What about my mission and my money? Afterwards, Hayusi immediately checked his account. True, Hayusi Spank total assets are 17 billion won. He felt relieved, the money is fine. Then he checked the main mission, earn 1 billion in 7 days. Success, increase reward and difficulty of game mission. So now nothing special. It's over, right? Suddenly, Hayusi touched the back of his neck and found something. He wondered, what is this? At this time, a new mission appeared. Mission Bomb X04 detected. Proceed with 5 linked missions, reward upon completion. Hayusi was surprised. The bomb? It's attached to the back of my neck. Another warning message appeared. Mission 1, contact coworker Y to carry out the mission. Mission time 30 minutes. Mission failure. Bomb detonation. Scene change at the company. Ji Chayu was holding a cup of coffee, grumbling. That true Hayusi? Does he enjoy ordering people around for errands like buying coffee and offering it to him? He asks me to buy it every day. It's so annoying. I don't know if the hierarchy will be rearranged later. Suddenly, there was a scream. It was Hayusi. He was rushing like a rocket. Get out of the way. His speed was so fast that it stunned Ji Chayu, causing him to lose his balance and drop his coffee. He hadn't recovered yet. Staring blankly, he looked so urgent. Meanwhile, in the office, there was another colleague, Sudan. She was focused on her work. When she heard a call, Sudan, she looked up and saw Hayusi calling. Sudan, good morning. She was startled. Mr. True Hayusi? Is something wrong? Well, I have something very important. At this moment, he thought to himself, my coworker at the company. If it's Y, then it's no one other than Sudan. Mission, contact coworker Y linked. Mission 1. Hearing this, Sudan was confused. Related to me? What's this important matter? Just then, a new mission appeared. Linked. Mission 2, maintain a 3-meter radius with Y. Duration, 6 hours. Hayusi, receiving the message, responded awkwardly. Actually, due to my recent promotion, my work has changed. I received a message that I need care for Sudan because she's been overworked lately. He reminded himself, act natural, and continued, so today you should rest. Instead of burying yourself in work, you can confide in me about any troubles you're facing. As for your pending work, Assistant Choi will take care of it. Coincidentally, Ji Chayu was passing by. Hayusi threatened, you came at the right time. You'll do it, won't you? Yes, of course. Hayusi continued, and the pay for the day off, all of it. He'll use this company card, the director gave it to me. Hearing this, Sudan became excited. So for this break, I can decide the location as I please, right? Right, but you have to come with me, really? Then, scene changed. The two of them were enjoying a date at the park. Then they went to the supermarket to play bowling. Sudan got a strike and happily said, time at the company, it makes me feel so suffocated. And they also went to the cinema together during this time. Hayusi was so happy that he thought to himself, wait, isn't this a date? After a long day of fun, the two went to a fancy fine dining restaurant for dinner. Sudan was very excited at this time. Today I'm really happy. It's even more fun than skipping cram school in high school. Sorry. I'm a little excited. Sudan began to confide, lately I've been a little tired. No matter how hard I try, life remains the same. I thought I should give myself a chance to rest sometimes. But thanks to you, Mr. True Hayusi, I feel much better today, although you said the reason was to care about my work. But I really thank you, and I want to borrow this alcohol to tell you this actually. From before I met you, Hayusi, but suddenly Hayusi did something silly. Seal impression. It turned out he was doing mission 3, make Y laugh. In the remaining 57 seconds, Sudan, seeing this, asked, what are you doing? Then she burst out laughing. What are you doing? Are you drunk too, Mr. Hayusi? Message notification, make Y laugh. Complete. Hayusi was relieved. Sudan is drunk. Thank goodness. Since it's a linked mission, the challenges of these missions are set to be easy. Probably to replace one big mission. Just then, a waiter brought the food. Excuse me, this is a special part of our fine dining. To thank you for coming to our restaurant today, we have prepared a small gift. This is a digital device. Hayusi was extremely panicked. What? A notification immediately arrived. Linked mission 4, give this digital device to Y and ask them to join the game. Completion time 1 hour. While Hayusi was worried, what is this? Sudan was excited. Wow, a smartwatch? Is this really for us? Suddenly, Hayusi stood up abruptly. Wait a minute. You're the one behind all this. Suddenly, he kept repeating like a machine, protecting. Must obey, must follow orders. Hayusi realized with astonishment. I guess wrong. I didn't think that someone would get involved because of me. Seeing Hayusi's tension, Sudan asked, Mr. True Hayusi, are you okay? Are you alright? Despite her repeated calls, Hayusi didn't react at all. This game, from the beginning, has always put human lives on the line, a game with no escape. At this time, Hayusi finally came to his senses and replied, It's nothing, let me take you. Home scene change at Sudan boarding house. Hayusi carried the drunken Sudan to her room. While she's asleep and unguarded, I just need to put it on her wrist just like that. It's done. In this world, I don't trust anything except money. Compared to someone else's life, of course. My life is more precious, but why do I keep hesitating? It's okay, I won't let anyone know. Suddenly, a strange symbol appeared on the screen. P99. A voice called out, True Hayusi, wouldn't you do anything to survive? So there's no need to tremble like that, I know everything about you. Hayusi was quite surprised. He immediately recognized the voice, this voice. It's the masked man's. The other person continued, You're quite special, but you're just one of the participants. Humans always live by capitalism. They're all the same. Do you know why humans are the easiest to deal with? It's because they're the most selfish animals. A new notification appeared. Request Y to join the game. Mission failure, bomb detonation. The voice on the other side urged him, Now, make your choice. Suddenly, Hayusi smiled mockingly. You know everything about me and think I'm easy to deal with? It seems you don't know me completely yet. I'll show you how special I am. First, you said you'd crush me. Second, if I'm punished, I'll turn everything upside down and kill everyone. Do you think you're capable of that? Hiccup replied, I don't know. In one swift motion, he calmly took a knife and removed the bomb from the back of his neck and said, If there's anything I can do, I'll do it. Do you think money can control me? Wrong, I'm the one using it. Is that so? Then try to get here and see fifth mission, the Phano Link mission outside at this moment. Many remote-controlled drones were closely following Hiccup. One of them was igniting, causing a fierce fire. The voice rang out again. Do you see the villa next door? There are currently 5 people alive inside. Save those 5 people from the sea of fire, or they will die. All eyes were now on Hiccup. Another warning popped up. Save your female colleague. Y completion time 30 minutes. Location Villa Room 204. Reward 300 million. At the same time, all participants received a new mission. The masked man laughed with delight. It won't be easy because you are the target of the other participants. Make your choice. Can you protect Y? Show me. This will be interesting. The masked man's voice frightened True Hiccup more and more. Although this kind of dilemma was common, wasn't it a bit different to experience it directly? I need to think carefully before making a choice. First, I'll call 119. True Hiccup said as he took his phone from his pocket. As he was about to press the call button, the phone was controlled by the system. It even taunted him back, That's certainly impossible because I've controlled all the signals around here. You won't be able to call for help from the police or fire department. You have to handle this mission on your own. The hateful masked man even used an emoji of a laughing face to tease the main character. True Hiccup pondered for a moment and then made a decision. If that's the case, there's only one way, one of 2 ways, and that's not to give up. He took a deep breath and then shouted with all his might. Oh my God! Fire, fire! Hiccup yelled louder and louder. The system hadn't anticipated this method and tried to stop him. But his desperate cries alerted the people in the apartment building, who scrambled to escape. Sudan sat up, half awake and half asleep. Before she could understand what was happening, True Hiccup threw a large blanket over her. Sudan was stunned in the darkness. True Hiccup lifted her up and ran without a word of explanation. Sudan screamed in panic, Hey! What are you doing? Wait a minute, I'm heavy. True Hiccup carried her outside and gently put her down. He pulled the blanket away from Sudan. A crowd had gathered around. There's a real fire. Does anyone here have a phone? True Hiccup said to her. I'm sorry, but there's no more time. Stay here, but you must keep the blanket wrapped around you and wait for me. Okay? They'll be right back. Sudan's face turned pale as she stammered, Mr. True Hiccup, where are you going? Are you going back in there again? True Hiccup looked at her and smiled. Then slowly he told her a story. When I was a child, the place where I lived also caught fire like this. At that time, I couldn't do anything. I wasn't strong enough and I was just scared. Since that day, Eve been determined not to abandon innocent people. Saying that, True Hiccup ran back into the smoke-filled apartment building. Sudan called his name in despair, anxiously watching him. The people around who saw him go back and began to chatter. Someone went back inside. Are they crazy? Why go back in there when things are like this? Anyway, it's a good thing it's not our house. Honestly, what's going on? Called the fire department right away. I was woken up early in the morning while I was sleeping. The people standing around whispered unpleasant comments. Thinking that other people's business had nothing to do with them, they calmly took out their phones and filmed the raging fire, without any intention of saving anyone. Some even mocked the situation. There are also people who will only stand and watch the despair of others, because they themselves can't do anything. If there were people who weren't so indifferent, they would be called heroes. True Hiccup finally returned, carrying 4 large men on his shoulders who had fainted from the smoke and fire. Sudan was moved to tears. Heroes are those who make the seemingly impossible possible. After placing the 4 men safely on 4 blankets, True Hiccup turned to Sudan and instructed, "Since everyone has inhaled a lot of smoke, please help me keep an eye on them. They'll be right back." Sudan called after him, "Mr. True Hiccup, where are you going?" He shouted, "To save someone. There's still someone trapped inside." At this time, the dam system launched another new trick. Player P40 is approaching. Current radius, 5 meters. They will arrive in 1 minute. If you go in now, I wonder if I will be in danger. True Hiccup was stunned by these words. What should I do? The images of the past flooded back once more. True Hiccup gritted his teeth and ran towards the apartment building. His plan was to save the person within 1 minute. He flew up the stairs. Fire surrounded him on all sides. The system once again provoked him. Do you really think you can save everyone? Why force yourself like this? True Hiccup looked inside through the slightly open door. There were signs that someone had tried to escape. He stepped forward a bit and immediately found the other man who had fainted. Well, this situation is quite interesting, but you've broken the rules by choosing not to choose, so you have to receive a personal penalty, right? Try it. If you save that person, it'll deduct 1 billion from your account. So will you save him? No, wait. True Hiccup was dumbfounded. The system made another tempting offer. If you leave him to die, it'll add 1 billion to your account. So will Hiccup choose the 1 billion? Sudan stood outside, extremely worried, her eyes constantly directed towards the building. At this moment, a guy came up to her and started talking. Hey, miss, I don't know. Are you the one who lives in room 204 of this villa? Sudan didn't understand what was happening. The guy continued to ask, That's right, isn't it? Sudan's eyes widened. Do you know me? At this moment, he gave a strange smile. Yes, I really wanted to meet you. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her away. Sudan screamed, Wait, let go. What are you doing? He revealed his true colors, pulling out a knife and threatening her. Be quiet and come with me. Sudan saw the knife and her face paled. He sneered and continued to threaten, Just come with me quietly. Unexpectedly, at this moment, something fell from behind onto a car, causing a loud noise. He turned around in surprise to see what had happened and cursed. The person who appeared was none other than Hiccup. He was carrying the man from before on his back and shouted for the other guy to drop the knife. Touch her and it'll kill you. Hiccup's fierce expression frightened the other guy somewhat, but he still spoke boldly. Are you a player too? Are you trying to steal my 300 million? This girl is mine. I got here first. So this 300 million is mine. He excitedly pulled Sudan's hand towards him, aiming the knife at her stomach. Sudan was horrified to see the sharp knife in front of her. At this moment, a shoe flew straight at them, hitting the knife and stopping the guy's action immediately. He turned his head and softly uttered 3 words. It's useless. Sudan became even more frightened, her whole body trembling. She couldn't stand and collapsed. The guy continued to threaten. Anyway, it's no use. Good luck on your way. He laughed loudly and quickly stabbed the knife towards Sudan. Hiccup was 1 step faster and stood in front of her, blocking the knife. Hiccup gripped the knife and threatened. Didn't I tell you? Touch her and it'll kill you. The guy tried his best, but couldn't retrieve the knife. At this moment, he realized the danger approaching and immediately became cowardly, stammering and pleading. So, how about we split? Hiccup looked up at the sky and then headbutt the bastard with all his might like a thunderbolt. The guy staggered and fell unconscious. Hiccup started to lose his balance. Inhaling too much smoke had weakened him. He then fainted on the spot. Seeing Hiccup collapse on the road, Sue Dawn rushed over. She stammered his name. She tried to shake him awake, but to no avail. Whether intentionally or not, another man appeared. He was Chin Chong Chun, rank 31st. As soon as he arrived, he demanded that Sue Dawn follow him. He looked at Sue Dawn thoughtfully. Should I do it right here? Terror surged again, and Sue Dawn offered no resistance. Hiccup was unconscious. True Hiccup vaguely heard a boy's cry for help. After a few seconds, he realized it was a real voice. He sat up abruptly in front of him. A tall man was approaching a child who looked like a middle school student. The boy kept shouting, "Go away. Please help me." Chong Chio frowned and ordered, "Shut up and stand still." Then he looked to the side and noticed Hiccup staring at him with fiery eyes. His fists clenched. Hiccup punched him hard in the chest. Chong Chio managed to block it in time. "Hey, why did you suddenly punch me?" Although Hiccup's body was still weak, he still spoke boldly. "Stay away from the kid." Ganamo called for both of them to stop. "Don't do whatever you want in my area." He was even holding a pistol in his hand. Hiccup immediately recognized him as the old man in the rankings. Ganamo warned him, "Acting without thinking is like digging your own grave." Hiccup looked back at the trembling child. He was wearing a digital watch on his wrist. "They're bullying a child, these bastards." Ganamo warned him again, "This is none of your business." Hiccup continued to plead, "Let the kid go, then we'll talk." Ganamo wondered, "You just woke up in a place you don't even know where you are, and you're still thinking about saving a child you've never met before? Why?" Hiccup answered honestly, "Because he asked for help. Besides, anyone looking at you guys would think you're nothing but criminals." Ganamo casually loaded his gun. "If that's the case, then we have to act like criminals to fit the script, right?" He aimed the gun and gave a cruel smile. Hiccup flinched and quickly shielded the child with his body. He pulled the trigger and the gun squirted out a stream of water, hitting Hiccup directly in the face. The child who had been crying just now was now laughing out loud. He pointed at him and teased, "You've been tricked, you've been fooled by my acting." Hiccup grabbed the boy by the collar and lifted him up. His eyes burned with anger. "You little brat, are you in cahoots with them? They'll teach you a lesson about life, kid." Suho stammered in fear, begging for his life. Mister, please give me a chance to explain. Your expression is so scary." Mr. Hiccup turned left and right, showing no intention of letting him go. Ganamo and Trang Chio were helpless first. "We should explain clearly to calm him down." Trang Chio whispered in Ganama's ear, "I don't think that kid will be okay." Ganamo chuckled, understanding his teammate's meaning. After punishing the boy, Hiccup put him down and turned to ask for their identities. Ganamo apologized first. "That was just a little test of ours. That child is the person we're protecting." Suho just spared, trembled and didn't dare make a sound. Ganamo continued, "We are the Liberation Group, helping participants escape from this game. It would take too long to explain everything to you in detail, so I'll just give you a brief summary." Ganamo made a cup of coffee for both of them and began his story. "First of all, about your colleague who was with you last night. She is currently in the hospital and is fine. However, due to the immense shock, she can't remember anything that happened yesterday here. Take a look. Is this your friend?" Ganamo showed him a photo on his phone. Indeed, Sudan was lying in a hospital bed. Ganamo continued, talking about the other two, "And that young man over there is the one who saved you and your friend from that awkward situation yesterday." Suho complained to Trong Chio, "That's the first time Eve met someone even scarier than you." Mr. Trong Chio gently patted the boy's head and praised him. "You acted very well." Ganamo continued, "So can we clear up the misunderstanding now?" Hiccup thought, the current situation seems more like the truth than a lie. He spoke, "First of all, thank you for saving me, but I'm sure you wouldn't help me just like that, right?" Ganamo shook his head calmly and replied, "Our goal is to save people. You joined the rankings before I knew you, so you're about to reach 2 billion, right?" In reality, Hiccup only had 17 billion and was ranked 91st. "But I wonder how long you can maintain that number. As you earn more money, your ranking will also increase. Then you might become a target for other ranked players or powerful forces. Like yesterday, There are things you can't handle alone, right? Hiccup lowered his head and thought, the truth is that Sudan was put in danger because of me. What if something similar happens again? Ganamo made a new proposal: join our liberation group. If you become a member, it'll give you the remaining 800 million. Hiccup was surprised, unable to believe that this man was so generous. Ganamo added, with the trust that you will work towards a common goal with us in the future. Hiccup thought to himself, he's just bluffing. Perhaps Hiccup's expression was too obvious. So Ganamo added a few reassuring words. I'm not lying to you, it'll be like this. You'll get 400 million if you pass a team game with a group. You'll receive the remaining 400 million later. Anyway, you look like the type who's never thought about escaping this game, and my offer doesn't cause you any loss, so I'll send you the time and place. Think about my proposal, okay? Back in the big city, Hiccup was lost in thought about what had happened that afternoon. I just don't feel like it's real at all. The truth is that I now have 17 billion in my account. And the truth is that there are still many rewards to be. Hiccup lightly tapped his glasses to activate them and check his rewards. The system screen appeared. Random item exchange ticket. Upon use, Flycam will deliver the item to your location. Hiccup was stunned at this moment. The system also sent him a message, basically saying that it was very satisfied with him and there would be no individual missions for a while. Hiccup looked at the message and judged, this time just getting through everything safely is fortunate enough. Yesterday's experience helped me understand better. It wouldn't be strange if this money suddenly disappeared. However, maybe my account is controlled by the system. So I can't withdraw large amounts. If that's the case, before all the money in my account disappears, I have to taste it. At this time, the sushi chef brought the dish and placed it in front of him. Hiccup picked up a piece of sushi and put it in his mouth. This meal cost 400,000 won, so he had to savor it. Especially the omakase. The sushi melted in Hiccup's mouth, the delicious flavor exploding in his mouth. All this time, I could only watch them and satisfy myself through YouTube. High-class dishes in my imagination. So this is what they taste like. Hiccup was extremely delighted to enjoy the new flavors. He recalled what he had once seen on TV. The change when people win the lottery is that when they want to eat something, they don't have to look at the price and delivery fee to eat it anymore. My dream of owning a house has also come true. Hiccup once had this ardent desire in this vague reality. To be able to do anything he wanted without worrying about money. That kind of life would be so comfortable, the life of the rich. From now on, Hiccup would enjoy it properly. 4 days later, at the prearranged game location, the participants arrived on time. There were a total of 3 pairs playing. Hiccup calmly entered the house, his face full of happiness. It made the other players uncomfortable. What's with that eater guy? Who does he think he is? He thinks he's on a field trip or something. Indeed, Hayusi also thought of this as a game. After it ended, he still had to find out about the Han Riverview apartment. While indulging in his dreams, a boy's voice suddenly called him, "Mister. You're a little late." Hayusi looked over, thinking, is this my game partner? The boy Suho from the other day appeared. Unlike last time, he seemed more worn out. He cleared his throat and said, "Let's help each other out, mister." Hayusi looked at the boy with doubtful eyes. Is that the kid from the other day? Is he the member that old man was talking about? If so, now Hayusi approached and asked Suho his age. The boy curtly replied, "I'm 15." Hayusi thought for a moment. Do I have to team up with a middle school kid and lead him to complete this game? Just thinking about it is hard. The people around them started to laugh. When the game starts, just target that team. The system board displayed. Participants will gather in an area to start the game. Participants standing closest to each other will be automatically placed on the same team. Hayusi froze, his face changing color. He cursed the old man Gunamo for deceiving him. He had been certain that the old man would send that composed guy, but instead he sent Suho, this white behind-the-ears kid. Seeing Hayusi not speaking, Suho had to speak first, his tone full of suspicion. "You're really strong, right? Mr. Tronchio seemed more reliable than you. You look kind of weak and ugly too." Being scorned, Hayusi naturally wouldn't stand for it and retorted, "What did you say, kid? I'm not pleased with you either." Suho's body began to tremble. "This game, I have to win at all costs." "Hayusi, seeing the pitiful boy, sighed. Then he put his hand on Suho's head and reassured him. Trust and listen to me, I'm confident enough to protect a kid like you. Suho, surprised, looked up at Hayusa's determined face, which seemed to reassure him somewhat. The four pairs began the game. The first round was Protect the King. The rules are as follows. There will be 4 teams, and each team will have a king. The mission of each team is to protect their randomly chosen king. The game ends when 2 of the 4 teams are eliminated. Weapon use is unlimited. If a team's king declares surrender or is incapacitated, that team loses. Suho showed a worried face to Hayusi and handed him a watch. Mister, what do we do? On Suho's watch, a king's crown was displayed. Knowing this, Hayusi thought carefully. The kid is the king. All right, I'll protect him at all costs. In this game, absolutely no rash actions without a plan. The game began counting down. 3, 2, 1. The other 3 teams gathered around the 2 of them, were surrounded. Orders began to ring out. Several burly men surrounded Suho. The boy reflexively raised his hands to protect his head. After a while, not feeling anything, Suho gradually opened his eyes. He found himself perched on Hayusa's shoulders. The attackers had to praise Hayusa's quick thinking. They started to provoke. But you're protecting that kid too, obviously that won't do. So that kid is the king, huh? Is that idiot going to be his warhorse? Originally, being caught as prey would result in immediate collective hanging. Suho, sitting on top, wouldn't sit still, starting to fidget, grabbing Hayusa's head and hair while wailing, Mister, do something. I'm scared being tugged at like that. Hayusa's face changed color. The 2 of them now looked exactly like azure demons. But it looked more like a circus act, with the person on top screaming and flailing, and the person below yelling at him to sit still. When will this be over? Impatient, they rushed forward to end this quickly. Suddenly, one of them looked over at the green-haired team. He saw the 2 of them standing still as statues staring at him. Annoyed, the 2 who had just provoked Hayusa's team turned to the green-haired group and threatened loudly, why have you been staring at us this whole time? Are you planning to stab us in the back? Or something? We've discovered your plot, you bastards. No, we have to start with you guys first. Fortunately, thanks to that, Hayusi lost 4 opponents while those 2 were arguing. Hayusi had to take advantage of the time to assess the ongoing situation. Suho, sitting on top, started making a fuss, slapping Hayusa's face. It looks like they're about to fight. Who wouldn't know that? There's no need for you to announce it. Hayusi responded. The 2 behind them stealthily approached. They plotted to pull Suho down. Hayusi seemed to read their minds. He put his hand under Suho's foot and requested, put all your strength into your legs. Lift your butt and stand up. Suho didn't understand what was going on and was about to ask when the opposing team began their attack. Having no choice, Suho followed Hayusa's instructions. He threw the boy into the air and performed a cheerleader's lift. Both of them, jumping together, directly took down the opposing team. The 2 attackers received the full brunt of Hayusa's divine kick and fainted, falling to the ground. Hayusi promptly caught Suho's foot, creating a beautiful finishing pose. Suho was still dumbfounded, not understanding what had just happened. Hayusi helped the boy down and instructed, stay here, I'll take care of the rest and come back to you right away. Actually, just follow behind me. Witnessing the miraculous scene, Suho couldn't help but wonder about this person's identity. At that moment, the sounds of fighting from the other group attracted their attention. The green-haired man was holding the gray-shirt man's head, twisting his eyeballs, making him plead desperately, please, please stop. He screamed in pain. The green-haired man glared, showing no sign of stopping, because he was enjoying himself. My eyes. After that, the other man's eyes were completely severed, blood gushing out like a spring. The green-haired man acted as if nothing had happened. Hearing the other's heartbreaking moans, the other green-haired man asked foolishly, oh, is it the eyes this time? At that moment, a nose was thrown to the ground. I thought it was the nose. Indeed, the man's nose was no longer on his face. The black-shirt man, clutching his nose, his face tense, threatened loudly, you damn dog. They'll definitely kill you. Not letting him finish, the green-haired man kicked the opponent's face into his knee until he was unconscious, then walked away. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Both Hayusi and Suho couldn't help but be frightened. The two cruel green-haired men looked at them indifferently. Their cruelty exceeded limits. Hayusi sensed danger. The loudspeaker announced the end of the first round. The second round will continue in 10 minutes, and will be held in the gymnasium. The four of them were in the room. Hayusi cleared his throat and asked Suho why he absolutely had to participate in this game. Suho only replied as before that he had to complete the game at all costs. Hayusi didn't ask further. Why is this kid so determined while he's trembling? At that moment, the door burst open and a tall figure who claimed to be the game master appeared. He introduced himself as the First of all, congratulations to those present for successfully passing the first round of the game. It ended faster than I expected, so now, let's continue. Allow me to announce the second round. A random box appeared. Round 2, random cards 2 at a time. In one touch, the four of them focused on listening to the rules. The rules are simple. Each team will receive a card showing body parts. The attacking team just needs to attack the body parts drawn on the card, and the defending team will be attacked on the body parts drawn on their card. Absolutely no moving beforehand. The same rules as the Protect the King round apply. Two teams will fight until only one team remains. In addition, the king can order his team members to do anything, so they can also order their teammates to take hits for them. The king's word is absolute, and disobeying the king's orders is considered breaking the rules and results in immediate bankruptcy. All right, now the game begins. Hearing the rules, Hayusi knew something bad was coming. It was too dangerous because the opponents in this game were the two cruel guys from before. Hayusi suggested stopping the game to Suho, but he refused. Hayusi, surprised, asked, "What the hell are you thinking?" Suho calmly replied, "Anyway, I'm the king, aren't I?" he said with a wicked smile. Hayusi had no choice but to comply. The next story, the king's orders. After just a few blows, Hayusi was bleeding, his body starting to tire. "You mean you're ordering me to take hits for you? I'm the only one here who can protect you. If I die, you're done too. Understand?" Hearing that, Suho's body trembled. "Even if I can win by doing this, I will do it." Hayusi raised his hand. Suho, thinking he was about to be hit, closed his eyes and flinched. But instead, Hayusi patted the boy's head, comforting him. "Although I don't know what heavy debt a kid like you is carrying. Do you really have to look like the world is completely collapsing?" The words, "Do you really have to look like the world is completely collapsing?" echoed in Suho's mind. He remembered his older sister, bruised and battered, her body covered in wounds, but forcing a wry smile to reassure him. "Suho, I'm fine." How could she say she was fine when she looked like that? "My father is a runaway debtor. He left, leaving that debt to my sister and me, and we're completely unable to pay it. So every day that passes, our lives are no different from hell." At that time, his sister still came and hugged Suho, comforting him. "My Suho, are you hurt anywhere?" Even at her most miserable, she always worried about me more than herself. She was just introduced to a job. They told her that if she worked hard for just 2 years, she could pay off all the debt, so don't worry too much. I believed those words and held on to hope, but until now, because I'll protect my Suho. She still hasn't returned home once. So I have to pick her up this time. I'll be the one to protect her." Suho choked back tears as he recounted. Therefore, Suho started to say with determination, but was interrupted by Hayusi. "Don't order me. Children are supposed to be protected by adults. If that's obvious, then why do you need to order me?" Suho looked up, stunned. "Each team can decide which member will attack and which member will defend. This choice can be changed at any time." The game master pressed the button on his controller. The first card was revealed. 2 mystery cards were revealed in turn. Team 1 will attack with fists, and that was the green-haired team. And the remaining Team 2 will defend the torso. Of course, that was Hayusi's team. Isn't this too easy? The green-haired man smirked, then he jumped up and started his attack, punching Hayusi directly in the side, or rather, directly in the liver. The largest internal organ in the human body is the liver. When that organ is impacted, the pain can be beyond our imagination. Hayusi clutched his side, wincing in pain. This bastard knows where to hit. After the opponent launched the first blow, the game master announced, "Switch offense and defense." Open the second card. Team 2 will have a chance to attack the eyes, while the opponent will defend the ears. This attack method wasn't effective, so Hayusi chose to pass. Is bad luck starting to find me again? This was a game with the potential for one-sided attacks depending on the third turn. The opponent will attack with their elbow to the forehead. The green-haired man didn't hesitate to strike with his elbow. The man who was accustomed to bad luck was silently accepting his fate. Fourth turn, Hayusi can use his hand to strike the nose, but he continued to choose to pass. Anyone could see that the current situation favored Team 1 due to the difference in damage dealt to their opponent. It was the green-haired man's turn to use his right foot to kick Hayusi's face. He launched a kick aimed directly at his face. However, a feeling that something was wrong washed over him. It was the fact that this man, despite being beaten like this, didn't seem afraid at all. The protagonist aura couldn't overcome the bad luck in this round. Attacking lips and lips was no different than kissing. So Hayusi continued to pass. But he looked agitated, talking like a man. Just let me hit him once. The twins, seeing this, were confused. The black-shirted man put his arm around the white-shirted one's shoulder and asked, "Are you hitting him correctly?" "Step back. I'll fight from now on," the game master announced. Team 1, change players, switch offense and defense. Open the card. The card flipped. The opponent will use their knee to attack the torso. The black-shirted man said mockingly, "Why are you still pretending to be conscious? I think you're about to be done for." Hayusi stood, breathing heavily, but he wouldn't give up, cursing, "You bastard, what's with that attitude?" In his mind, he thought, "I've taken too much cumulative damage, plus my old wounds have reopened." The black-shirted man said smugly, "Well, I was planning to end it this time anyway." Just then, Suho spoke up, "Wait, our Team 2 will also change defenders." Hayusi was speechless at this unexpected turn of events. He turned to Suho and asked, "Kid, do you even know what you're doing?" He didn't finish his sentence but was interrupted by the boy. "This is an order. Because I want to test something, I will definitely overcome this at all costs. After that, please help me attack." Suho stepped forward. Facing the black shirt man, he stared at the boy. "You've made it this far without being hit once. Huh? It's going to hurt. It might even be beyond your imagination." Finishing his sentence, the green-haired man lifted his knee straight up, thrusting it into Suho's chest. Suho, caught off guard, couldn't react in time. The boy collapsed to the ground in pain, coughing violently. At this point, the game master continued, "Switch offense and defense. Open the card." Hayusi's team could use their middle finger to attack the opponent's forehead. Suho saw this and groaned. "I can't believe it, another useless card." Hayusi stepped forward and said, "Who said it's useless? It's our turn to attack." The green-haired man laughed. "What? How are you going to attack?" Hayusi raised his hand, repeating the previous question. "How to attack, you ask? Have you never been flicked on the forehead?" Hayusi brought his hand close to the opponent's forehead, pulling back his middle finger. Attack turn. Secret technique, forehead flick. The green-haired man was flicked so hard that he started bleeding from his head. Hayusi had only landed one blow, but he was elated and delighted. "Finally, I landed a hit." Suho was also surprised by his technique. The green-haired man was shocked, unable to believe it. "What? No way." This power from this moment on, luck reversed. The black shirt man's turn to use his eyes to attack the hand. He could only pass. Hayusi could use his fist to attack the torso. He smiled wickedly, stepping forward and punching his opponent in the side, causing him pain, tears and snot streaming down his face. Next, using the nose to attack the forehead was also skipped. The opportunity came again to the protagonist's team. "Are you upset about being hit?" Hayusi could use his thumb to attack the torso. He used his special move, the side pinch, pinching and taunting, "Right where you hit me earlier. Take this." The black shirt man clutched his side and looked at the other one. "Stop it already, switch places." But the white shirt man just coldly replied, "Keep hitting. That's an order. I only attack even if there's only one attack card left. That kid can't take it anymore." Suho encouraged himself, "I have to endure at all costs if my prediction is correct. That's the only way to win now, but I can't stop trembling." The other side could use their foot to attack the torso. While he was thinking, he was kicked in the stomach, putting myself out there to be hit in someone else's place. So this is the kind of courage it takes. So this is how much it hurts. Suho was kicked back, but even so, I still have to get back up. Suho forced himself to stand. Continuing to face them, the black shirt man yelled furiously, "You damn dog, give up. You have to fall down so I don't get hit anymore." At this point, Hayushi looked very excited. He smiled cheerfully and said, Lucky punch, coming right up. The black shirt man was stunned. This turn, the protagonist could use his fist to hit the nose. He used all his strength, punching the green-haired man directly in the nose. He flew backward from the force, but behind him was the white shirt man, and so the black shirt man's head hit the white shirt man, leaving both of them bloody. Both fell to the ground, landing on top of each other. One arrow, two birds. Both of them were knocked down by Hayushi. Hayushi stood there, wondering, this doesn't count as breaking the rules, right? The game master replied, no problem at all. Congratulations on your victory. Suho ran over joyfully. We did it, mister. We really won, right? Hayushi asked worriedly, is your body okay? The boy smiled and replied, yes, I can still handle it at this point. He asked further, what did you mean by testing something? Suho softly replied, it was just a guess, but I found a hidden rule in this round. When the king directly defends, attack cards will appear. When the king orders his subordinate to sacrifice themselves, the king loses the person receiving the order, leading to defeat. If the king doesn't order his subordinate to sacrifice themselves, they can win the battle. Hearing that, Hayushi asked, you figured that out? The boy replied, well, because we kept getting bad cards at the beginning. Hearing this, the protagonist laughed, right, you've worked hard. But it's not over yet, mister. We haven't finished the game yet because we still haven't seen the prize. The boy said worriedly. At this moment, the game master announced final round, revolt and suppression. Since there are only 2 people left, there's no need to divide into teams. Instead, this round will proceed as an individual game between the 2 sides, 1 king and 1 commoner. The commoner's goal is to revolt, while the king's mission is to suppress the commoner's revolt. The game will stop when one of the 2 players faints or gives up. The king will be attacked first. Attacked as many times as the king ordered the commoner. Before hearing that, Hayushi lowered his head and said, so in the end, we still have to kill each other? Suho also replied, we've come this far, and yet, what's going on? There's clearly a better way. Suddenly, Hayushi slapped the boy across the face, startling Suho. He looked straight into his eyes, unable to say a word. Hayushi then told him, instead of saying those weak words, you should face reality. From this moment on, you and I are opponents. That's the reality, and I'm not a good person either. Suho was lost in thought. Do I have to fight him? Fighting has always been impossible for me from the very beginning. Even if I use a knife, I can't win. Just that alone is enough to know what the outcome will be. His face turned pale. He whispered, tell me, what should I do now? I thought about giving up on winning, but I don't want to wait for another chance. Hayushi asked, you're thinking of giving up? So, it seems that person isn't that important to you after all. Huh? What do you mean? That person saved me. How much do they really mean to me? Suho asked again, what are you trying to say? Hayushi replied, do you know how much that person is suffering, doing dirty and hard work because of you? But you look so calm and not at all urgent. And excuse me, this is your family matter. Even if they die, it has nothing to do with me. Maybe they're already dead? Suho pondered over those words, anger starting to simmer within him. He lowered his head, then he charged forward impulsively, fist raised. It's not like that. Hayushi, seeing this, said, hey, I also have something called pride, even against a kid one. He dodged to the side, avoiding Suho's punch, and continued speaking, if you land even 1 hit on me, I'll admit defeat. Suho, hearing the offer, turned and asked, are you serious? Hyuk confirmed, yes. The image of ants tearing apart the carcass of a dried-up cockroach perfectly described Suho's current situation. This world is so cruel. Nothing happens when we rely solely on willpower. And even if we have strong emotions, it's the same. Ultimately, the only things that can protect someone important to us are strength or money. However, to create those things, you need to combine both strong emotions and the will to win. And also, never give up. The boy repeatedly used all his might to land a blow on Hyuk, but always failed. Even when he fell and sustained injuries, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Hyuk, seeing his spirit, encouraged him. See? You can do it. When Suho looked exhausted, Hyuk stepped forward, supported him and said, I surrender. I give up rebelling. Hearing this, the game host announced, I confirm the civilian has given up. The final round is over. The winner is after the battle ended. Suho's wounds were being bandaged. He kept complaining. Trang Chio teased, you're overdoing it. Suho retorted. "I'm really hurt." Changchio then asked, "What's wrong? You received the prize money. Aren't you going to use it to heal your finances?" Suho replied, "Do you know what I'm considered in society?" Changchio said, "Hey kid, that sounds awful. Let's forget it, but how much did you get?" Suho shyly said, 700 million. "What about that old man?" Hyuk, sitting in the distance, laughed like a madman, muttering, -200 million. Loan repayment ticket for 100 million won. That's a total deduction of 300 million won. My current balance is only 14 billion. Changchio said, "So you came here for the money?" "Of course I can't even touch my 200 million. As everyone was talking, Gunamo approached. He asked, "Did you intentionally lose the final round?" Hyuk adjusted his glasses and replied, "I did." Gunamo said, Thanks to you, that child will soon be free." Hyuk walked to the round table, pulled out a chair and sat down. "If that's the case, that's great. You mean you'll buy that child's freedom with the prize money?" Gunamo replied, "No, that child already bought a release code with 2 billion earlier, but he was forced to participate in that game with you unfortunately. The release conditions were added, so I had no other choice even after paying 2 billion. If the conditions weren't met, the 2 billion would be frozen, and freedom would be postponed. The child's release condition was to win once in the game. The result is 700 million and freedom. But don't you find this funny? They grant freedom and then demand they take on challenges. The conditions are nothing more than symbolic decorations. In the end, everything goes according to the organizers' wishes. They have the power and technology to paralyze the national system, able to control all our actions. Treating us like toys, but don't forget that today you saved someone from that hell." Hyuk's face became pensive as he listened to his words, deep in thought. Gunamo continued, "By the way, how do you want to receive the remaining 400 million? Should I transfer it to you at the trading location? Or do you want cash? Or should I give you gold bars?" Hyuk, surprised, asked, "Gold bars? I've seen gold bars in TV shows and movies. Gold is both a safe asset and a physical object." He then grinned maniacally. "I'll take the gold bars." Gunamo replied, "Alright, wait a moment." He then took out some shiny gold bars. "Here are 5 bars, weighing a total of 1 kilogram. Hyuk, seeing gold for the first time, was amazed. "Are these gold bars?" Gunamo said, "Each bar is worth about 80 million won, so the total here will be a little over 400 million." Seeing the gold before his eyes, Hyuk's eyes lit up. Seeing the real thing felt completely different. Financial healing complete. He then burst into laughter like a madman. "It's gold, real gold." Gold bars. Truong Chiu, sitting to the side, was speechless. "He really loves money, doesn't he?" Suho chimed in, "Even so, he's really cool to me." Hyuk held the gold in his hand, biting it to test its authenticity. His heart filled with excitement. "So happy, so shiny. It even glitters. Invincible gold, undefeated gold." Truong Chiu leaned close to Suho's ear and whispered, "Cool. Are you sure?" Suho changed his answer. "He's a good person." Hyuk said excitedly, "Thank you so much. You've worked hard. If that old man over there can't help you find your sister, contact me." Truong Chiu replied, "He'll find her soon. Now I'll spend my time playing games appropriate for my age. He may be a bit strange, but I'm sure he's a good person." Suho smiled at him as evening fell. Hyuk and Gunmo saw Suho and Truong Chiu off. Gunmo asked, "Are you sure you don't want to come with us?" Hyuk replied, "As you can see, I'm a man with a great passion for money." He pondered for a moment and then replied, "Indeed. Anyway, I think one day we'll work together. Until then, goodbye." Then he turned and left. Hyuk didn't quite understand his words but replied, "Anyway, good luck to you." They waved goodbye to each other. 6 days later, a green supercar appeared on the road. Its flamboyance made passers-by stare. The car stopped at the side of the road. The man who stepped out was very handsome, and it was none other than our protagonist Hyuk. He entered a luxurious bar, sipped his drink, and pondered. 4 billion in the account, 400 million in gold bars, plus the 300 million won watch I snatched from the director. My total assets are about 21 billion. My life can now step into the high-class world. If there's one thing that has changed, it's that a few days ago I met someone, this girl. As he was drinking, a girl in a red dress approached him. Oh my, you're here again today. I wonder if you're waiting for me. We just happened to meet in a bar. It was my first time meeting someone from the upper class, but I didn't expect her to be so kind and friendly. Our conversation went quite smoothly. Not only does she have a charming appearance, but she is also highly knowledgeable and well-educated. When she smiles, I don't feel any pretense at all, honestly. I always wonder why she's so interested in me overall. Her only bad habit is drinking, but why? Even though Eve seduced you, won't you fall for me? The flirtatious girl said. He feigned ignorance. Hush, she continued. You're really clueless if that's the case. I have to pretend I don't know, right? I recently realized something. When I have financial power, a change in class means a change in living environment. She pulled his tie seductively. I'm a little drunk to go home alone tonight, so every day is a special occasion. Take me home. Well, if that's the case, where should I start? I didn't expect to encounter a situation like this at this point. Both Haran and Hyuk had entered a hotel room. She pushed him onto the bed. Their eyes met. An hour earlier, Haran had led him to a large building. Looking up at the intimidating building, Hyuk asked, "Is this your house? Living in a billion-dollar apartment?" Haran cheerfully replied, "Yes, that's right. She and I truly live in different worlds." Hyuk then said, "Then go inside. They'll be going now. Be careful." Just then, it suddenly started pouring rain. Haran took the opportunity to take his hand. "If you don't mind, you can come inside and take shelter from the rain." Isn't this progressing too fast? By some force, the person who was standing in the rain was now lying on the bed of a seductive woman. Even he couldn't understand. Since when did she? Looking at her lying on top of him, he stammered, "You seem to be drunk." Haran, her cheeks flushed, replied, "I'm not drunk." But he was sure she was. Haran boldly said, "Let me take off your glasses." Hyuk quickly grabbed her arm. Then he flipped her over onto the bed. Haran was excited, her cheeks even redder. "Is this your style? Then I won't try anymore." Hyuk quickly refused. "Don't tease me anymore." Suddenly, he noticed the change in her expression. Haran said, "Can you help me forget everything?" Then tears started streaming down her cheeks. Hyuk was surprised. She fell asleep. Was she trying to hide her vulnerable side because she didn't want others to see it? To be honest, I think I'm starting to care about this girl. Outside, the rain continued to pour heavily after that stormy night. A relationship seemed to have blossomed. The next morning, I started contacting her. Haran texted, "I'm sorry about yesterday, and thank you if you don't mind. Can I treat you to a meal tonight?" "They'll pay," he replied. "Yes, of course." And my life began a new chapter. Basically, when I went to the company, my side job was to teach the director how to be a human. I beat him up so badly he wanted to confess. Hyuk gloated, "You should learn to be a decent person first." As for my full-time job, which is also my main job, it's to sit idly by and watch YouTube and Netflix, and after work I would meet her. Haran beamed. Eve made a reservation at the restaurant. If it were before, I wouldn't even dare to imagine it. Now every day is a joy. I went to work in the morning and went on dates with a woman in the evening. We strolled along the long road. We both radiated happiness, but the longer I spent with her, the more I gradually forgot the reason I had pursued this in the first place, which was to save my female colleague's life. So I decided today would be the last time. However, at this moment, Haran suddenly spoke. "Hyuk, would you like to go out with me?" After hearing those words, I wavered. He stood still for a moment and replied, "I'm sorry, but I have to decline. I think Eve fallen for her." Haran immediately retorted, "Liar, look at me. What's wrong with me? I'm beautiful, sexy, rich, and I even asked you out first." Hyuk avoided her gaze. Now isn't the right time for dating. So this is the best choice. Eve had a lot of fun during this time. More than being caught up in any mission or game. Seeing him turn to leave, Haran quickly called after him. "Really? Are we really ending it like this?" Hyuk resolutely turned and walked away. "Ending it now is the right thing to do. If you stay with someone like me, your normal life will be nothing but a bottomless pit." At this moment, the system announced confirmation of mission failure. Deducting 300 million. The beautiful woman who I just confessed to him now let out a curse. "That's crazy." Hyuk turned back, unable to believe his ears. "Player? But where's the watch?" Then he noticed a necklace around her neck. It emitted the system's voice. "Mission: establish a romantic relationship in a single space with target B099. and do not reveal your identity. Confirmation of mission failure. Heron then said, "Don't you know yet? I'm like you, a special player. Are you shocked? Are you thinking, could there be others besides me? Right, if you think that way, you must be new to the game." Then the necklace continued. Next mission. Kill B099. Heron continued to Hyuk. "You shouldn't have refused earlier." Then she immediately threw 2 darts. Hyuk quickly dodged to the side. She's not an ordinary person. Heron suddenly became agitated. Dodged it? She's not an ordinary person, but someone who's been trained. It'll be a little difficult to deal with her barehanded. He began to speak. Why suddenly? So he decided to run first and think later. Heron, seeing the man in front of her running away, chuckled. Trying to run away? Do you want to play hide and seek? Hyuk ran and said, "Use the random item exchange." Then the system displayed a message. Request confirmed, starting express delivery of special item. Hyuk ran into the nearby woods. Heron followed. She said as she walked, "Have you also undergone training like me, Hyuk? You should have told me sooner. I'm really looking for a strong man. If you, Hyuk, were much stronger than me, I would really fall head over heels for you. Or should we compete to see who's stronger?" And suddenly, she heard a sound and immediately turned and threw a dart on the right. But no, it was from the opposite direction. She realized his talent is throwing stones and hiding his hand. When Heron turned back, he was standing in front of her. Heron hurriedly threw darts everywhere. But none of them hit, and he even caught her darts. He said, "If I'm stronger, what are you going to do?" Heron, seeing the gloves he was wearing, recognized them as cut-resistant gloves. Random item, high-tech gloves. Drone has completed the delivery of the special item. The delivery box lay scattered on the ground. Heron took the opportunity to jump back a few steps. Interesting system announcement. Item received. Confirmed, currently available special feature. 50,000 volts electric shock. Then his whole body was enveloped in a strong electric current. This startled Heron. He said, "I'll only ask you one question. Was all the time you spent with me just an act?" Heron immediately replied, "Of course not. Why would you ask me that?" Hyuk remained silent. Playing with a man's heart deserves a shocking punishment. 50,000 volts. He then let out a sinister laugh. Heron, seeing this, was stunned. Hayusi took advantage of the electric shock feature of the gloves he was wearing and pushed it up to 50,000 volts. Heron was startled by the colliding lightning bolts, and he said, "I'll only ask you one question. All this time by my side, was it all an act?" Heron denied this. "Of course not. Why are you asking me this?" He was silent for a long time and then said, "Playing with a man's heart deserves a shocking punishment. 50,000 volts. Heron was unconsciously bewildered. The sky had fallen dark, and the battle between player Hayusi and player Heron was about to reach its climax. One was killing for a mission, the other was fighting back to save their own life. Looking at Hayusi's advanced gloves, Heron was very interested. Pulse discharger combined with bulletproof armor. Facing this situation, I'm a little concerned, but it's better than losing and getting nothing, don't you think? Heron used her bewitching voice to question. As soon as she finished asking, she stepped forward, preparing for the next attack. In just a few short seconds, Heron had completely hidden her presence from Hayusi. He was stunned. Gone? Hayusi looked around the forest. Where could she be? Somewhere around him. The sound of darts rubbing against each other created a jarring noise. This battle was not a joke, but it was a gamble with his life. Heron began to tell about her true identity. "I am an assassin since I was a child. I have been raised to be a killing tool, and until now, the number of targets I have taken down is countless. Throughout my career, the word failure does not exist in my dictionary. My codename is a flower that symbolizes death, the red spider lily. Once a target is identified, it must be eliminated." Ending her brief confession, Heron threw 3 darts at her prey. Fortunately, Hayusi reacted in time. He grasped the trajectory and speed of the darts and carried out a counterattack. With his technologically advanced gloves, he quickly caught each one, then used the electric shock to disable her weapons. As for Heron, she recognized him as a tough prey when her attempts were repeatedly thwarted. Amidst her cursing, she grew increasingly tense. In contrast to Heron, Hayusi saw this as an entertaining chase between him and his opponent. He showed off the darts in his hand and mocked, Is this how you use weapons? Without saying a word, Hayusi threw all 3 darts back at Heron with the enhanced speed from his gloves. Although she was able to dodge by hiding behind a tree trunk, Heron could hardly believe the vast difference in strength between herself and Hayusi. Interesting, you're not so ordinary after all. Beginning to play with his opponent's psychology, Hayusi provoked, "Continue, it's been a long time since someone has excited me this much. Are you challenging me? Let's make this game even more interesting." She rushed towards Hayusi with astonishing speed. He immediately counterattacked with a slap, but burned his hand. Heron used her flexible body to dodge the blow. Then she used her darts as melee weapons and slashed him twice in succession. Hayusi sensed that his opponent had become much stronger. There were more and more slashes from Heron. "If I miss, my life is over." Thinking, he suddenly realized something. When the second thought with her blade seized, Heron had no choice but to release her weapon. However, she immediately changed her stance and shifted her weight to her left arm. Heron used the dagger in her left hand to stab him again. This time, Hayusi was still able to block it thanks to his intelligence. "I've already gauged the distance to catch it. That was close, too dangerous." Unable to finish off her prey after the attack, Heron decided to take a few steps back to create a safe distance. She told Hayusi to reveal his name. "You're making me so excited. But why aren't you using all your strength to attack? You look like you're not interested in this at all." She then made a proposal. "Let's make a bet, what do you think?" Without waiting for Hayusi to reply, she continued. "If you win against me, I'll give you the apartment I'm living in. It's worth about 26 billion. On the other hand, if I win against you, then you, Hayusi, will become my slave. What do you think? This is a bet where you win everything or lose everything. You can surrender if you're not capable enough." She was unaware that she had angered a money-hungry beast. As soon as the figure of 26 billion was mentioned, Hayusi reacted strangely. "I shouldn't have suggested that in that moment. I seem to have awakened a monster. No, it should be said that it's a devil in human form." After his expression changed, Hayusi used his superhuman speed to disappear into the forest. In just a few seconds, he successfully approached Heron from behind. By the time she realized it, it was too late. She instinctively shifted her leg to the side, luckily dodging Hayusi's lightning attack. Having missed, Hayusi slowly lifted his arm from the ground. He muttered, "Ugh, apartment. Give it to me, Cyan." A terrifying pressure weighed down on Heron. The emotion that an assassin was not allowed to have was fear, but at that moment, it was the first time Heron felt fear surrounding her. What kind of person will this man become? If he were an assassin? I was afraid of his overwhelming power, and I realized one thing. Perhaps this man is the one I've been searching for all this time. Someone with power that surpasses mine. The image of a splendid Hayusi appeared before Heron's eyes. She chuckled. Finally found him. Suddenly, harsh reality hit her. Seeing Hayusi with an unpleasant expression about to give her a beating, Heron made a wise decision. When the gloves were about to electrocute her, she surrendered unconditionally. Hearing this, Hayusi immediately refused. "That's not how it works." Her fate was certainly not pleasant. Heron's screams of agony echoed throughout the forest. That night, Heron woke up with a start after fainting. She looked around dreamily. "Where is this? My house. Wait, I remember." Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke up. "What do you mean by that?" Hayusi suddenly appeared before Heron. "It's my house now. That's right, I lost to him." She didn't argue and honored their previous agreement. "I'll transfer the ownership of this apartment to you in return. I have one condition." Hayusi looked annoyed. "What are you up to now?" Heron frowned and said, "Let me live with you here." Upon hearing these words, Hayusi was startled. "Now there's another condition?" Heron began to explain. "Well, I just said it was a bet. There's no official contract or anything. Now you just need to agree to that condition. It's better than leaving empty-handed, isn't it? Besides, if you let me stay with you, we can exchange information with each other when participating in the game. If there's any need for help, we can help each other. You can consider it a mutually supportive partnership. Okay?" He questioned suspiciously. "What makes me believe you?" Heron's voice became hesitant. "Lately, I've been looking into the selling price of apartments in this building." After taking out her phone to check, she was quite surprised when the price had increased compared to the last time. The figure had reached 3 billion with the model material things determined consciousness. Hayusi showed no signs of suspicion and directly requested that they live together. That amount of money was too good a deal to refuse, but I didn't anticipate that this was all her plan. Heron said, "If you've agreed, then let's sign a cohabitation contract now." In her eyes, what to do? Since when did he become so handsome? It turned out that Heron's ideal type was a man stronger than herself. From then on, the assassin girl began living with a strange man. Coming from the strongest special forces unit in the country, a new target from Gikwa High School, a bully nicknamed K. A new mission had begun. The beginning of the mission spoke of a boycott diary titled Teenage Revenge. School violence is an ongoing problem. A story about a bully and the bullied, who is the main character. The story quickly gained popularity. In the comments section, most criticized the boring, cliché plot, saying things like, "This bullying genre, aren't you tired of it? It's modern times, and there are still people doing school bullying. Live a little more realistically." Manga sites also have similar school bullying genres. Truly awful. A question arose. Why do stories and articles like this keep appearing? Because it is the reality of this life. How can you be sure? Because I am now living proof. Hayusi disguised himself as a high school student. To avoid revealing his adult identity, he adjusted his hair and attached 2 silly bunny teeth. All of this was just to obey the orders of Bully K. If you harm K or refuse an order, you will suffer a random punishment. It's not difficult to become a target. Just wear the uniform and loiter in the alley near the school. Then act like a weak and foolish young man. That's all it took to attract 2 thugs to his side. Ji Chayu burst out laughing when he saw Hayusi's pathetic appearance. "Who are you?" The guy next to him answered for him, "The smell of a loser." Seeing the leather wallet drop next to him, he immediately grabbed it. "Nice and thick, huh? So you must be a rich kid." Another strange voice came. Just when we needed a toy appears. Without a doubt he was K. The person he had been searching for throughout the mission. His name was Chidi. He gave Chidi a sharp look and muttered, "Looking for a toy? I found you, kid." Afterwards, Hayusi was led deeper into the deserted alley by Chidi's 2 thugs. In his timid appearance, Hayusi began to think, should I be happy that things are going so smoothly? Or should I feel regret? Although I want to punch all these brats away with one blow, but Ji Chayu immediately asserted his authority. He grabbed Hayusi by the collar and questioned him. "Are you sighing? You seem arrogant." "What do you mean by sighing like that? Anyway, I've made up my mind." The blonde man, not seeing a response from Hayusi, was irritated. He raised his hand and growled, "Want a slap?" To understand the current situation, the image of a resilient Hayusi immediately crumbled as he showed weakness before him. His voice became as thin as a child's. Don't hit me." He tried his best to play the role. The next second, he took out a thick wad of cash from his pocket and gave it all to them. "Hey, race the money, I'll give it all to you. Please don't hit me, I'm afraid of getting beaten." Ji Chayu was a little surprised, or rather startled by Hayusi's unusual behavior. However, money talks, and he didn't care much, just accepting the money. The other guy took out his phone and demanded Hayusi's number. Not only that, but he also threatened, "From now on, when I call, you have to come. If not, and I find you, you're dead. Got it?" After entering his number, Hayusi gloated inwardly. "That's right, just consider me prey." "That's the plan." Having achieved his goal, Chidi urged, "Are you done? Let's go to that place, hurry up. Come on with this money, we can drink all night. Yeah, let's have a welcome party. I want to introduce you guys to a new friend." It was dusk at Gunhu's house. He was enjoying himself with his friends when he was sufficiently drunk. He suggested calling for some girls, but was stopped by the other 2. Surprisingly, Hayusi was also present and participating in this party with them. Jinhyuk glanced at Hayusi's food, which was laced with a few cigarettes, and noticed something. The food in his bowl was still full, which made him furious. "Why aren't you eating? Or is this not enough for you? You have to finish all of this before you can leave." "Actually, I'm feeling it little by little." Jinhyuk began to hint at something. "Or are you also the type for this kind of mission, like a brutal destruction movie? Want your body bruised like this guy?" Nearby was the scene of Ji Chayu punching a bullied student until he was dazed. Hayusi judged this mission to be disgustingly boring, not the least bit interesting. His hair stood on end as he called out to the student, "Gunhu." Seeing no reaction, Jin-hyuk stepped forward and kicked the victim hard in the stomach. Gun-hoo was sent flying into the wall, not stopping there. He continued to assault him. "You're a punching bag, you piece of trash, who told you to fall? Get up, I told you to get up. You followed CTS orders without question, but you ignore me?" Jin-hyuk even called a few others to hit Gun-hoo under Hyuse's horrified gaze. He lifted his bowl of food slightly. Jin-hyuk was a little surprised. "What? Changed your mind?" Hyuse splashed the soup inside directly onto his head. He began to make excuses. "I'm sorry. I was so scared that I lost control of my hand." Looking at the filth smeared on his face, Jin-hyuk was determined not to let this go. "What? You bastard, you're dead today." He reflexively grabbed Hyuse by the collar suddenly. CT spoke up to stop him. "Enough, Jin-hyuk. Today is an important day. Prepare for the main event." Hearing this, he finally let go of Hyuse. "Oh right, I forgot, it's time. I'll go prepare." Hyuse looked towards him. "CT is the target of this mission. That brat is indeed the leader." The clock struck 9:41 p.m. Footsteps could be heard outside. "Seems like they're here. I hear footsteps. Are you ready?" Meanwhile, someone had appeared outside. It turned out to be Gun-hoo's father. He had finished work and returned home. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of brightly lit candles. The bullies were actually holding a birthday party for Gun-hoo. And they even bought a cake. "Hello, Sir." Gun-hoo remained motionless, just sitting blankly during this deadly birthday party. His father, still unaware of anything, excitedly thought that the friends were celebrating his son's birthday. "Are those Gun-hoo's friends?" CT stepped forward to answer. "Yes, sir, we are celebrating Gun-hoo's birthday. Did you guys bring the cake?" "Sorry, I didn't prepare anything." "Don't say that, sir. It's all about having fun, right, Gun-hoo? We had a lot of fun together." Under CT's threatening gaze, Gun-hoo lowered his head. A weak voice rang out with a feigned expression of enjoyment. "Yes, Dad, don't worry too much." This ironic situation was unbearable for Hyuse. What is this disgusting party? Why are they doing this? Gun-hoo's father was relieved to hear his son say that. That's fortunate. It's so lucky for Gun-hoo to have such good friends by his side. "I really thank you all very much." Jody pretended to be friendly by taking his hand. "You're too kind, Sir. Gun-hoo and I are childhood friends. Of course we have to care for each other." Then, he took out a few high-denomination bills and said, "This isn't much, but take it and buy something delicious to eat together." "No, we can't accept this." Hyuse wondered. Are they here to let this father see the fake happiness on his son's face? Jody continued his act. "And this money is hard-earned money. You work so hard for it, sir. Last time I saw at school, running a gym must be very hard work." As he spoke, he glanced at the human punching bag placed opposite them. "No, to let you guys see my embarrassing side." Jin-hyuk whispered in Gun-hoo's ear. "Let me ask you something. If I pay 10,000 won, can I hit your dad too?" He clenched his fists. Such cruel and ruthless tactics. Meanwhile, Jody told the father, Well, take our leave now, sir." They were enjoying the victim's reaction, watching them like lab rats trapped in a cage. After the two left, Gun-hoo was alone on the rooftop. At the same time, Hyuse approached him. He gently asked if Gun-hoo was really okay. Hyuse expressed sympathy and told his story. "Today, I was passing by the alley near the school when they grabbed me and brought me here." Gun-hoo wearily told him, "You should transfer schools. That's the only way to save yourself from Jody, because if he gets a hold of your weakness, then you'll have to obey and listen to him unconditionally. It will never stop and you'll never escape." Hyuse spoke seriously. "What weakness did they find in you?" "Family." Gun-hoo replied. He unconsciously spoke about his family situation. "My mother is in the hospital owned by Jody's father. He knows that my family is struggling to pay the hospital bills. So he told his father to help us. We only need to pay for the surgery and the hospital stay is free. And then before I knew it, me being bullied became something I had to do for my mother." Hyuse interrupted. "So you obeyed him?" He told his own story from the past. "I was like you for a long time before, but then I thought I couldn't just endure this forever. It's like if you keep eating a potato non-stop, the one who ends up choking is you." Gun-hoo was captivated by Hyuse's words. He softly asked, "What do you mean? I don't understand." He replied cryptically, "I mean, I'll buy you a carbonated drink to help with digestion, because I have a lot of money." Back at his apartment, Hyuse wearily put his student disguise back on. His mind was still preoccupied with what he had said to Gun-hoo. "Although I told him that, what can I do? Heron appeared beside him. What's wrong? What's troubling you? It's just this mission. He only then realized that someone was standing behind him and screamed, what the? When did you enter my room? Heron's eyes became teasing. What? We're living together now. Aren't we partner? Don't keep it bottled up. Tell me what's wrong. Who's your partner? He grabbed his backpack and continued with his mission. I already have a headache, so please don't cause me any more trouble. She pouted, looking at how he disguised himself. The target this time seemed to be a student. There were many ways to eliminate the target, such as knives, guns, poison, sniping, pistols. It sounded cruel. Hayusi immediately refused. It's not assassination like you think. I know what to do. So suddenly his phone rang. A message came from Chinhuk. He demanded that Hayusi come to the vacant lot after school, which made him feel extremely annoyed. What? This kid, isn't he the one I threw the ashtray at? Wait, according to the rules, I can hit this kid, can't I? Just wait, kid. Hayusi left the house after his mood improved. Heron was surprised. Are you going to school already? Eat a little before you go. I finished cooking everything. Once again receiving Hayusi's coldness. I'm not eating. Just one spoonful is fine. This time, he didn't bother to reply and just left. What's with him? Is he going through puberty? Along the deserted road, Chinhuk was back to his bullying habits this time. He grabbed a female student's hand, making her feel disgusted. Let go of my hand. All right then, tell me your phone number first. Faced with this girl's uncooperative attitude, he started to get angry. Do you think he'll ask you for money? I said I don't like it. Why are you resisting me? So frustrating. Why is everyone so stubborn lately? Chinhuk intended to slap the female student. The frightened girl could only cover her face with her hands. At this moment, a can of soda unexpectedly flew towards them. It aimed accurately and hit the bully's arm. Looking at the can with a hole in it on the ground, he turned to question, who? At the same time, Hayusi slowly approached. He kept his innocent expression and said, this isn't my fault. Chinhuk grimaced. You really dare to come here? You've messed with me too much since yesterday. Tired of living, aren't you? He then ran full speed towards Hayusi. Hayusi just lightly rotated his heel, then lowered himself and punched Chinhuk in the middle of his chest, causing a clear pain. He choked and coughed a few times, seeing him sprawled on the ground. Hayusi said with satisfaction, all right, I'll give you the right to choose. Beaten until you faint and then hospitalized, or listen to me choose. Chinhuk had a different look at him. This guy, is he really the loser from yesterday? Hayusi continued to threaten, if you find it hard to choose, just hit me first and then decide. This time he was truly frightened. His legs buckled in front of Hayusi. I'll listen to you, I'll listen to you, tell me, I'll do anything. The first step was successful. He threw him a wad of cash and said, it's nothing special. Take this money to a place I designate and keep secret what happened here. Chinhuk's face went blank. That's all right. One more thing. Just act arrogant like you always do. Be natural like your true self, understand? I understand. After all, my opponent is only a high school student. After giving instructions, he asked Chinhuk about the others, where they were and what they were doing. He learned they usually met at a fixed location around this time. If everything goes according to plan, Hayusi told him to lead the way. This problem will be as easy to solve as chewing a piece of gum. The scene changed to Chidi. He still maintained his arrogance and asked Gunhu to hit him in the face. Your turn, hit Gunhu until Chidi himself directly orders me. That kid wasn't wrong. Gunhu still kept a blank expression like a soulless person. Remembering the past, Gunhu had instructed him, Chidi will definitely order you. If he tells you to hit me, it's best to obey. It'll be fine. The best thing to do right now is Hayusi did hit him, but he hit him playfully, making even the person being hit feel confused. Hey, what are you doing? I can't hit him. Gunhu quietly asked, what are you doing? Hit him properly. However, the most surprised person was probably Chinhuk. His jaw dropped in astonishment. That guy is a good fighter. Chidi, feeling helpless, turned to Chinhuk. I think you should give him some training. He jumped in. Surprise me? Yeah, you love hitting losers. Chinhuk's head started to spin as he remembered what had happened earlier. No. That. I can't say anything. Brushing like that might be even more powerful and scary. Chidi was enraged. He glared at Chinhuk. I told you to hit him, so hit him. Are you looking down on me now? Left with no choice, Chinhuk was forced to obey Chidi. He raised his trembling fist towards Hayusi. Why does this guy have to pretend to be a loser? I can't understand what he's thinking. Is he sick? Or is he crazy? When he looked up at Hayusi, Hayusi mouthed the words "do as I said," followed by a tantalizing smile driven to a corner. Chinhuk took a gamble and punched Hayusi straight in the face. I hit him? Hayusi also tried to play his part. He stammered, "That's too much. It's not supposed to be like this." He held his swollen cheek and complained, "Didn't we agree that if I gave you money instead of Chidi, you wouldn't hit me, not even once?" This was beyond Chinhuk's expectations, leaving him confused for a while. Hayusi continued to shout. "That bastard went back on his word. He told me himself that, Chidi, you're nothing special, and told me not to worry because he had my back. You're a liar. Give me my money back." Chinhuk panicked and quickly pushed Hayusi away. "What nonsense are you talking about? Why are you making things up? You told me to transfer this money." Without letting him say more, Hayusi quickly pulled out the money he had given him from his pocket. Money flew in the air, stunning Chidi. "Even Ji-cha you couldn't move," Chidi growled. "Money? You really took the money? Were you planning to keep it all for yourself? Is everything that guy said true or just half of it?" Chinhuk started to panic. "No, it's not like that." Chidi immediately stepped in front of him. "Do I look like someone who can be easily fooled?" The outcome for this guy was a brutal beating, his eyes and nose intertwined, making him difficult to recognize. The culprit for this was none other than the arrogant Chidi. He wiped the blood from his face and warned, "This is why beggars are useless." "Lost my appetite," Chidi told Ji-cha to quickly clean up and leave. "Take that money and eat." Ji-cha looked at his friend hesitantly, then he looked at Hayusi and questioned, "Do you have a lot of money?" Still pretending to be noble, seeing him busily collecting the money on the floor, he called out, "Hey, did you really give him this money? A rough estimate, it's over 3 million won. You said that if he protected you, you would pay him that amount, right?" A crazy thought popped up. He said, "Transfer it to me. I'm much better than him. I'm sure I can beat that bastard Chidi." Having achieved his goal, Hayusi took another stack of money. "Really? Alright, I'll give you this much up front." "Upfront? If you can do it, I'll give you another 500. "What? Really? Instead, can you help me with one more thing?" In the end, everything was settled smoothly. It's going to be exciting because the game is just beginning. Gunhu and Hayusi sat on a bench near the park. Gunhu opened a can of soda. He took a sip. Gunhu sighed. He turned to look at Hayusi and said, "So?" Gunhu asked, "What did you put in here?" He turned to look at him with the can of Coke. Hayusi hesitated for a moment. He said, "Money for your mother's surgery?" Gunhu was confused when he saw a wad of cash in his hand. He said shyly, "This I find it a bit strange." He worriedly said, "Although I don't know how you got so much money. But I and you just met yesterday and you gave me this money. Why?" Hayusi's face lit up, and he said excitedly, "Because I have a lot of money. I'm born with a silver spoon in my mouth." You can think of it that way. Meanwhile, you just sold a gold bar. Gunhu looked at him blankly, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Is that really the reason?" He replied, "Not really. There's another reason, but I can't tell you now. However, the reason I gave it to you is really simple." Hayusi continued, "Because I feel proud. It's commendable that you've endured all that by yourself for such a long time." Gunhu was stunned by the praise. He took a sip of water and continued, "I want you to understand, there aren't only bad people in this world." He turned his head and fell silent for a while. Hayusi looked down sadly and continued, "Take your mother to a better hospital for surgery. That's my sincere advice." Gunhu hesitated for a moment. His tears fell as he listened to Hayusi's encouraging words. He continued, "Tell me everything that happened to you." "I'll listen." Gunhu hesitated for a long time before speaking. Before. He held a can of soda and a bag of gold. 2 days later at the Soli Cafe, inside the training room, where many medals were displayed and there were boxing gloves. Jichayu opened the door and walked. And he looked at his phone and muttered to himself, "Who the hell does this bastard think he is? Calling me so casually? Damn it, I'm only coming because of the money on the phone." Hayusi had messaged him, "I have a favor to ask. Namdonga District, Gon 2, Dong Street, 290X. Can you come to the gym?" Jichayu replied, "Here." "Where are you?" Suddenly there was a noise. He looked up. Hayusi poked his head out, cheerfully saying, "Oh, you're here." Jichayu said, "Why did you call me here? Just say it." Hayusi cheerfully replied, "Actually, it's nothing special." He put his hand in his pocket and said, "Let's spar. If you win, I'll give you 500 on the spot." Jichayu looked interested and said, "Wow, that's a surprise. What you need me to do is fight you. And if I win, you'll give me money?" Hayusi replied, "That's right, but I'm not your opponent." He continued, "It's that friend over there." Behind him, another person appeared, hiding behind a punching bag. He said in surprise, "Is that Choi Gunhu?" Jichayu suddenly burst out laughing. "Damn it. So it's the punching bag. Huh?" He walked towards Gunhu, a look of amusement on his face. "I've been calling you so many times. I thought you were hiding in some corner because you were scared. Turns out you're here learning boxing with this loser." He looked at the frightened boy and laughed. "Hey, dog. The more I look at you, the more I want to tease you." Jichayu said seriously, "I don't know where you get that pathetic confidence from, but I don't care. It's stupid not to do it if there's money involved." He said excitedly, "So now I can punch your face as much as I want. Huh? This is going to be fun." With that said, Jichayu and Gunhu stepped into the ring, both ready. Seeing Gunhu's anxiety, Hayusi said, "Don't be nervous." Gunhu looked at him and stammered, "Are you sure it'll be okay?" He replied, "It's okay, it's okay." Jichayu tilted his head, looking at Gunhu and laughing inwardly, thinking, "You're probably scared shitless, aren't you, dog?" He grinned, thinking, "I heard your dad used to work at a gym, but wasn't he just there to get beaten up by others?" The bell rang. Hayusi shouted, "Begin." Jichayu quickly lunged at Gunhu. He raised his hand, ready to punch him, his face angry. "I'm gonna break your nose." His fist was about to hit him in the face. Jichayu suddenly thought in surprise. Huh? He thought he dodged. He calmly avoided his attack. Jichayu angrily hit him and cursed, "You dog." He continued to attack him, but he dodged everything with ease. He panted, looking at Gunhu, thinking, this guy. He worriedly thought he dodged everything. Hayusi watched them fight, thinking, with that expression he must be confused. He sighed helplessly and thought, that kid must be wondering how Gunhu could change so drastically in just a few days. Hayusi thought, he doesn't know, it's just that Gunhu was originally very strong. He recalled, no matter how much he got hit, his body could endure it all. Hayusi thought, because his dad was a boxing trainer. He remembered, plus, those torn punching bags on the rooftop back then. Hayusi thought to himself, let you know that he affirmed in his mind he was just holding back and enduring all this time. He thought, but now, the chains that bound him have been removed by me. He continued to think, one is money, the other a few days ago. When Gunhu said, actually, before I used my fist on the streets. He continued, I only did it to save people, but his blood-stained hand was trembling. Gunhu fearfully thought, I didn't expect my fist could kill that person. Since then, I've been afraid. His hand trembled as he clenched the can. After that day, I was afraid to raise my fist too. Hayusi said, if that caused you psychological trauma, let me treat it. What do you think? Gunhu looked at him blankly, wondering, how? Hayusi put on a cap. He revealed a scary face and said, Rookie. Gunhu asked him blankly, huh? He replied, from now on, you are only allowed to respond to the instructor with vicious actions. Hayusi thought, military-style mental reform. He yelled, what are you going to do with such weak thoughts? Does that make you proud? Are you messing with me right now? All you did was protect the people. If something similar happens in the future, are you going to stand there and say, I'm too scared so I don't care about you? Huh? So I'm going to fix your weak mind. Gunhu looked at him in stunned surprise. Hayusi thought, brainwashing plus hellish training. He stood up, put his hands on his hips and shouted, fear only exists temporarily within you. Once you complete this entire process, you will overcome your own fear and become a completely new person. Gunhu fell to the ground and screamed, huh? He yelled again. Weak. Gunhu's ears bled from Hayusi's harsh scolding, causing him to lie motionless. The chains within Gunhu were gradually breaking. Hayusi thought, weak things like fear. He continued to think, I will cleanse it from your head. Hayusi thought, from now on, you are no longer chained. Back in the present, Gunhu's eyes lit up, veins bulging. He punched Jichayu in the face. His face became distorted, Blood gushing from his nose, Ji Chayu collapsed onto the floor. He groaned in pain, my nose. Gunhu stammered, I really? He clutched his chest, tears streaming down his face. I really wanted to box again. Gunhu looked at Hayusi and said, thank you. Suddenly a voice rang out. Holy shit, it was Chite, he smirked contemptuously. I also felt something strange about that Munda bastard, so I tried following him. He glared at the two of them. You guys seem to be having a lot of fun. Gunhu looked at him and said, sang Chite. He walked towards him. It's been a while since I'd been here. Still looks as messy as ever. Huh? Chite chuckled. You've overcome your trauma? Interesting. He lowered his head, feigning sadness. Although I don't know where you got the money. I heard your mother was transferred to another hospital for surgery, right? So I don't have a punching bag to play with anymore. Too bad. Chite raised his head, a scary smile spreading across his face. But that's okay. Instead, I can pay 10,000 to your dad. Before he could finish, Gunhu interrupted him, sang Chite. Gunhu raised his gloved hand. Shut up, put on your gloves, and step in here, you bastard. Chite hesitated for a moment, then a look of amusement appeared on his face. What? He said angrily, let's end it here, the matter between me and your bastard family. He pondered, we were once friends. He stepped into the ring, putting on his gloves. Gunhu thought, friends connected by suffering. At the boxing gym, he remembered meeting Chite as a child during a hot summer. Gunhu recounted. And rivals with the same dream. However, I don't know since when our relationship wasn't the same anymore. The way he looked at me gradually changed. After a while of fighting, Chite yelled. He angrily threw his cap and gloves on the floor. Damn it, don't go easy on me. Do you think I'm that weak? Gunhu said in surprise. Chite, no, it's not like that. I didn't look down on you. He asked, no? You think I'm stupid enough not to realize you're just messing around? Even now you, Chite said angrily. You're still looking at me with contempt. He paused and thought, then asked why. He left his gloves on the floor. Gunhu thought, in the end he stopped boxing. Chite fought to the point of injuring others. Gunhu thought and started down a path of wickedness. Chiyu said smugly, heh, as expected of someone who boxes. Jinhyuk smirked and said, no one in our school can beat you. Suddenly, Chiyu turned and asked, hey, that dog also boxes, right? Jinhyuk asked blankly, who? Chiyu replied, the guy whose dad manages the gym. His name is Choi something. Chiyu wondered. Choi Gunhook? Chite froze upon hearing the name. Jinhyuk asked, but I heard he stopped boxing or something. Chiyu wondered. Huh? Why? Jinhyuk replied, it seems like it was because of the incident he caused. Jinhyuk recounted, that guy stopped a robbery, but he went too far and killed the guy. I heard his mom collapsed after hearing her son killed someone, and the gym closed down too. Gunhu thought, when I heard that news I realized something. Chiyu said excitedly, let's try it. Chite froze, stunned. Gunhu continued to think, he would only be happy if I collapsed. Chite turned around with a joyful expression. That guy is really unfortunate. Huh? Gunhu thought, and then, he looked for ways to bring me down, mercilessly back in the present. As the bell for the match rang, Chite immediately attacked Gunhu. Chite yelled furiously. Once a beggar, always a beggar. Gunhu calmly defended against his attacks. His eyes were thoughtful. As if recalling something, he and Chite met at the park. Gunhu asked, long time no see, why did you suddenly ask me out? He replied, I heard you're having a hard time these days. Chite continued, your mom is in my dad's hospital, so we'll talk to my dad and help. You, the hospital bills will be taken care of. Gunhu stammered in surprise. Is that true? He replied, yeah. Chite continued, but in return, from now on he grinned wickedly. You have to become my toy. As long as you obey my orders, your mother's hospital bills will be waived. Easy, right? Gunhu asked back in surprise, what did you say? Chite put on a mask. I called you out today just for a simple test. From now on, if you defy me, don't even think about the hospital bills. He continued, think carefully. Chite turned and left. He went to Gunhu's father and handed him some money. He bowed gratefully to Chite. Chita's expression was a mixture of amusement and contempt. Gunhu saw this and said in shock, Dad? He recounted, seeing my dad stand still and let himself be hit, everything around me went dark. Gunhu continued to think, saying it was to save my mother, So I chose to be a cowardly son is just an excuse. He thought, and when my dad looked at me, he happily came up to me and said, "Gunhu, is that you?" His father continued, "I thought you looked familiar from afar. I was standing here trying to figure out if it was my Gunhu. And it really is you." His father chuckled. Gunhu was still reeling from the earlier incident. His father cheerfully asked, "Are you here to play? Why that stunned look?" He patted Gunhu's shoulder a few times. "Don't worry about me. Look, a normal person's punch doesn't hurt me at all." Gunhu clenched his fists, guilt written across his face as he looked at his father. His father held up the money. "Let's go eat," Gunhu recounted. "You paid my dad in exchange for his suffering." Gunhu thought, "Money? You paid me to turn me into a pathetic wretch back in the present." He was still defending against Chita's attacks. Gunhu was punched in the face. He thought that his face was injured, but he looked at Chite impassively. From now on, it won't happen again. Chite angrily landed a blow, but he dodged it. Gunhu thought, because I won't endure it anymore. He took a running start and jumped. He thought Gunhu punched Chite in the chest, causing him to grimace in pain. He thought, well, move forward. Chite couldn't withstand the punch and coughed. He slumped over, fear and worry evident on his face. Gunhu's face darkened with rage. He raised a hand. "Get up," he thought. "I'll return it all to you." Chite got up and cursed angrily. "You dog!" He rushed at him. "Die." Before he could finish, Gunhu punched him in the face. Gunhu thought, "You should experience these things too." He punched him in the face, distorting his features. Chite knelt down, dazed from the blow. Gunhu said, "Get up," he said impassively. "I won't hit your face." Chite stood up, touching his face. "Damn, you've gotten a lot stronger." "Huh?" Gunhu replied, "The time I've spent on this is different from yours." Chita's eyes were bloodshot with rage. "Damn it, that arrogant look of yours is what I hate the most." He laughed and took off his gloves. "This won't do." His face was impassive as he picked up a dagger. "I have to make you quick boxing." Gunhu said in surprise. "You?" Chite grinned, wickedly scared. "Now that you see me with a knife?" Gunhu replied, "It's not that." Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. Hayusi walked up to him and said warningly, "You've crossed the line." Kid Chite flinched. He swung the knife behind him in fear, stammering curses. "What the?" Hayusi easily dodged it. Chite gasped when he saw that the knife was no longer in his hand. "Huh?" Hayusi chuckled, examining the knife in his hand. "That's dangerous," Chite said in shock. "What? How?" He yelled, "Give me back my knife, you loser." Hayusi removed his fake tooth. "Sorry," but he grinned menacingly. "I'm not a loser," Chite stammered. "Who are you?" "Get out of here," I said. "Get out." Hayusi stepped towards him, a terrifying smile on his face. "Hey, I want to fight too," Chite screamed in terror. After being beaten, his handsome face was swollen and disfigured. He cried, stammering, "Stop. I surrender." Hayusi adjusted his tie and looked at him. "What if I don't want to? I can't stand you anymore." Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. "Mission failed. Random penalty will be given shortly." Hayusi thought dejectedly. "Even though I know I'll receive a dangerous penalty for failing, this might be a good opportunity." Gunhu stared at him blankly, hesitated, and then asked, "Who are you really?" Hayusi looked at him and thought, "Oh right, there's also the matter of me pretending to be weak." He stammered, "Well, about that." Gunhu asked, "Were you also an athlete?" He said worriedly, "No wonder. I felt something strange from the beginning. It didn't make sense for someone with your build to endure humiliation." "That's cool." As expected, an athlete wouldn't put up with ordinary people. Hayusi froze, flustered. "Right, you not only have a good eye, but you're also very knowledgeable." He thought I'll just let him think that. Gunhu lowered his head, a melancholic look on his face. "Anyway, thank you very much. It's all thanks to you." He continued, "I don't know what I should do to repay you for this." Hayusi jumped down from the ring. "All right, I received a lot of help back then, so I just want to help others now. But if that you," he turned around and smiled, "then succeed. That's how you can repay me." Hayusi thought money brings its own value to people, becomes the power to persuade someone, is also an opportunity for someone to live a new life. Money is a commodity that meets all kinds of human needs. So there will also be many types of people who will do anything for money, including dangerous ones. The system displayed, "Your penalty." Hayusi thought, "Become a target for hunters." The system announced, "The hunt will begin soon." The scene changed to a large apartment building. After completing the mission, Hayusi returned to his cozy home. He was now enjoying a plate of premium beef. The meat was so delicious it stunned him. The room service in the apartment was always the best. Having a lot of money was really great. He was so excited now, even though he didn't go to the company, his salary still kept pouring in. Living without having to worry, eating whatever he wanted. Hayusi exclaimed in delight, "This is the life. Now I just need to earn another 10 billion kwon and then retire, it would be perfect." If I retire suddenly, Hayusi realized something was wrong. Immediately, a dart was thrown from outside. But fortunately, he reacted quickly and blocked it. The dart embedded itself in the floor. This situation left Hayusi stunned. A few seconds later, a sweet voice rang out, "Yes, that's the look. It was Heron. I love how lively it looks. Now you see the benefits of training, don't you?" But Hayusi was still confused. "You call trying to assassinate me training? So, are you done training? Why do you try to kill me every day?" Heron replied calmly, "Of course it's to become the greatest assassin in the world." Her actions left him perplexed. "Who are you to me to decide that on your own?" Hayusi sighed. "Forget it, you can say whatever you want." Just then, Heron asked, "Oh right, did the mission go well?" He seemed reluctant to answer the question. Seeing that, she said excitedly, "Don't tell me you failed? See, I told you to let me help, but you didn't listen. You probably received the information about the penalty, right?" Heron even came to tease him. "Hey, tell me, what's the penalty? It'll definitely help," she said. But before she could finish, Hayusi stuffed a piece of beef into her mouth. Then he asked, "What do you know about the hunters?" This question made Heron extremely excited. Chewing the said, "I know," so she quickly chewed the meat in her mouth. A few seconds later, she finished. However, now Heron's expression became serious. "They're called human hunters. If you kill other players during missions or regular games, you'll receive a penalty. However, when the mission is hunting, it's okay. That is, even if they kill players, they won't be penalized. If they kill the designated target player, they don't receive a cash reward. But in addition to the physical reward, they can also take all the money in the virtual account of the target they killed." They are human hunters who only carry out such hunting missions. That made Hayusi quite surprised. "Are those people special players?" Heron admitted, maybe not." He then asked, "What's the difference between regular players and special players?" "Well, the equipment is different and they are a bit stronger than regular players. I don't know exactly, and even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. It's more fun for you to find out yourself." Suddenly, she reminded him, "But there's one thing I'll definitely tell you." At the same time, Heron leaned closer to Hayusi and said, "That is, if you're careless, you could really die. Because this game gathers all kinds of crazy people you've probably never met before, so try to stay strong, partner." After saying that, Heron quickly left. "Who's your partner?" "I'm going out." Before leaving, she didn't forget to turn back and sneer, "I also have things to do." Hayusi said absent-mindedly, "You always say what you want and then leave like that." Yet Heron still arrogantly said, "Lose your guard and you're dead." At this moment, the system also sent a mission. "3 hunters are tracking you. First, you should move away from here." Scene changed to a parking garage. How to avoid being chased by hunters. Here, a supercar suddenly started up. Inside was a familiar face. Hayusi himself. Simple, just get in the car and drive. He drove while enjoying the music. "It's been a while since I went to the beach, let's go." Before he could go far, a strange object suddenly flew in and destroyed his car window. This situation left Hayusi stunned. A moment later, a man approached the car window. With a fierce expression, he said, "Found you." He was known as the human hunter, Beard. Hearing that, Hayusi wondered, "Found me? You're in trouble now. Who told you to touch my car?" Immediately, he got out of the car with indignation. "This guy, nobody taught you to knock first?" But Hayusi didn't know that a rope suddenly flew in from somewhere. He frantically grabbed the rope and pulled. In that moment, Hayusi was pulled forward. Caused a very loud noise. He continued to pull the rope back, but at this moment, he seemed to notice something strange. Surprisingly, Hayusi was able to calmly stand up after that blow. "You want to kill me that badly? So you're ready to die, right?" Beard said triumphantly. "You put your hand in the middle of the rope." Delicious prey. However, Hayusi reminded him, "Hey, but we haven't even introduced ourselves, and you're already attacking?" He didn't seem to care much about the suggestion. No need for words with prey. Hearing that, Hayusi was quite taken aback. Oh, really? So can I ask you something? How many people have you killed? He replied excitedly, hunters don't count the number of animals they've caught. This answer made him quite annoyed. That's harsh. The animal you're talking about is you. As soon as he finished speaking, Hayusi rushed towards him. Beard immediately got into an attacking stance. A moment later, he quickly threw the rope towards Hayusi. However, he easily dodged it. Now Hayusi revealed a smug expression. His speed partly startled Beard into a daze. So with just one move, Hayusi knocked him straight to the ground. Hayusi's strength was truly extraordinary. He said, you should also try being hunted. Even now, he still seemed extremely arrogant. Seeing him laugh, he wondered, what's so funny? A moment later, he laughed loudly and said, prey usually don't know they're being hunted. Just after those words, a tranquilizer dart shot into Hayusi's neck. Now you understand? From the left side of the garage, a hooded figure suddenly appeared because of the drug. His body gradually weakened. The figure said, that dart is poisoned. It will paralyze you. In just a few seconds, the poison will seep in and spread throughout your body. The poisoned person will die while still conscious. Hayusi asked, the poison spreads throughout the body? Despite that, he calmly pulled out the dart. This poison doesn't work on me. I've been stabbed with a poison stronger than this. Maybe that's why this body has become stronger. The hunter, Hoodie, couldn't understand. What did you just say? But now, he started to become uneasy. Hayusi pulled out a pair of blue gloves from his bag. Prey usually don't know they're being hunted, right? I'm ready to let you know my way of hunting. Beard, seeing the situation now, looked panicked. Damn it. If he hits, I'm dead for sure. Luckily, I dodged it quickly. Otherwise, I'd be done for. Beard regained his vigilance and quickly got up in an instant. But if I get hit, it'll just be numb. But my mind will still be alert, right? His mood was now extremely worried and he's smiling? What is this guy? A moment later, Beard said, no different from a wild beast. Whatever come on. Hayusi seemed very excited and smiled brightly. Then he rushed towards him at terrifying speed. Unfortunately, he dodged his attack. He quickly used the rope to wrap around Hayusi's legs. At that moment, he grabbed the rope and ran in the opposite direction. The rope was stretched to its limit. Now he thought he had won. All right, one of humanity's weaknesses is they are bipedal animals. If they lose their center of gravity, they lose their ability to defend themselves. Next, I just need to hunt slowly and leisurely. Contrary to that thought, Hayusi suddenly flew in from somewhere with strong legs and calmly stepped on his face before he could react. In his mind, he thought he was pulled like that and he still has the strength to jump. Beard's body seemed to have no strength left. Hayusi's aura made him afraid. At this moment, he stood calmly and looked down. Suddenly, countless poison darts flew in from somewhere. Almost all of them hit him. So Hoodie, standing to the side, secretly rejoiced. If the anesthetic doesn't work, then I just have to stick all these poisons into him. It'll make you experience all kinds of poisons. Hey, hold him tight. Beard, hearing that, immediately grabbed the rope tightly. Don't worry, there's no escape. The ending may be clumsy, but if we can't kill him, everything will be meaningless. My role is just to restrict his movement with this rope. As soon as Hoodie fired the poison needles and hit the target, it'll immediately tie him up. That's right, that's our way of hunting. Just like a spider spraying poison and then spinning silk to catch prey, our hunting method has only one main purpose: to completely paralyze the opponent's body and make them slowly give up their life. Absolutely no escape. However, a voice came from Hayusi. That's annoying. You can't even do something as simple as aiming correctly. The current situation stunned both hunters. Clearly, Hayusi said excitedly. Looking at the way you guys combine, I knew immediately. My eyes, from the beginning until now, have never left you. Hoodie, he could stand behind an attack, but everything was seen through by Hayusi. Beard said in surprise, you mean you predicted what would happen? Exactly. I'm living with an assassin. Things like this are too familiar. Oh, but it looks like you're immune to poison, huh? Then try dodging this. Immediately, Hayusi threw all the darts towards him. Beard hastily dodged them decisively. Now Beard thought to himself, I have to shorten the rope. Before he could follow the plan, he froze when he saw Hayusi fly towards him and deliver a powerful kick to his face. He was knocked backward. Suddenly, the rope fell out of Beard's backpack. He quickly grabbed it and immediately ran in the opposite direction. Wrong, I'll catch the remaining hoodie too, I'll use the rope well. Seeing that it was no longer safe, he hurriedly fled from here. But it seemed useless against the rope being swung towards him, so he was also immediately subdued. Hayusi quickly pulled him towards himself. Hoodie panicked and screamed loudly. In this moment, he raised his fist. With the power of the gloves, Hayusi unleashed a thunderous punch into Hoodie's body. The blow was so strong that he even had a nosebleed. So Hoodie was knocked dozens of meters away. Hayusi didn't seem to let him go easily. He slowly walked towards him. He sneered, "How does it feel to be prey? Are you nervous?" Suddenly, Beard stood up from behind and asked, "Who are you?" Hayusi said, "Now, I'm the only one who has the right to ask questions. There's still one more. Where is he now?" Beard said arrogantly, "I advise you to be careful with that last hunter of the two of us. He's the most ruthless and cruel. You're strong, but to him, you're just like grass. Compared to him, we're just small-time hunters." The threat from him still didn't make him feel the slightest bit scared. "So you're self-aware of your own strength, huh?" And so he personally defeated Beard. Hayusi stood proudly and thought to himself, "His words make me eager to meet him. Very much looking forward to it anyway. They know my location and provide it to the hunters. So even if I run away, they'll find me. Maybe I should welcome guests in a more suitable place than this." Scene changed to an abandoned construction site in the city at this time. Hayusi was still sitting and waiting. "It's been an hour since I waited for him here. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of person he is. What weapons hell use, how hell fight. He must be interesting." However, the man who appeared before True Hayusi made him confused. A little while later, that person also arrived because that man was True Hayusi's childhood friend. A sudden flood of memories. One night during a fire, we were both test subjects in that building. We promised to survive together until the day we were released. But that event changed everything, and the last survivor after that event was only me after all. Only Hayusi escaped that fire. He was startled. He was clearly dead. "How is this possible?" A moment later he asked, "Do you know me?" Hayusi admitted, "How can I forget that scar? Taekwon? It's me, Kim." True Hayusi. Ignoring the reminder, he immediately took a gun out of his pocket and pointed it directly at Hayusi. "I don't know you." This made him very anxious and speechless. So a loud noise erupted from the warehouse. But Hayusi wasn't dead. He had managed to hide behind a barrel, breathing a sigh of relief. Then he calmed down and thought, "I almost became Rose Duck. Why did he suddenly shoot? This guy is already using a gun, but now that I mention it, the bullets and their destructive power, I'm sure what he's using aren't real bullets. Could it be that the game master limited the use of real bullets? That's a relief, but even if I got hit by just one shot, it could still cause fatal damage. Like in a real battle, I have to be more careful." Then Hayusi offered to negotiate. "You have amnesia, right? Let's talk for a bit." In his heart, there was still one reason he wanted to know: why Taekwon joined this game. His offer surprised Taekwon. Hayusi really wanted to clarify this, telling himself, "No matter how, I have to find out. Because I owe you my life and an apology." Hayusi's voice echoed somewhere. Memories of being a test subject came flooding back. Hayusi suddenly woke up because someone called him. It was Taekwon. He hurriedly asked, "Are you awake? You made it through this time. Thank goodness." Past troubles began to surround Hayusi when you were still a test subject. Those inhumane people used specialized equipment to decipher stress in order to come up with different solutions. This is why Hayusi and others suffered many tragedies, being tormented day after day within four narrow walls. The accumulating pressure caused you, for many objective reasons, to fall into addiction to the drugs from them along with the others. Taekwon said, "Let's live to the end together. Once this experiment is over, we'll be free to go back to our real lives." Those words were like a flame passing through the torch of Hayusi's fading hope, igniting it once more. After hearing those words, Hayusi held on to hope. He wanted to live, but the experiment became increasingly harsh. Dozens of us, due to the side effects of the drugs, our bodies gradually deformed, and when we could no longer endure it, we died. Taekwon, although exhausted, still optimistically said, "There are only two of us left in this room now, right? This is the final stage of the experiment. You and I, let's endure it a little longer, okay?" Hayusi felt like passing out, but then he asked, If you get out of here, what do you plan to do? Taekwon didn't hesitate to answer immediately. Me? I want to hear the sound of the waves again. Although I don't clearly remember where my mother abandoned me, I still remember the sound of the waves. It's always vivid in my mind. What about you? Hayusi also replied, I'll become a billionaire. I'll make a lot of money to become rich. Happiness is built like that. No more worries about being hungry. If I'm sick, I can get treated immediately. I won't need to be sad anymore. And no matter where my mother is, I'll find her. Taekwon paused for a moment, then smiled and said, right? So if we survive and get out, let's become billionaires together. And one day we'll go to the beach together again. Okay? Both held on to hope for a brighter future. Suddenly, Hayusi asked, wait, the sound of the waves, how can you hear it? Taekwon immediately replied, you've never been to the beach, right? So we'll show you. Close your eyes and listen. The sound of the waves. Do you hear it? The sound of the waves crashing on the shore. Hayusi seemed to be immersed in those sounds. He silently recalled, I closed my eyes and imagined it. The sound of the waves, it's similar to the sound of our final notification. Suddenly, outside, gasoline cans were poured everywhere. That trash is about to burn all the experimental subjects. And only keep the sample data. The lighter was also thrown to the ground without a shred of. The leader said, have a nice day. Failed experiments. Desperate cries for help. Hayusi couldn't believe his eyes. He stammered in bewilderment. What's happening? Why? They said after the experiment. At that very moment, Taekwon woke him up. Get a grip, Hayusi. Then he broke off a piece of the wooden plank. He said hurriedly, get out of here first. Eve removed some wooden planks to create a dog hole. Crawl through it. It's a bit small, so it'll save time if you go first. Without hesitation, he crawled through. He also urged Taekwon to quickly crawl out with him. But he just smiled and replied, just go. Because there wasn't much time, I could only remove that much. I won't fit. I'm so glad that at least you can get out. Absolutely don't get caught again. You must live well. Hayusi couldn't have expected this. Desperately screaming, Taekwon, no. But even in this life or death moment, he calmly advised, go quickly. You mustn't let my kindness go to waste. You must survive and get out of here. Once you're out, live a free life for me too. Hayusi silently blamed himself. You gave me hope and fulfilled that hope by sacrificing your life. I left you there, running away alone to survive. Back to the present, he said, I don't know how you survived that situation. But I'm so lucky you're still alive. I couldn't do anything then. But I never stopped thinking about you. I always wondered what your situation would be like being stuck there alone. However, Taekwon didn't seem to remember anything. He said, what have you been talking about? Despite that, he continued, so the priority now is to regain your memory. In your current state, even if I apologize or thank you, it won't mean anything to do that. The only way is to subdue first. I'm sorry. The warehouse suddenly became strangely quiet. Suddenly, something flew out of the barrel very quickly. Taekwon immediately fired a shot, but it was just a briefcase meant as a distraction. He immediately went on high alert. 3 daggers flew straight towards him. However, he managed to block them in time. Hayusi moved with extreme speed, rushing straight towards Taekwon. He pointed his gun at him. A bang rang out. Fortunately, he managed to push the gun towards the sky in time. Hayusi said, I really didn't want us to meet again like this at all. He thought to himself, perhaps our fates were predetermined to become killing weapons. From the moment we stepped into that hellish door, electricity sparked from Hayusi's hands. He said, I'm sorry, but for now just go to sleep. A powerful surge of electricity coursed through Taekwon. Taekwon froze for a few seconds. Surprisingly, he was unaffected by the attack. He was also stunned. It didn't work. Taekwon raised his fist. He punched Hayusi directly in the face. However, he smiled and said, then there's no other way. One of us has to go down first. He snatched the gun from Taekwon's hand. Then he retaliated with a punch in return for the previous blow. The gun flew several meters away. Taekwon was a bit surprised. So you've had training? Hayusi replied, you're no different from me. Aren't you a mercenary? But he uttered some very harsh words. Why do you say you know me? I don't know a jerk like you. He went crazy and said, what? I'm this handsome and you call me a jerk? Then Taekwon added, right, if I knew you I should remember. Because among the people I know, there's no one as ugly as you. Hayusi couldn't stand it anymore. He gave a monstrous smile and said, "The immediate task is to adjust your memory frequency antenna first. Then I'll apologize later if you've identified the target. I'll carry out the mission. To be able to live Eve given up on finding the past that Eve forgotten. I never envisioned the future I wanted, that's right. Every day for me is just about living and how to survive. But who are you, kid? How do you know my name? The name I don't even remember clearly. Why do you say you know me? Who the hell are you?" Thousands of questions filled Taekwon's mind. The sounds of fighting continued to echo, both exchanged blows fiercely. Hayusi put all his strength into his punch. He unleashed an extremely powerful blow, causing Taekwon to be pushed back. He said in the past, they used the excuse of testing the physical abilities of experimental subjects with special bodies. We had to fight each other, have you forgotten? He replied, "I don't remember anything." Hayusi said, "So if I fight you like we did before, you'll probably remember something, right?" But Taekwon still coldly said, "I think you'll die before you make me remember." However, he didn't back down. "We'll have to see about that." As soon as he finished speaking, Taekwon immediately rushed to attack. The speed of his attacks was so fast that he felt overwhelmed. He thought to himself, so fast, and he's agile too. Neither of them was inferior in skill. He twirled the knife. Then he thrust it forward as if to deliver a finishing blow. He managed to block the tip of the knife right in front of his face. Then he stepped back to create some distance. Taekwon suddenly froze. Hayusi held out his hand and said in an extremely irritating tone, "This hand that hasn't been chopped off yet, this weapon is better than I expected." Then he continuously retaliated. Taekwon blocked the attacks while thinking, his fighting style isn't mindless. If that doesn't work, he'll try something else. He quickly tumbled to the side. He placed his hand on the ground and delivered a kick straight to his face, catching him off guard. This move also surprised Hayusi. Taekwon was smug after landing the kick. Suddenly he vanished in a mere instant. The blade was at his face. Blood trickled down, but he managed to grab Taekwon's weapon. He smiled confidently and said, "Gotcha." Seeing the blazing look in Hayusi's eyes made him a little worried. An extremely powerful punch was thrown, causing Taekwon to cry out in pain and drop his weapon. He said, "As expected, those blazing eyes. You have the exact same physique as me, don't you? Now I believe you and I are connected. But my present is already miserable enough. So I don't want to care about the past." He thought to himself, even if I knew the past, nothing would change. For a hunting dog, emotions are unnecessary. He sighed. He looked up at the orange pager, then continued, "Just like what I'd been doing up until now, my only goal is elimination." Hayusi said the you I knew before was more resilient than anyone, someone who would hold on to hope even in despair. He replied, "I clearly said it already, I don't care." Then he punched him directly in the face. He silently looked at his friend. He thought to himself, "Alright, I don't have the right to advise or say anything to you anyway, because since that day, your life or death, the time you've gone through, I don't know anything about it." Then he returned the punch. The two continued to exchange blows. Hayusi continued thinking, "But even so, I must repay the debt I owe you. At least if this place is hell, it'll go down and drag you back. If you're living in despair, then this time let me bring you hope." Hayusi said, "Because you were in the same lab as me. We underwent the same experiments, but it was like water off a duck's back." Taekwon still didn't remember anything and replied, "I don't remember anything. It seems like you don't know anything about my current information. According to you, we are experimental subjects who underwent the same experiments. So maybe we were created from the beginning to participate in this game." Hearing that, he froze. "What?" He continued, "Whatever the case, you've been chosen as the next target I need to eliminate. So?" Suddenly the orange pager announced, "All missions you are currently undertaking at this location have been cancelled. Please disperse from the area." Repeat, "Please disperse from the area." A bag of something was dropped, causing a cloud of smoke. He didn't understand what was happening and exclaimed, "Why was the mission suddenly cancelled?" Taekwon on the other side also didn't understand. "What's going on? Did the game master intervene? Then we have no reason to fight anymore." Then he turned and walked away, despite Hayusi still calling out, "Wait, I'm not done yet." All the previous images were recorded by the orange pager. Someone was still intently watching. He said smugly, "So, is that enough to excite you? I've adjusted a few things to my liking, so don't try anything. If you let that kid know, he might hate you even more. Now you just have to play by my rules, right?" P099? The terrorist addressed him directly by his code. Hayusi thought to himself, that voice, the one who designed the hellish laboratory, could be the manager of this game. He was scheming in his mind, "Keep your suspicions to yourself so it can burn even brighter because that's what I want to see." In the bathroom, the water carried a trail of blood to the end of the room. Hayusi thought to himself, "I only live looking towards the future. As for the past, I just want to completely erase it." He looked at himself in the mirror. With a back full of scars, he hoped those dark days would be a thing of the past. He began searching his memories for a place somewhere in the forest. In front of a small house, a fire was blazing. A moment later, a young boy woke up and realized everything was just a dream. He sat up and tried to recall what had just happened. "After escaping the lab, I walked until my body was exhausted and I collapsed unconscious. When I woke up, I found myself in an old house on some mountain. And the person who found me brought me back and treated my wounds was a very strange man. At this moment, a man appeared and softly said, 'Awake already? I'm the one who saved you, so from now on you'll follow and obey me. Understand?' Remembering that day, Hayusi thought that was the first fateful encounter in my life. As soon as my body recovered, he taught me how to hunt. Gradually, as I got a little older, he began to impart his knowledge and experience to me. Although I couldn't fully understand the meaning of his words, there's one sentence I always kept close to. My heart, there are countless things in this world that cause us suffering. If you don't want to get caught up in those things, you have to become strong." I found those words to be very true, just like that. 1 year, then 2 years, 3 years. Days turned into months, spring into winter, they passed by one after another. Then suddenly one day, he suddenly disappeared. Another person appeared before Hayusi, making him extremely suspicious. The person said, "That nasty old geezer is already gone." "Huh?" "The last message I received was him asking me to take care of you in his stead." This man, codenamed 709, was part of the special forces. A captain named Kim Chiente. He continued, "That old friend also wanted to send you to my school, so I could help you live a normal life." Returning to his train of thought, the protagonist thought, "Honestly, I was shocked when he left me, but at that time, I suppressed my emotions and focused entirely on my own goal." At that time, Hayusi replied, "Compared to a normal life, now I want to become stronger." Chiente, after hearing this, silently exclaimed in his heart, "I know why he entrusted this kid to me." Next, he tried to reason with Hayusi. "First, I'll teach you so you can meet the school's entrance. Requirements follow me now." Looking back, the main character thought, fate brought another connection to me. 3 years after I graduated from the course, I enlisted as a Special Forces soldier there. I proved my abilities and became the youngest and shortest member allowed to join Unit 709. Simply put, I've been trained in the Special Forces since the moment I escaped the lab. That's why I became complacent. I gradually buried and forgot the past. But now I need to regain that old feeling, so I'm no longer helplessly watching. If we have a chance to meet again, I'll start by gathering information, then slowly start talking to him, talking more calmly. I will definitely find it. Suddenly, the system asked P099, "How do you feel about meeting your old friend again?" "Congratulations on your touching reunion," Hayusi protested. "This whole thing was arranged by you. What do you want from me?" The system replied, "It's simple. I want you to obey my orders and enjoy this game. If you make me happy, you'll receive a lot of benefits or information you need from the game. Just keep your mouth shut and play by the rules. You'll gain more than you lose. Oh, and one more thing, I advise you not to do anything stupid like trying to find out about me secretly through government agencies or private companies. Because you can't fool me. Let me flex a little. I'm a top 10 black hat hacker in the world. If I want, I can know, manipulate, and even control all the information in the world as I please. You can consider me a blessing god existing in modern society." Hearing these words, Hayusi thought to himself, it seems like bringing Taekwon back will be very difficult. I'll wait until opportunity smiles upon me, and if I want to catch this crazy game master, I definitely have to be crazier than him. Immediately after, he smiled sinisterly and said, agreed. So tell me, what do you want me to do first? The system replied, as expected, your decisiveness makes me very happy. You're with another special player, right? Then go with that girl. Is that okay? The main character asked quietly. The system said for now, yes, you can take her on as many missions as you like. However, before it could finish, Sudan suddenly appeared out of nowhere. You survived and came back? At this moment, the system chimed in. I've also come up with an interesting game. The girl, who was extremely cheerful, said, that sure can thief. Suddenly, her expression changed as if realizing something was wrong. She quickly apologized. Sorry. Suddenly, Hayusi ran like crazy towards her, startling her. What are you doing? Wait, why are you barging in here? I know, I won't talk about you taking the shuriken anymore. Hayusi suddenly grabbed Sudan's hand. He made a proposal. Team up with me. Form a team, the girl quickly replied. Form a team? You want me and you to form a team to play the game? I've talked to you about this many times already. Alright, this is fine, however I have one condition. A condition? The young man wondered. The girl continued, when we're on the same team. No matter what I do, you have to absolutely trust me. That's my condition. That evening, at meeting point A, the team. Hayusi started, we still don't know what the game will be, do we? But are you really okay with playing with me? Sudan continued, I did it because it benefits me too. Now where this is a cheating device. She gave the other person a bracelet. Very quickly, the bus appeared. The girl reminded, the bus is here. The bus pulled up in front of them. Inside, the driver, wearing a mysterious mask, urged, please get on board. Choose a seat downstairs. Once you're settled, put on the mask. Hayusi quickly boarded the bus. He put on the mask as instructed. Sudan did the same, confirming everything was done. Someone on the bus announced, now, I wish you all a good night's sleep until we reach our destination. A fragrant aroma suddenly filled the air. It enveloped the entire bus. Then, the bus started moving. A moment later, the person in charge announced loudly, all players, please remove your masks. The game will begin shortly. From Hayusi's perspective, he thought, after removing the mask, the first thing I see is an enclosed space with a lot of people. And the game began. The man announced, the survival game will now begin. This is a team-based game. Your team assignments were determined at each stop earlier. However, there's one thing to keep in mind. To succeed, you must keep your team affiliation a secret. He continued, this game is expected to last about 10 days. During that time, I thank everyone. At this point, Hayusi had guessed part of it. This was a trap. Its purpose was clear, to sever the close relationships between players. The person in charge continued, you might have to betray each other to survive. Enjoy being betrayed, and may those who intend to betray not feel guilty. All your weapons and belongings have been confiscated. Game equipment and uniforms for participants are ready. But before we start, I'll briefly explain the rules. Please listen carefully. The game will last 10 days, consisting of 10 rounds, each lasting about 12 hours. The rules are simple. Survive for 12 hours to receive the assets set by the organizers each day. How to receive rewards? Please look at the screen. It says, first, maintain your team. If your team remains intact for 12 hours, each member will receive 100 million. Second, betray once a day, meaning leaving another member's team. The betrayed person loses 100 million. The betrayer receives 200 million. Third, accusation. If you fail, you lose 200 million. If you correctly guess a member of another team, individual A receives 300 million. And teams C and D lose 100 million each and are disbanded. This announcement caused a stir. Betray each other for 200 million. And the betrayed loses 100 million. The person in charge continued. Here are the basic rules. 1. Personal assets don't matter in this game. 2. No quitting mid-game. 3. Teammates can share their earnings. Hearing this, Hayusi thought, so to get through this mess, you need to trust your teammates. Avoid communication, endure, betray teammates, and eliminate other teams. The man continued explaining the rules. Those who want to betray, accuse, or join a new team can do so inside the 4 black boxes we've set up. Enter only once a day, maximum 1 person at a time. Furthermore, all players must enter a black box once before the 12 hours are up. The contestants began to complain, so many rules, I can't remember them all, there's a high risk of betrayal. We just have to maintain our original team until the end, right? The person in charge said. Eve finished explaining the rules. When I open this door, the game begins. Survive and overcome our challenges for the next 10 days. He opened the door. Inside were bloodthirsty hounds drooling. After announcing, the first day's challenge is called Bare Fangs and Brandish Claws. Many hounds immediately ran out. People were still disoriented. Wait. The ferocious beasts aggressively charged towards a contestant. The young man cried out in pain, what are you doing standing there? Help me, quickly, the man angrily thought, that damn dog. Why attack my team first? I have to save him. Suddenly he realized, but wait, if I save him here. He looked back and struggled with his thoughts. They'll know we're on the same team, won't they? Scene change. The man pressed the accusation button. Thinking of the 300 million reward, he gave a sinister smile. The system announced, please select the target you want to accuse. Life is like this. No one will help you if it doesn't benefit them. No one, because even if you're in pain, it's only your problem. Witnessing this, Hayusi exclaimed indignantly, no matter what, human life is paramount. You bastards! He rushed forward, kicking the rabid dog away. Successfully saving the person from before. He told the girl, help him up and move back. Now the main character was facing the bloodthirsty hounds. The battle had truly begun. One by one, they lunged forward, only to be brutally beaten by the young man, leaving them howling in pain. Hayusi rebuked, where did you come from? Biting people indiscriminately in the midst of the fight, the hounds suddenly stopped. Hearing the whistle blow, they quickly returned to the previous room. The person in charge announced, the first day's challenge is over. See you all in 12 hours. He slammed the door shut. The clock showed 11:54 p.m. This meant the game had only been going on for 5 minutes. But the players had already lost trust and were suspicious of each other. The challenge seemed to have ended with a whistle, but it hadn't. It was just changing form and had begun again. Inside the room, the man approached an old man huddled in a corner. He grabbed the old man's collar. He shouted, everyone, gather round. While the contestants were confused, what's going on? He continued the game in an extreme way. Whoever's on this old man's team, come protect him. If you don't volunteer, he'll beat you until one of you confesses. Also, from now on, whoever enters the box before me will be the next to die. As soon as he finished speaking, the man with glasses advised, hey, wait. You shouldn't approach the game that way. It's too dangerous. Looking at how the game just went, I guess the more people participate, the higher our chances of survival. This is a game that requires trust, limit accusations and betrayals. And just protect your team to the end. Everyone's already forming factions. That's a move that will lead us to death. Maintaining the team only gets each person 100 million, but that's better than. Before he could finish his sentence, a fist appeared before his face. He was knocked off balance and fell. The thug said, 100 million isn't enough, understand? Fighting is a given in games, got it, idiot? Well, if you want it that way, then prepare to get eliminated first. Suddenly, another voice rang out. Hey, I have a question. Who are you? A man asked. Hayusi said angrily, why didn't you go in with the dogs just now? They've all been released now. The young man put on a fierce expression and asked, are you not scared anymore? He stepped towards the main character and was about to reprimand him. Hey buddy. Without letting him say anything more, Hayusi delivered a thunderous punch. Then he remarked, bad dog. After the attack, the thug collapsed as if his soul had left his body. Witnessing this, everyone exclaimed in amazement. He knocked him unconscious with one punch. That's the guy who fought the hounds. Going against him is suicide. Currently, P099 had become the center of attention due to his overwhelming punch. This significantly deterred the use of force among the players. But human greed is bottomless. In places you can't see, you can't stop it. 11 hours and 30 minutes had passed since the game began. The participants were now divided into several categories. Those protecting their teammates out of fear, those seeking new members, those who successfully betrayed and accused, those monitoring accused targets, and among them, P009 was betrayed. Seeing the notification, "A teammate has betrayed you," Hayusi felt a mix of emotions. No way, why? I avoided her so we wouldn't be discovered, and no one paid attention or did anything. Besides, before the game started she clearly told me to just trust her. What is she planning? Hayusi felt an invisible hand squeezing his heart. This is truly unpredictable. I don't know if the money in this survival game affects the gameplay, but losing 100 million like this is too risky. Haran said, "I did it because it benefits me too." Is that what she meant? You have to live with me. What about that? We're living together now. And that too, were those words all a trick to trap me? Looking at Haran now, she seems sinister. In her heart, she must be gloating. Hayusi couldn't help but get angry, thinking she's laughing. No, I shouldn't jump to conclusions. A small mistake can lead to a big one. Maybe this is just part of the plan. Yes, maybe she's figured out how to win this game. But is that really the case? The growing doubt in Hayusi's heart made him uneasy. Why do I feel like she's deliberately provoking me? Isn't she? What's going on? About 10 minutes left. Now almost everyone had entered the box, and the game area had become chaotic, filled with constant curses. "Why did you betray me? Spit it out." And there were those who couldn't believe they had been betrayed. "No, it's not true. Tell me it's not true. It's not. Please say something." They went crazy searching for the traitor. Who the hell accused me? Thus, the final 10 minutes ended in chaos. The masked figure entered and announced, "The first day has ended. All players, please move to the waiting room." Indeed, the first day's game was over. Anyway, besides continuing to play, there was no way to escape. He thought he could rest, but what they faced behind that door. The participants were horrified. What? This place, it's a prison. Another person entered, unable to contain their discomfort. You call this a waiting room? After all the players were inside, the masked figure spoke. I'll explain the rest period. You'll stay here for 10 days until the game ends. This is where you can attend to your physiological needs and sleep after the game outside ends. You'll return here and wait for 12 hours. During that time, violence is prohibited. Also, if you want food and drinks, you can buy them here. As soon as he finished, the crowd erupted by "Wait, what's going on? 20 million for a survival meal and 10 million for water? Are you kidding me? What's the point of this? What are you trying to do? Those who were betrayed and didn't receive any money will starve to death." Questions were constantly being asked, but the masked figure remained silent, ignoring the desperate crowd. 12 hours without food or water. What do we do now? Even Hayusi was surprised. Assets in this game are directly related to survival here. Enduring 1 day is fine, but if I don't drink water for 3 days, it's a big problem. And if I don't eat, my ability to cope with the challenges will decrease rapidly. Furthermore, those betrayed by their teammates will have nothing to eat until tomorrow to earn 100 million. Just thinking about it sent chills down Hayusi's spine. This game is quite dangerous. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, look over there. That black box is here too. Does that mean it's the same here as outside?" The masked figure quickly explained, "The black box here has no entry limit. Individual players form your teams to prepare for tomorrow. To survive, you must trust someone." Therefore, the participants who wanted to form teams gathered near the box, while the other players began to observe their actions. Individual players took turns talking to avoid confusion. They formed teams by repeatedly entering and exiting the black box about 10 times. When submitting a team application using the button inside the box, you can maintain secrecy, as the other party may accept to team up with you after checking. P099 chose the participant with the lowest risk of betraying him. From the team registration list at this time, Haran was waiting outside, her eyes following every development scene change. Day 2 of the survival game. An announcement rang out. The matches on the second and third days will be held at this location. And the rules remain the same: challenge, labor, Today, all players must expend at least 2,000 calories. Calorie consumption is measured automatically in real time through the device. Players who fail to meet the requirement will face a separate penalty. After the masked figure explained the rules, participant asked, "But we don't have anything to eat or drink." The group of people in the same situation started cursing and shouting intensely. 6 hours passed. The players burned calories in various ways. Some exercised until their bodies were like walking corpses, their mouths whispering, so thirsty. Suddenly, a player offered a bottle of water and a piece of bread. He shouted, "Everyone's hungry and thirsty, right? This is the food and water I bought yesterday. If you accept my offer, they'll give you food and drink." As you all know, during the waiting period, we can't accuse or betray each other. Meaning during these 12 hours, there's no way for anyone to earn money. Suppose no team betrays and there's no information to accuse another team. You'll have to starve for another day and face the third day's challenge with an empty stomach and parched throat. I know everyone's reached their limit. Is it feasible? Compared to dying here, accepting my offer allows you to live and play more games, right? Immediately, a miserable player cried out, "Help me. I'm so thirsty. I'm dying." Then another pleaded, "Me too. Help me too." Suddenly, he smiled sinisterly. "Alright, then you two, come with me." My offer is his plan was simple. Convince individuals who had reached their limits to form a group at the appointed time and provide them with water and food. During the challenge, he would accuse and eliminate both of them at once. He thought, spend 60 million kwan and earn back 300 million kwan. What a bargain if I convince them and buy them food again with that 300 million kwan. He chuckled gleefully. They'll have no choice but to accept my offer to survive. Time passed, the second day ended, and the third day began. At this point, P099 truly was just a withered corpse. His mouth kept whispering, so thirsty Hayusi thought, "This is strange. I believed that old man would never betray me." But the truth was, P099 had been betrayed on the second day by his new group, the bald old man with melancholic eyes. But Hayusi felt fortunate. Even during self-control training, they at least gave me water. I wonder if he'll die of dehydration like this. Suddenly, someone handed him a bottle of water. Hayusi looked up. Bewildered, "You, it was Heron, are you stupid? Having good fighting skills doesn't mean you can survive in this game. You're too soft." Have you heard the saying, "Don't judge a book by its cover"? Sometimes people look harmless on the outside, but they can stab you in the back when you least expect it. Don't forget that the players here will do anything for money. The challenge announced afterward proved her point. The masked figure's voice announced Day 3 challenge, plunder. We'll provide you with 4 knives. With this knife, when you use it to kill another player, you can steal all their assets. The participants were shocked. What? On the other hand, those betrayed in the previous challenge were delighted with this new rule. They quickly rushed forward, and each chose a sharp knife. The rest were terrified, and immediately afterward, a bloody battle erupted. The players were now like wild beasts, frantically attacking each other. "How dare you betray me?" Their knives were now stained red with death. At this moment, a murderer approached Heron, sneering, "This game is easy. Huh?" He suddenly lunged, but Heron was ready. She quickly dodged and counterattacked forcefully. Her punch landed with a resounding smack. As he stumbled, he dropped his knife. Heron quickly grabbed his knife and teased, "No game is easy. Did you mean easy to die?" Scene change. A man was sobbing. He begged, "Please stop." In response, the person in front of him sneered, his voice full of contempt, "Why should I stop? I won't go to jail for killing someone here. Imagine yourself in my position, you'd do the same. You're starving because you have no money." Then, his voice suddenly turned chilling, "The money is right in front of me. Don't you like stabbing?" And then, he stabbed the man repeatedly, a desperate scream echoing in vain. Finally, the man collapsed, blood flowing profusely. "Now I've snatched this bastard's assets, haven't I? Every time I kill, it feels like scratching a lottery ticket." Next one, suddenly, something surprised him. "That girl, is she walking towards me?" Heron spoke up, her tone sarcastic. looking at him as if he was about to die from starvation. No other way to avoid getting dirty. Huh? Then he'll have to get dirty. Hearing that, his eyes quickly turned to his comrades, who had been defeated by Heron, lying scattered on the bloody puddle. He reacted immediately, his face both surprised and irritated. You want to dance with knives with me? Why don't you just go away? We both have knives, so there's no need to fight. Why are you doing such a fly-like thing? Heron immediately retorted, because I want to directly eliminate all the trash like you. This knife has no eyes, you might get hurt, he warned with a suggestive look. As soon as he finished speaking, Heron reacted as fast as lightning, her blade piercing through him accurately. The man was both surprised and coughed up blood. Even though he was standing still, blood spurted everywhere. Suddenly, he collapsed. Ayusi, who was witnessing from outside, couldn't help but shudder in horror. At that moment, another guy was holding a knife to a girl's neck. He cursed and threatened, "Don't come here, drop the knife." But it seemed Heron's rage had only just begun. She threw the knife, hitting him right in the eye, then shouted back in a cold voice, "What's with the hostage? I'm a cleaner, not a savior." At this moment, behind her, another person was hiding. He suddenly rushed out with a sinister smile. But that guy didn't expect Heron to have noticed him. He ran close to her and yelled. Unfortunately for him, Heron quickly punched him. The guy was hit with a fierce force. He was thrown far away and slammed hard against the wall. At this point, Ayusi stepped forward and teased, "Gotta clean up the trash to protect the environment, right?" "Alright, I agree with you, but only to a certain extent." Heron was overjoyed to hear that. The other players there started to murmur, "Those people, what the hell are they? Those two, were they a team from the beginning? Just two of them took down all those knife-wielding people?" The knives had been collected in one place by the two of them. After that, Ayusi stepped forward, challenging them, "Anyone else want to dance with knives? If so, come on up." The masked man, witnessing from afar, could only stand silently, not daring to move. Above, there were also camera surveillance devices. The countdown timer ran out. The two of us became notable figures among the players. Currently, there are a total of 9 dead and 21 alive. After the break time in the dungeon ended, the game began again. The challenges didn't stop but kept increasing in difficulty. Everyone had to overcome these seemingly endless tests that pushed their limits. Day 4, Challenge the Furnace. Players had to endure 4 hours inside a 40-degree room. Day 5, Russian Roulette among 6 players, prioritized by arrival order. 1 person dies, 5 survive, and the remaining each receive 400 million kwang. This place was gradually becoming a true hell on earth. To live, everyone had to struggle to survive. Furthermore, there were still people who offered to provide survival food to others, taking advantage of them and putting them in debt. The monetary disparity between them grew wider and wider. In the end, to survive, many had to shoulder a huge debt, sometimes even more than their initial debt. Most of them could no longer maintain their composure. Those people were approaching their limits, and their reason was gradually eroded by their own instincts. A new challenge began. Day 6, Challenge Witch Hunt. The masked man announced, "At this time, the contestant with the most assets will be chosen as the witch. In the event of successfully hunting and eliminating the witch, you will pass the challenge and all players will receive 500 million each." The participants were astonished. "What? I will announce the witch's identity now. It's none other than Heron." The masked man immediately ordered, "Go hunt the witch. If you kill the witch, everyone can survive." Hearing this, the panicked players thought it's the girl from day 3. Turns out she robbed a lot of money from the people she killed. Since there are no weapons now, it should be easy to take her down. It's worth it to sacrifice one person so that others can live. Another man excitedly replied, "That's right. She earned a lot of money, but she just watched us starve to death, which is no different from leaving us to die slowly. Kill her, kill that venomous snake, yes. Kill her," a voice roared, ordering. The challenge had begun. Heron, on the contrary, showed no fear but was extremely amused. "Look, I said there's a lot of trash here, so whether you starve to death or not has nothing to do with me. I absolutely will not treat trash like humans. Since you guys started at first, don't blame me if you die. But they only cared about Heron's money, 500 million. The situation was extremely urgent. She thought to herself, everyone has lost their minds. It's a bit dangerous without weapons, but the money-hungry guys started planning, even if she's fast, so what? We just need to rush in all at once, and she'll definitely fall. They'll count to 3 and we'll rush in together. 1, 2. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Stop, don't you dare touch her, that girl is mine. As he spoke, Hayusa's stomach suddenly growled loudly, which surprised Heron as well. The hungry stomach continued to growl. He angrily cursed. Enough. I said you guys can't touch her. Understand? I'm so hungry, so pissed off, just come at me. All of you. At this point, the other players realized, oh right, there's that guy too. He helped her, he doesn't look too dangerous, does he? Suddenly, another guy shouted, does that matter now? Will starving to death or going bankrupt make everyone better off? Let's finish them off right now. For them, this game was a big fish swallowing small fish. To survive, they had to follow the crowd, trample on others to have a way to live. But the opponent they faced, their enemy, was a reckless guy. Suddenly, Hayusi spoke to them. Do I have to get physical for you to wake up? I'm starving to death and you guys are still messing with me. Die. After saying that, Hayusi slapped him. His ultimate move, braised pork knuckle. Yes, whoever gets hit by him the first time will be enlightened. He was truly a crazy game wrecker, no matter what kind it was. The remaining players trembled in fear. Wait, don't come here. But Hayusi wouldn't let them go easily. Sweet and sour pork. He yelled and threw his fist at him. He unleashed a series of blows on the money-hungry people in front of him. After that, Hayusi spoke up. I like bad guys because they're simple, just hit them. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Catch that bitch. At this time, Heron was surrounded. Despite that, she maintained a frightening calmness. She retaliated by hitting his groin, making him scream in pain. Another person, taking advantage of the opportunity, tried to attack from behind, threatening, just die obediently. But Heron turned around in time. She delivered an uppercut from her lower jaw to her upper jaw. But it didn't affect him at all, so he cursed. Suddenly, Heron stopped. She brought her fingernail close to his eye, making the players panic. Crazy eye by finger. Heron retorted, because I'm a woman and I don't have any weapons? You think you can take me down easily? Instead of trying to fight me barehanded, maybe you should all just die. It would be better if you want your body to be disfigured. Come on. Meanwhile, Hayusi could only chuckle, so savage. I was worried for nothing. The players there got angry and scolded. Hey, just catch that woman and you'll get 500 million. Are you giving up that easily? Then he yelled, kill her. Seeing that, Heron sneered at them. Kill me? And in just a moment, Heron had dealt with all those money grubbers. Assassin and ordinary people, the class is inherently different, and including this bastard. Just one punch, I'm already hungry, and I have to exercise. I'm starving to death. The 6-day challenge, witch hunt, ended, and the players who participated in this witch hunt failed. The penalty was a deduction of 500 million. They couldn't believe their ears and shouted angrily, what? That? Impossible, are you kidding me? The masked man said, winning has rewards, losing has consequences. Isn't that natural? Please learn to accept the results. That's the price you have to pay for your own desires. After the 6 days game ended. The games on days 7, 8, and 9 went by without any obstacles. No one could know the exact reason. Were they conducting these to examine the players' limits? Or did they have other intentions? However, the games still focused more on forming new teams, betrayal, and accusations. Heron, she also started making accusations, as if she knew which team everyone here belonged to. The teams of players with bad behavior were selected and reported. When I asked how she could know exactly who belonged to which team, she replied, an assassin won't miss even the smallest human reactions. However, Hayusi didn't understand it. Heron continued to explain, based on the range of action that each individual moved in during dangerous situations. Within that range, I constantly observed the eyes and small changes in each person's facial expressions. including things like sweaty palms, body tension, and changes in the way they communicate. Those who haven't been trained can't control those signs when trapped in a near-death situation. I analyzed all the information I gathered, while conversing and using leading questions. Hayusi vaguely realized, if that's the case, wouldn't it be enough to just gather my team and accuse others? Why did you betray me from the beginning? Suddenly, Heron hesitated that. Then she asked, have you ever taken a brain test? As I expected, you failed in that area, but Hayusi wondered, failed? Heron chuckled and said, how should I put it? It's just that you don't know those factors, but if you learn from me, it's not like there's no answer. Hayusi laughed, alright. Anyway, thanks to you, I survived this game. Thank you? Heron was quite surprised. The game isn't over yet. I might betray you again in the end. Will you still be grateful to me then? But Hayusi just smiled and said, it's okay. Because I trust you trust me? That we'll see. The last day of the survival game. Congratulations to everyone for surviving to the 10th day of this survival game. Now I will announce the challenge for the 10th day. This final challenge must be passed to escape this place. It is to accept forgiveness for acts of betrayal. From now on, we will give the betrayed players the right to forgive those who have betrayed them. After the challenge rules were announced, a shocked player asked, wait, what if the person I want to forgive is already dead? Of course, you can't grant forgiveness then. No one can forgive the dead, then what should we do? The masked man calmly replied, players who cannot grant forgiveness will stay here and continue playing the second stage of the survival game. Hearing this, they were filled with terror. Don't talk nonsense like that, leave, I must get out of here. It only takes about 10 seconds to shake hands. Suddenly, he turned around, then he approached a woman. She panicked and screamed, what are you doing? Get off me, traitor, he angrily cursed, stay still. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The bullet went through his head. The woman screamed in fear. And the rule of this final day was actually that forgiveness is up to the victim. So if they violate the principle, they must die. One player said, you guys orchestrated the betrayals and now you're playing it this way. Were you playing with us from the very beginning? The despicable performance of humanity began to unfold. She knelt down and begged, honey, please forgive me just this once. Please, I did it because I was so desperate and scared. You know, I participated in this game because I needed money for surgery. If I stay here any longer, I'll die, the man suddenly demanded. 500 million, give me 500 million, and I'll forgive you. I think it's necessary to compensate for the emotional damage, and also so that I'm ready to shake hands with you. How about that? Live honestly. To be honest, from the beginning when you decided to do that, you didn't feel guilty. Now you're kneeling and begging for forgiveness, just to get out of this place. Now, even if you die, it has nothing to do with me. Betrayal is the end of a relationship, even just once. One day it will definitely lead to destruction. Witnessing the scene of the money-hungry people starting to pretend to beg, Heron turned to Hayusi and asked, what do you think? I don't know, is life more important than money to you? Or is the person organizing all these games the trashiest of the trash? What a coincidence, I'm thinking the exact same thing. Suddenly, Hayusi reached out and said, so join me. Let's clean up the trash. What are you planning to do? Of course, you have to find it in the trash before you can clean it up. Will that be alright? We have to get closer. After saying that, Heron suddenly pulled Hayusi along. Help me out later, partner. Her voice was clearly bright, but Heron's eyes looked tinged with sadness. After the final challenge ended, meaning the 10th day's game also concluded, the players who couldn't grant forgiveness were dragged somewhere. Right after they were taken away, the emergency exit opened. The participants were finally free, but among all the participants in the group, only one group survived and could maintain their initial trust. The 10 days of confinement ended like that. Now at a large building, the boy held a spoon, tremblingly scooped a spoonful of rice and meat, then quickly put it in his mouth. He slowly chewed the food in his mouth, then made an extremely joyful and happy expression at the delicious food. He muttered to himself, this is the real food of the past 10 days. So he kept scooping food into his mouth, his face clearly showing excitement and delight as he exclaimed, I can't believe it's so delicious. Suddenly he froze when he saw the person in front of him. The girl sitting opposite him was moved to tears by the delicious food, eating while constantly exclaiming, "Dumb me." Her exaggerated expression made him laugh and ask, "You think so too?" She replied loudly, "It's really delicious, how can it be so good?" He looked at the spoonful of rice in front of him, his face beaming as he exclaimed, "This is meat." A moment later, the food on the table had been devoured by the two of them, leaving only empty bowls. The two of them ate their fill and sighed contentedly. The girl then teased, "I thought you were going to treat me to omakase at a restaurant, but you dragged me home to eat these ordinary dishes." He smiled and replied, "I wanted to eat the usual dishes. It's a way to remember familiar things." She wiped her mouth with a napkin and looked up asking, "But what are you going to do next? Do you have any plans?" He calmly replied, "Not yet. I'm thinking of taking a break from the game. I need to let my body recover, and I need to train and gather some more information before continuing." She asked, perplexed, "Is this information related to what you were saying earlier about searching for something?" He replied without hesitation, "Yes, to be precise, it's information about a person." She then asked, "So, it seems the person you're looking for is also one of the players?" She continued, "Tell me the person's characteristics later. He'll try to help you find them," he said with a blank expression. "Alright. You too, if you need any help, just tell me. He'll repay what I owe you." After finishing his words, he stood up and said goodbye to her. "Well then, I'll go back to my room. Someone has been constantly calling me." He then turned and returned to his room. She watched his retreating figure with a dangerous glint in her eyes, her expression difficult to describe. After returning to his room, he stood alone, staring into space and said, "Do I need to report back?" An electronic screen appeared and said, "There's no need to go anywhere else. I enjoyed watching the team match. It seems you two have come to trust each other quite a bit." He bluntly said, his face expressionless, "Get to the point." It exclaimed, "You're so cold." Then it continued, "The player you are looking for. Of course, you can try to find all his information in real time, but I can also guarantee that you will never find all of it." He said seriously, "Are you threatening me?" It immediately replied, "No, I just want to make a proposal." He asked, "A proposal?" It answered, "That's right, become a ranker of this game." It continued, "Every time you rise to a certain rank, I will provide you with a piece of information you want. You'll earn money and save your friend." "What a great deal," he questioned. "What about you? What do you get from this?" "You're trying to use me as a pawn in your game." It replied without hesitation, "Well, it's kind of like that. And let me tell you something. Rank isn't simply determined by the amount of money in your account. It also includes all assets like private homes or tangible property. When you encounter these players in the game, including the risk of being killed or bankrupt, your current rank is 89. There's still a long way to go, so try harder." He pondered for a long time after hearing this. "I still don't know exactly what your purpose and reason are for making me participate in this game, but my mind is made up. From the moment I saw him again, when I realized the connection between my past and this game, when I saw people's lives being treated like toys, the thought of earning some decent money and finishing it has long since disappeared." Thinking, he closed his eyes and agreed, "Alright." Then he looked directly at it and said resolutely, "I will do as you wish until the end." Hearing his answer, it immediately became cheerful and said, "I knew you would choose this. So, shall we start now?" As soon as it finished speaking, the screen in front of him blurred. Then a notification appeared. Hunt the ranker 2 days later. At a luxurious hotel in a luxury suite, a girl was singing. This is the stage of Hequan, a highly sought-after golden voice recently. The melody of the song resonated through her voice. "These sad nights. Am alone, does anyone know? Is this all there is now? Eve cried so much for you. I thought only I could love myself, I won't look back anymore." A bearded man laughed lewdly. He looked at the person singing on the phone and the girl in real life and cursed. "This bitch. Her singing is so terrible. Yet she's still confident enough to sing?" How the singing voice on the phone continued, "Now I want to be happy." The girl, her face haggard and drool dripping from her mouth, repeated, I want to be happy seeing this. The man laughed obscenely and said, "Hey, you're a professional." The other man excitedly replied, "Let me take a nice picture a drug scene." Then he raised his phone towards her and laughed loudly. "I'm taking it." On the phone screen, the girl's face was vacant, her mouth repeating, "I want to be happy." The JG planning director, sitting to the side, spoke up, "Let's wear her down until she dies." Another man lewdly suggested, "How about we strip her naked and take pictures?" The girl thought hazily, "Dizzy, what can I do now?" Thinking back, "I've been unhappy since I was a child. My father was in so much debt that he couldn't pay it back and committed suicide. My mother was always drunk. A child who doesn't receive love from their family is no different from an orphan. Because of my family situation, I became the target of this society. Countless scars are deeply etched into my heart. Even so, I could endure it all as long as I could sing. I could forget everything, having my dreams trampled on by my own mother, being ostracized by friends at school. Even when I struggled to make a living, I didn't collapse because my dream was so strong. It doesn't matter if I have other things or not. I just need it. If I can do it, I can smile. I only wish for that one thing. Is that too ambitious? Why do these people treat me like this? Why does this world treat me like this? Stealing my love and giving me nightmares instead of memories, and making my dream further and further away. Is everything just about money? I hate it. I don't want to lose my dream just because of money. Please, anyone, even just once, help me." Suddenly, the door to the room opened. The group of people, hearing the commotion, looked towards the door. It was Triacy. He entered carrying a plate of fruit, then politely asked, "Did you order the fruit platter?" The bearded man, seeing this, scolded, "Hey, don't you know how to observe?" The other man chimed in, "We didn't order anything." Get lost. One side of his glasses lit up. A notification appeared. Search for clues of the rancor. Drugs for the VIP room. Connection to JG dating company. The JG director, seeing him standing motionless, angrily yelled, "Hey, why aren't you getting out of here?" He politely asked again, "Did you really not order fruit?" The bearded man impatiently cursed, "This annoying." Not letting him finish, he dumped the entire fruit platter on his face, shouting, "You didn't order it? I know that." The fruit scattered across the floor. The man, beaten black and blue, lay sprawled on the floor, groaning in pain. A voice rang out, "So, where's my toy today? None? The JG director knelt on the ground, his face bruised, his expression fearful as he stammered, "I'm telling the truth. That crazy guy took her," he added, seeing his believing. He then raised his foot as if to step on the bearded man's face on the ground. Then he clicked his tongue. He then fiercely ordered, "I have to see that guy's face at least once. Go catch him, he seems to be a rancor too." Distinguishing feature, drug organization boss. Heron was chopping leeks. Then she stir-fried them with meat, humming stir-fried pork rice. Suddenly, she heard something and glanced over. Then she excitedly went to open the door. Before seeing the person, she said, "You're back? Today I cooked." Looking closely, Heron was stunned. Her bright smile froze. "How you see was carrying someone." She looked and thought, a girl, and a beautiful one at that. Heron raised her kitchen knife, her face frightening as she interrogated that girl. "Who is she?" Later, they laid the girl on the sofa in the house. After a while, she gradually woke up. They asked in unison, "Are you awake?" Then one of them went to get honey to make her a drink. She accepted it and said, "Thank you. Although I don't clearly remember what happened, but..." Thinking, "I know he is the person who saved me back then." She asked, "Are you a detective?" How you see replied, "Yes, I happened to help you while I was on a stakeout." Heron was speechless. What was she thinking to say that? Does he look that trustworthy? Back to 10 minutes ago, she was grabbing his collar and interrogating him. If she's not a player, then why did you bring her here? Moreover, isn't she a celebrity? He explained, "She was caught up in a criminal ring." She said, "Then you just need to take her to the police." He continued, "Because it's related to the rancor. If I take her to the police to plead her case, it would put her in more danger. First, let's reassure her I need to take the time and listen to her story. No matter what, I have to investigate and find clues. She asked, Clues? Are you trying to imitate a police investigation? He replied, that's a good idea. She was exasperated. What? And now, the girl said, so you're a detective. That's a relief, Heron thought in astonishment. She actually believed him? Look, I'm currently gathering clues about a guy I need to catch. If you're okay now, can you tell me about it? Hi Kwan, just tell me everything related to that criminal organization, the things they did to me. She was silent for a moment, then said, It all started with the slave contract I signed. On the surface, the JG chairman simply runs an entertainment company. But after joining, I learned he was connected to a criminal organization. However, by then I had no way to escape. They often recruit trainees and make them sign slave contracts. If they terminate the contract, they have to pay an exorbitant penalty. Because they threatened the families of the trainees for a long time, they didn't even dare to report it out of fear. I didn't know they were also drugging us. Hai Kwan sobbed because those bastards threatened me with, so now He took out 2 phones and reassured her, don't worry about that. I've collected all the phones at the scene. And I've deleted all the photos so you don't have to worry anymore. She asked in surprise why did you do that? He smiled, I have a way to catch them. Oh right. Can you open your phone and give it to me for a moment? I need to check something. She handed it to him without hesitation. Here. Hai U11 looked at it and said, It seems just as I suspected, they installed tracking software on your phone. She was startled. What? I had no idea. He said, the purpose was probably to prevent you from running away. Hao Ran asked, so, do you have any ideas on how to proceed, Inspector? He replied, I have a plan. Those guys probably think I don't know who they are, so I plan to use their own tactics against them, using the tracker to make it easier for them to pick me up. She said yes and thought, if you're an inspector, you should at least know how to manage your facial expressions. That evening at a small house, they managed to find their way there thanks to the tracker. The criminals, all carrying weapons, one of them said, that guy is acting like he's crazy. Taking that girl to a deserted place like this is no different from kidnapping. Is he doing this because he knows we won't report it to the police? Whatever, first make him suffer, and then bring him here. The others replied, yes, Director, and moved closer to the house. Then they kicked down the door and yelled, Hey, you son of a bitch, you think we couldn't track you down here? Suddenly they were surprised. Hayusi and Haekwan were sitting inside. They said, what the? That guy, he didn't even tie the girl up. He replied, because I'm not barbaric like you. I don't kidnap, tie up, or force anyone. They laughed. That attitude. You're way too confident. Where did you crawl out from? He said, that's none of your business, kid. But is your boss not coming? I have nothing to say to you guys anyway. They became agitated. What did you say? Targeting our boss? One of them realized that Bastard is a member of the rival B Corp organization, but the others didn't understand B Corp. What's B Corp? Do you want some butter? He scoffed. You're saying I don't understand anything. They'll make you all puke it all out. If it's butter, I prefer dipping. They said, is this bastard making puns with us? I almost got carried away too. That guy still doesn't understand the situation. Does he? Kill him. Then they all rushed forward. The director walked in and said, what are you going to do without a weapon? The next second, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Oh my, how you see single-handedly took down all the criminals with his bare hands. Seeing this, he started to feel fear. By this time, he had dealt with all of them and slowly approached him. The director panicked, his face turning pale with fear, and could only scream. He said, you should take a picture too. Lie down on the ground. He said, wait a minute. Why are you doing this to us? What do you want? How you see said, I have a lot of questions for you, but first, let's deal with your mistakes. The things you did to that girl. Apologize to her and fix it. He was surprised. What? Just for that girl? I raised that girl from the beginning, so I have the right to a share of her earnings. What's wrong with that? I'm the one who fulfilled her dream. She should be thanking me. Hey, open your mouth and speak. Bitch. Tell me, Haekwan fearfully thought. I said I'd do it because it's my problem. But why am I suddenly so scared? I can't say anything. He said, "Open your eyes." She was surprised. Hayusi handed her a baseball bat and said, "Hold this. You'll feel more confident. Just hit him to vent all your frustration." She thought, "At first, I thought he was a good person because he helped me achieve my dream. But it wasn't like that at all. It was all for money. I was just a tool for those people to make money. People, but without humanity. I don't want to be treated like this anymore. I won't endure it like a coward anymore." Seeing her take the bat and walk towards him, he panicked and said, "Hey, are you crazy? Are you gonna hit me with that?" "Wait, calm down." Haekwon ignored him and ran towards him. He panicked and tried to back away, but he slipped and fell to the ground. He screamed in pain. When he opened his eyes, he saw her standing right in front of him and raising the bat high. He screamed even louder. Then she swung down hard, but he dodged it. Haekwon's tears fell to the ground. She said, "You evil bastard. I am not a money-making tool." He stammered, "You dare to do that to me?" Hayusi stepped forward and said, "You did well. Leave the rest to me." He thought, now the gentle prelude is over. "Let's get serious then," he said. "Hey, erase your phone. Call your boss, tell him you've been caught." To scene change. In a room, Hayusi stood before Haekwon's former boss with a bat. The man was so terrified that his soul seemed to leave his body, unable to utter a word. Hayusi slammed the baseball bat on the floor, then hoisted it onto his shoulder. Seeing this, he trembled and said, "You said you wouldn't kidnap, tie me up, or hit me." Hayusi coldly replied, "It's fine." Then the lights gradually dimmed. He gave a creepy smile and growled, "You're not my type." Recalling the past, for him, money was everything. Everything could be bought with money, the power to stand above others. And even extreme pleasure, anything he wanted could be within his reach. So he would do anything for money, the lives of others. The feelings of others, what did they matter to him? Back to reality, Hayusi laughed loudly and hit the man on the head. Then he stroked the bat in his hand and said, "Since ancient times, the stick has been the best medicine for your kind." As soon as he finished speaking, Hayusi repeatedly hit the man all over his body with the bat, to the point where he had to exclaim, "Stop. Wait, I'll tell you everything. I'm about to die from your punches." Hayusi asked triumphantly, "Does it hurt?" "Can't stand being beaten." "So you finally thought about revealing information about the organization?" He obediently said, "Yes, I'll tell you everything. The organization's name is Big Bailu." Hayusi, hearing this, wondered, what are they planning? He hesitated and stammered, "They are a new drug cartel. They manufacture and sell drugs, and they're the strongest among the organizations operating in this field. All organizations that confronted and clashed with them were wiped out. After seizing control of this area, they began distributing a new type of drug. They lure anyone who can afford it, from inside clubs or VIP rooms." Hayusi propped the bloody bat against the floor and continued, "You're a central figure, yet you talk so carelessly. Do you want to die?" Then he asked, "So where is the factory that produces that drug?" He hesitated. That seeing him, Hayusi brought the bat up again, running his fingers along it as a clear sign of danger. Seeing the bat, he immediately cried out, "The glass factory. We work at an old glass-roofed house." Hayusi asked, "Where is that place?" He replied, I don't know. I've told you everything I know." Hayusi was still suspicious and threatened. "Really? You really don't know? Or should I make you remember?" Then he picked up the bat as if preparing for a serious fight. At a workshop in the basement of the house, a staff member was conducting research when he heard a knock on the door. He asked, "What is it?" A voice from outside the door said, "Big trouble." "There's big trouble?" he anxiously asked. "What? What happened?" At that moment, Hayusi walked in, arrogantly carrying his bat. "There's big trouble, indeed. I mean, you guys are in big trouble." "You're screwed," the staff member asked. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Hayusi replied, "Oh, you mean you want to ask where the guys upstairs are? Of course, I took them down, that's why I could come down here. Why ask such obvious questions?" He recognized Hayusi and asked, "Aren't you the kidnapper from the rumors?" He replied, "Exactly, I'm the one who kidnapped Director JG, the person who has a special relationship with you. I'm also the one who sent you the location information." The staff member thought in confusion. What the hell is going on? Now, most of the members of the organization. Before he could finish his thoughts, Hayusi continued. I bet you've prepared all the tools to deal with me when you arrive at the address I sent, right? The man, seemingly realizing he had been led by the nose, replied, This bastard. Could it be that from the beginning? Hayusi answered, Spot on the other side. A group of people arrived looking for the rumored kidnapper, each carrying tools ready for a life or death battle. But when they opened the door, they found no one. They were surprised. What? The kidnapper isn't here? In the room, only Director JG remained, covered in blood, tied tightly to a chair, so he could only moan a few words. Over here, Hayusi smirked and said, You came to rob an empty house. Seeing this, the man could only plead, Wait. But before he could finish his sentence, Hayusi gently stroked his cheek with the bat in his hand. Then the man collapsed unconscious. At the door, the men in black arrived. Hayusi looked out and said, I didn't expect this. You've all woken up already? Suddenly, the men simultaneously raised their hands to their mouths. It turned out that they had popped a newly developed drug. Just a few seconds later, their veins bulged, their eyes rolled back, and their pupils disappeared. Looking at them, Hayusi seemed to recognize it's the drug that guy was talking about. Then, he remembered the director had said that the drug, compared to regular drugs, it will make all the users' fears and anxieties disappear, making them feel omnipotent and capable of anything. Pain becomes numb, and their strength is greatly enhanced like a monster. At that moment, the men laughed with pleasure and said, This feels great. The men in black kept muttering, Die, die, but Hayusi remained strangely calm. One by one, they rushed forward, only to be taken down by him with a single blow. Not only that, he even looked down on them and said, Addicts are still just addicts, after all. However, just a few seconds later, they woke up and were even more powerful than before. However, 3 against 1 still couldn't defeat Hayusi. He calmly continued, Just lie down, and it'll be over. The men kept rushing at him, saying die. At this point, Hayusi calmly held the bat firmly in his hand. Then, with just a few swings, they were utterly defeated. He seemed triumphant as he said, Are you really dead? Seeing his comrades meet their tragic ends before his eyes, the blond man seemed to regain some awareness and thought to himself, For a moment, why did I feel fear? A feeling I shouldn't have? Because I'm facing death before that merciless judgment? At that moment, Hayusi was rescuing the girls. He opened the door and called out, Ah, it's open. In the small, dark room, 3 girls were huddled in a corner. Seeing this, Hayusi muttered, as expected. But before he could finish his words, the girls, thinking someone had come to harm them, pleaded in fear, We don't want to stop, please let us go home. Mom, Hayusi gently replied, Wait a moment, I'll let you out right away. Suddenly, from behind him, a tall, large man with a fierce face appeared and said to Hayusi, Who's there? Seeing this, Hayusi turned around, but the man hit him. Fortunately, he managed to withstand it. The stranger asked again, Who are you? Hayusi observed the man's face and said, What's with this, tumor? At first glance, his condition seemed like he was high on drugs. His arm strength could crush this baseball bat. If he uses a hook punch, 1 or 2 broken ribs would be normal. Just then, he repeated the question, Who are you? But Hayusi was still busy analyzing arm strength, unstable mental state. In that case, there's no other way besides that. The man laughed heartily and was about to charge. Hayusi reacted quickly, stepping forward and swinging the bat with a loud shout. Caught off guard, the side of his face that was hit was covered in blood. He stumbled a few steps and then knelt down. Hayusi smiled, Dizzy, right? So, are you sober now? Pushing other people's lives to the bottom, you'll live happily ever after using drugs? Everyone to you is just like a toy for making money, right? Do you think you can live like that forever? The 2 girls sitting in the corner were in tears. He continued, It'll crush the mindset of all you scumbags. Suddenly, the man roared and then lunged at Hayusi. Hayusi said, Knew it, and raised the bat. Ready. His hands and feet moved swiftly, attacking, and the man could only groan and endure. Hayusi coldly said, "Confirmed, unrecyclable." Finishing his words, he hit the man's face with the bat without mercy. The man hit in the back of the head, lost consciousness and fell. His large body slammed onto the floor with a thud. At this moment, Hayusi suddenly remembered, "Right, I have to ask about the location of the hideout." Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. He answered the phone. "How is it going?" Harry said softly, "Everything is taken care of, but the ringleader isn't here." He said something, and she replied, "Of course, I'm still in one piece." He asked, "Where's that guy again?" She then said, "Anyway, I don't think he's here." Hayusi concluded, "Then I'll try searching this side." "You've worked hard." Then he hung up and wondered, "Where should I go to find that guy?" Suddenly, he heard the voice of a girl behind him. "There are many underground laboratories here." Her eyes were filled with tears. "A few hours ago, someone came here and dragged my friend downstairs." She sobbed and pleaded, "Save us, please get us out of here." At the second basement level, a sword and other tools were placed on the table. A tall, large man threatened a girl, "Come on, let's start." The girl seemed to be still unconscious. The man grinned lewdly, "Or I'll give you the strongest dose." Just then, one of his underlings burst through the door. "Big trouble, sir. We've lost contact with those sent to rescue the director. Moreover, some crazy guy is causing trouble and has entered the factory." The man turned sharply, without a word, and slashed the man with his sword. After finishing, he yelled, "I remember telling you clearly. Interrupting my fun means death. I hate having my fun ruined." After a while, the man was decisively killed. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. The person was none other than Hayusi, who walked in with his bat. "Do you find that fun? I heard your rancor, so I thought you'd be amazing. But it turns out you're no different from the bald drug addict I dealt with earlier." The man, seeing Hayusi, chuckled, "So that's it. I thought it was some man. Are you a player too?" Hayusi replied frankly, "Yeah, that's right." His mission was to hunt rancor. Confirming the target, he excitedly licked the blood on his bat. "I'm here to hunt you." Both sides, one with a bat, one with a sword, clashed. Rancor laughed, "Even though you see me holding a katana, you still charge in. You're an interesting kid." The sound of clashing weapons was deafening. He slashed his sword downwards. Then he laughed heartily, seemingly enjoying himself. His speed wasn't anything to scoff at either. Hayusi felt a bit tense. Dealing with a straight-bladed sword could easily be fatal if he made a mistake. The man taunted, "Let me kill you, and then I'll chop off your arms and legs." "That sounds fun. I'll show you something even more fun," Hayusi replied. "Including that," he said with a grin. He raised his baton, preparing to use his electroshock therapy. He leaned forward, ready to strike. Rancor's eyes widened. Even with his defense, the baton's power was far superior to his sword. Hayusi asked triumphantly, "How's that tingle? Fun, isn't it?" He swung his baton again, striking the man several times amidst his screams. His movements were smooth yet decisive, each strike landing squarely. Finally, the man succumbed, lying sprawled on the ground with blood covering his face. Hayusi looked down at him with satisfaction and contempt. "I beat you so badly you can't even stand up, you bastard." Suddenly, he felt a jolt of paralysis himself. Rancor stood up, saying, "Always messing around with useless things. You don't seem very sane either. If you're crazy, you have to play the right way, right?" He chuckled with amusement. His eyes were bloodshot. Hayusi asked, "Drugs again? Are all your test subjects the same? How else could I rise to the position of leader of this drug organization and become a rancor in the game? Aren't you curious?" Hayusi tapped him on his bald head. "No, I don't care." Then the man punched him lightly with one hand. Tension was evident on Hayusi's face. Unprompted, the man said, "Because my fist is the strongest." He threw another punch, filled with frenzied energy. Hayusi could only defend himself for the moment. He was bewildered. "What kind of punch is this?" The man raised his fists and sneered. "Looks like you're just starting this game, right? I'm a returning player. Nice to meet you, kid." His rank appeared. His previous rank was 24. Hayusi was astonished. A returning player? That's right, I paid 2 billion and was released. Hayusi asked, so why are you back here? Going back to normal life, the same routine every day, is boring. Like those brats who seek drugs to get stronger. Once the human brain experiences pleasure, it wants more endlessly. I feel most alive when I control others and play with them. Like trampling a little punk like you, see? He threw another punch. This time, Hayusi caught it. He was sweating. The man's destructive power was no joke, this bastard. Could he be a former professional boxer? The man scoffed and then delivered an uppercut. Hayusi's head snapped back. God, you. The man exclaimed. Then came a barrage of punches. Soon, small bleeding holes appeared on Hayusi from the man's spiked gloves. Before he could recover, the man attacked again. Don't you think this is fun? He asked. Do you know how many have died under these fists? Hayusi remained silent, listening to him count the deaths. Today you'll be hit with that same number. Ranko sneered. It's gonna be fun. Exactly 14 people, and next is you. He lunged forward again. The punches were blindingly fast. He then raised his spiked fist, preparing for another blow. But Hayusi tilted his head, dodging the attack. The man's right hand slammed into the wall. Hayusi clenched his fist, electricity crackling around it. He quickly punched the man. The man froze, his body now electrified. However, he still laughed and said, "Don't you understand yet?" He headbutted Hayusi as their faces met. He sneered again. "Interesting, you're really interesting." Hayusi looked up and asked, "You still find this interesting?" Ranko thought to himself in surprise, "No damage?" Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, Hayusi landed a punch. The man thought vaguely, "He can withstand my punch?" Hayusi paused for a moment, and the man affirmed, "No, it's working." "Yes, it's working, it'll kill you." He thought this and grinned. Then he threw another punch. Hayusi's entire body was covered in bruises. Ranko said triumphantly, "I saw you blocking. Don't you have the strength to counterattack?" As he spoke, Hayusi's fist was nearing him. Luckily, he dodged just in time. He frowned, seemingly tense. Hayusi's fist was almost touching him now. With a thud, Ranko was punched backward. He hadn't yet regained his composure. Hayusi quickly rushed forward, tackling him to the ground. His head hit the floor hard, causing him pain. He was staring into a dangerous sky. Hayusi grinned, raising his hand to pummel Ranko. "Number 5, he said. He aimed for the most painful spot on his face and struck. Then he said 10 more punches to go. Punch after punch rained down, quickly leaving the man battered. He thought vaguely, "Now I understand. Those I trampled on all this time. Even though they kept begging. I know why he begged for his life back then. He saw it, right? The omen of death. He felt he was facing it." Hayusi raised another fist in front of him. And finally, the man couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "Spare me." But Hayusi struck him down decisively. After this punch, he stopped but said, "Why let trash live and take up space?" Ranko hunt completion reward plus 700 million. Account balance exceeds 2 billion. Hayusi received a notification. "You have been promoted, current rank 70. The system appeared, "Congratulations on completing the mission. From now on, various features will be activated. In addition, the matching system for missions and games will change as your rank increases. Naturally, the risks will also increase. Famous people or high-ranking Ranko may target you, so be careful. Players who rank up quickly become targets." "That doesn't matter," Hayusi said. "Give me the hint about the person I'm looking for." As promised. Taekwon P001, commonly known as Islav, and the clue is X. Hayusi was puzzled. X? What does that mean? The glasses said, "That's all the clues for now. You'll have to figure out the rest yourself." Hayusi asked, "So that's it, right? One more thing. Don't just take my earlier warning slightly." It was dark outside. Hayusi thought, "I rescued 4 people from the basement. Before I clean up those mass trash, I need help getting the victims to safety. The only people I can trust right now are the Liberation Group. So I asked for help from them, Truongchio and Ganamo. Ganamo said, 'We heard you needed help rescuing people, so we're here.'" Hayusi replied, They are ordinary people caught up in the criminal ring of those involved in the game. Can you protect them? Well, get them home safely. And about that, have you made your decision? Choosing to create change, Hayusi answered firmly, yes. Eve decided. They'll join the liberation group. Change creates a turning point. This new flow will be the beginning of a greater change. And a huge change in a small world means there will be conflict. The game was designed that way. Besides, aren't humans designed to be like that? Rookie promotion, P009. Top Ranko has viewed player information. Hayusi opened his phone to check his account balance. The screen displayed an unimaginable number, 2 billion. Thinking of that enormous sum, Hayusi couldn't suppress a smile. Plus 4 gold bars, a sports car, luxury watches, a high-end apartment. He leaned back comfortably. In short, now, it feels like I'm a newly rich tycoon. At a 5-star hotel in a luxurious pool. Isn't this a form of healing? Hayusi was enjoying this wonderful moment when a woman's figure caught his attention. Heron walked towards him. She wore a provocative swimsuit, her body perfectly curvy, making any man unable to resist turning to look. What are you doing sitting here giggling to yourself? Heron asked. The Ranko must have already learned about you. How can you be so relaxed? Hayusi chuckled. This is considered a break. You need enough rest to increase work efficiency. Do you know how much pressure an office worker is under? I don't see you going to the office. Hearing her reply, Hayusi laughed heartily. Even if I don't go to work, I still get paid. There's no such thing as a free lunch. He took a sip of water and sighed sweet. Heron shook her head. This rich bastard. Hayusi ignored her and continued to enjoy himself. An afternoon break like this is really great, isn't it? She handed him a tube of sunscreen. Hayusi asked, puzzled. I don't use sunscreen. After handing it over, Heron turned her back. Not for you. I'm waiting for you to apply it on me. She pulled her hair up, revealing her bare, white back. After applying the sunscreen, they both lay down on the lounge chairs. Heron asked, what are you thinking about now? With 2 billion in your account, does it show up in the system? You should probably start preparing properly from now on, right? Hayusi replied, let's rest for a few days. I can only prepare after I've fully recovered. I was just thinking about browsing the shop. The guy you defeated, I heard he was a former Ranko who rejoined. You handled someone like that? You're pretty lucky, Heron said. What if you encounter a top-ranked Ranko right now? Hayusi replied, it would probably be dangerous, especially for you. Heron suddenly stood up and walked behind him, saying as she went, anyway, there are many useful items in the shop, so feel free to browse. Hayusi asked casually, how do I browse? Just log into the shop, Heron replied. I access it through my phone, but you can probably just go in directly. Hayusi pondered, log into the shop? His glasses displayed the words. You have entered the shop. Welcome to the mini shop. Our mini shop sells a wide variety of essential items for players. Liberation code, 2 billion penalty waiver, 500 million RON's vision sharing, 500 million. RON is a state-of-the-art unmanned mini-WAD. Game area creation, 1 billion. We also offer crafting materials and undisclosed technologies. 700 million restricted weapons cannot be used in the game. Helmet, 12 billion upon purchase. We will provide special delivery via ROM. Looking at the notification screen, Hayusi thought, so many things, and everything is so expensive. Nothing seems particularly necessary right now. Just then, he noticed something different. A mystery box priced at 500 million. Mystery always piques curiosity, and Hayusi was no exception. The mystery of the box intrigued him. He chuckled, can't hesitate on this one buy. After the successful purchase, the system notified him, we will begin shipping when you request delivery. Hayusi relaxed on the chair, wondering what he would get this time. Ganamo approached him from behind and asked, enjoying your rest? Hayusi replied, yes, thanks to you I'm very satisfied with this hotel. Honestly, I was surprised. I didn't know you were the owner of this hotel. Ganamo replied, make yourself at home, stay as long as you like. Hayusi sat up straight to talk to him. I wonder why your rank is so high. Did you acquire such a fortune through this game? Ganamo answered hesitantly, I had it before participating in the game. Business is my main field, gambling is just a hobby. Hayusi was curious, then why did you participate in this game? Ganamo said calmly, to put it simply, I also have someone I'm looking for, just like you. There are things more important than money or life. I'm looking for my missing niece. That's why I got involved in this game. Hayusi understood his situation. Ganamo continued, although I know you are too, there are still people forced into this game. Liberating them is what our group needs to do. Just helping them escape won't solve the root problem. We need to find out and address why they were forced to participate. Hayusi stood up. Ganamo asked, Are you going to clean up their entire system? Hayusi said with a determined expression, If necessary, I definitely will. Ganamo seemed pleased. That's almost impossible, but you never know. He glanced over and noticed something. Oh, that girl with you keeps looking this way. Is that player your teammate? He was referring to Heron, who was standing behind them. Hayusi replied, You could say that. Our relationship is something like that. But she won't be joining the liberation group. And there's something I want to ask you. Do you know anything about X? The scene shifted. They were now standing in front of an area covered with warning tape. Hayusi said, This is the place the old man mentioned. Earlier, Ganamo had told him, Try visiting this place. It's where information related to the game is sold. The place with the most information. But getting there requires going through a dangerous area. Then he gave him a map of the underground streets. From entrance 7 to 13, it's completely blocked off. The underground streets were blocked, the red areas marking zones where players could be killed. They had somehow infiltrated the area. Hayusi said as he walked, We have to go through this area. Suddenly, a tall, imposing figure wearing a frightening mask appeared in front of them. The first guest has arrived. I've been waiting. He was holding someone in his hands, and then he expertly snapped their neck. The person's head fell to the ground. I have a proposition for you, Plan B. The masked figure said. Hayusi was surprised. He knew I was coming here? Who are you? The masked figure introduced himself. People call me Rubwa, a member of the Irina team. Hayusi was curious. Irina? Heron explained, It's a group that gathers battle-oriented Ranko. To be more precise, we are currently recruiting Ranko. I have prepared a suitable position for you. So join our Irina team. He tried to persuade Hayusi, who replied, What? A recruitment offer? They'll have to decline. If you become a member of our team, it'll give you 5 billion. The masked figure continued. Hayusi's eyes lit up at the mention of 5 billion, making Heron beside him facepalm. My value is 5 billion? Not bad, Hayusi said excitedly. Heron sighed. But then his eyes changed. But no matter how much I like money, I won't sell my beliefs for it. However, inwardly he thought, I really want that 5 billion. Should I join, take the money, and then leave? Your expression doesn't seem very convincing. This is awkward. I was ordered to bring you back. Well, in that case, how about this? The masked figure held his phone towards Hayusi. Hayusi stared at the phone screen in horror. The person on the screen was his teammate, the girl who always smiled brightly. Sudan was tied to a chair, with a bomb strapped to her, counting down. I've been avoiding the company so she wouldn't get caught up in their schemes. But how? There are many ways to handle someone. Either offer a price they'll accept or force them to obey, the masked figure said. Hayusi pondered upon hearing the threat. This guy. How does he know all the information related to me? Could it be? The masked man replied, Exactly as you think. I bought your information. I mean all the information you're looking for. Now I have a proposition. If the timer runs out, this girl will die. If you find and rescue her before the time runs out, you win. If you don't find and rescue her before the time runs out, I win. This is the player coercion authority. That girl is somewhere within this space, so search carefully. The system then displayed the question, Do you agree to the opponent's wager? Hayusi thought carefully. He said, Player coercion authority. The masked man then said, Except for me, the participants in the wager and the players are unaware of the wager's content. Players who know the conditions of the wager are not allowed to interfere. So, will you play? You have the right to choose. Hayusi was carefully considering. This is highly likely a trap, but I can't leave her to die. He then said this proposition before he could finish his sentence. Heron pulled on his shirt, protesting, "No way. You absolutely cannot agree getting involved with Irina, you could die. Those guys, even without personal assets, even without owning anything, can still climb to the top of the rankings. Just that alone shows how dangerous they are. They are very different from the ones you've faced until now." Hearing this, Hayusi firmly replied, "That doesn't matter to me. Right now, someone's life depends on my choice." Heron argued back, "You know, that proposition is a trap. If you agree to an unknown bet, I won't be able to help you. I hope you won't die." Her face darkened. Seeing this, Hayusi reassured her, "Don't worry, I absolutely will not die." After that, Hayusi stepped forward alone, facing the masked man. He said, "I agree to your proposition." The system immediately announced, "The wager has been established." The masked man then announced, "The timer on the bomb planted on that girl is 60 minutes. Shall we begin?" Without hesitation, Hayusi immediately turned and ran towards the first door. However, this door was a rolling shutter with no lock. "If I pull it up to check," thinking this, he immediately acted. Surprisingly, the door was pulled up very easily. However, one truth had been overlooked. This place was indeed a red zone. Inside, 2 armed men were waiting for him. Inside this red zone, there were players and hunters. Their purpose was to kill those who abandoned the game or missions to steal their assets. And killing was the easiest way for them. 2 thugs with faces as grim as zombies stepped forward, threatening him. "We were going to surprise you from behind when you passed, but we were discovered. Well then, just die." As soon as he finished speaking, the man with the knife ran straight towards the protagonist. However, Hayusi quickly kicked the man's weapon-holding arm, causing the knife to fly away. Immediately afterwards, he landed a painful punch on the man's cheek, causing him to fall to the ground. The other man quickly swung and axed this bastard. However, he dodged just in time and also gave him a beating. The 2 were knocked down in an instant. Hayusi shouted, "I don't have time to mess around. Move aside." Someone might say, "It's not worth risking your life like this. But I can't give up so easily." Having finished with these 2, he immediately ran to another room, with the goal of finding his teammate Sudan. Because he knew the feeling of longing, the desire to be helped by someone. And he knew the pain of having precious things stolen by the malice of others. At this time, approaching another room, he pulled up the rolling shutter. There was another man with a hammer waiting. Immediately, he bent down and lunged towards him. Landing 3 or 4 blows on him, this one also collapsed. "I will destroy all of them, no matter who, no matter how many. I will fight them all, taking them down as quickly as possible." Hayusi went through each room, each one containing those eager to take his life. They held various weapons but shared the same goal, to kill. But just like the others, their corpses piled up on the ground. Hayusi struggled to reach the next room. Finally, he saw the figure of the girl. Sudan was tied up with a rope. Hayusi was surprised. "Found you, Sudan. I'll untie you right away." While he wasn't paying attention, a hand reached towards him. It was the mysterious masked man from before. He spoke, "Your strength truly matches the information. I never expected you to defeat all those special players. But it can't end like this." At this time, behind the thick fog, Hayusi's figure was blurry. He retorted, "You said you had the ability to interfere. So in the end, I just need to defeat you, right?" The timer showed only 5 minutes remaining. The 2 were now facing each other. The masked man said, "Are you kidding me? You've reached your limit." The protagonist was panting from the previous fighting. Seeing this, the masked man continued, "In your current state, you have no chance of overpowering me. The winner is clear." At this moment, Hayusi raised his fist towards the masked man. But his arm was caught. His eyes filled with hatred. He said, "Who gave you the right to decide that, bastard? I'm just getting started." Hayusi's eyes showed determination. Seeing this, the masked man said, "This is beyond my expectations. Let's play a little longer then." And so, the 2 of them began a fierce battle. Hayusi jumped high, intending to kick the opponent in the chest. However, the masked man quickly realized this, moved forward and grabbed the protagonist's body. He was surprised. He just charged in and pushed me away. The masked man grabbed Hayusi and slammed him against the wall behind. Only 4 minutes remained, Hayusi said. Stop the time. The masked man tried to persuade him, give up. Is it worth putting yourself in danger just to save one life? Hearing this, Hayusi yelled, shut up and stop right there. Then he raised his leg and kicked, but it was blocked. Every move he made, the masked man could block. It was as if he could read his mind. The constant defending and attacking for 3 minutes helped him realize that this man wasn't easy to defeat. If that's the case, the remaining time was 5 seconds. Hayusi immediately ran towards his colleague Sudan. He tried to run as fast as he could, looking at the girl in front of him. Hayusi could only grit his teeth and run. 3 seconds remained, but the masked man wouldn't let him have his way. Behind Hayusi, the masked man had caught up. He stretched out his hand, he jumped and grabbed Hayusi's body before he could reach his teammate. The timer showed 1 second. Hayusi looked tensely at his teammate. Anyone could predict that the final outcome would be total annihilation. However, something unexpected happened. At this moment, some pliers flew in and cut the wires of the bomb. It was Heron. She had helped Hayusi save his teammate. She said coldly, remember to pay me back later. The system in her necklace announced, player rule violation confirmed. You will be penalized for violating the rules.